It was Babar and Sarfaraz who controlled session 2 and session 3. Babar got to his 9th Test 100 and Sarfaraz got to his 50, and they took control of the game. Sarfaraz was dismissed on 86, but Pakistan still would be happy with 317. Hello and good morning and welcome to KFC Presents Dafa News. Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series is the first test and we are in day 2. Quick look at the batting card. Pakistan won the toss, decided to bat first, lost quick wickets to the new ball with the spinners in operation. Then Babar Azam still not out 161. He needs a bit of partnership going on with Salman Agha, who's got 317 for 5. Bowlers, 2 each for the spinners, Bracewell and Ijaz, and a wicket for the captain, Tim Southee. Hello and welcome and good morning from the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. We're into day 2, session 1. Let's recap as to what happened yesterday with our guests, Waqar Yunus and Chris Harris. Good morning to you guys.
Good morning.
Morning.
Starting with you, Waqar, Pakistan 317, and as I mentioned, it seemed Pakistan controlled session 2, session 3. Had they not lost Sarfaraz, would have been happier. But overall, Pakistan would be looking at 317 for 5 and say, yeah, we are in it.
Yeah, there was a little bit of scare in the first session when they kept losing wickets in a regular interval. And then, of course, Babar, we all know that how good a player he is. He just sort of stabilized things. And then, of course, building a partnership with Sarfaraz of 196, I thought that was just something very, very special, especially from Sarfaraz coming into the team after 4 years. Takes a lot of guts, and he was also injured, and he just kept on fighting. And I thought his inning was something I've not seen before for a long time. So good to see that happen. So Pakistan in control overall, if you look at it. But yeah, still needs to build on it, maybe 400, 450.
With a great start with the new ball and the spinners, how did you see Tim Southee controlling his troops and use of his bowlers through the 3 sessions yesterday?
Yeah, it was tough. Look, I thought he did reasonably well. I mean, New Zealand got off to a wonderful start with that 4 wickets in the first session. I mean, what a first session, 115 runs, 4 wickets. And at that stage, you thought New Zealand very much in control and Tim Southee doing a wonderful job. As we know, the wicket lost the ability for it to spin and bounce, and then it became a different kettle of fish. And, Babar Azam was under pressure after the English series, but the way he came out and played and controlled the match was an absolute inspiration from him to lead from the front. So New Zealand, obviously got their work cut out today, 317 for 5. After that start, I think Pakistan will be delighted with the way that their day finished.
Well, the second new ball is 10 overs old, and what will happen here in the first session on day 2? Waqar Yunus and Simon Dole were out there a little while earlier, so let's have the pitch report and see what it looks like. Pitch report, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, not a lot of things are very easy in these sorts of conditions. Slip catching is one of the really tough things. We're going to take a closer look at Daryl Mitchell's 2 from yesterday, the drop and the catch. Waqar Yunus alongside me, former captain of Pakistan, played so much cricket in these conditions and around the world. Waqar, how tough is it when you are standing that close for the spinners in the slip?
Not only against the spinners, but even against the pacers. It is very, very difficult, especially, of course, when it comes to the spinners. Pitches are really, really slow. And when someone is looking to drive, it is tough. You see normally when you play around the world, the slip cordon is well back. They get enough time to sort of catch the delivery. But over here, it's a different ball game.
Take a look at this Daryl Mitchell one. I mean, you've got Babar Azam on the drive, basically. So when he's bowling slow, this is in the 15th over, the ball's relatively new, having a good drive at the ball, it's hit the hands before he's basically got there. He doesn't have a chance to move.
Yeah, normally the slip cordon is standing for somebody playing the defensive stroke, defensive stroke, and hoping that it'll edge and it'll come at a good height. But over here, when somebody drives at you, and if you're not standing at the right place, it is going to come quickly at you. And especially, as you said, 15 over old, it is going to come quickly at you. Hard job.
Look, it's really tough. I mean, we're in a position sort of about here where Daryl Mitchell's standing normally. Now, I would have thought he'd be probably a yard and a half further back in a normal situation when you've got comfortable bounce. And when we take a look at the second one, the one that he actually caught, I mean, he's had no reaction time for the second one and grabbed it around the bootlaces.
Yeah, he's a big man. I mean, you got to really stay low and hope that it'll come to you at a good height. And if it doesn't, then it's all about reflex. And you just, put your hand out there. If it sticks, it sticks. most of the time it doesn't.
One thing I noticed about the second catch from Daryl Mitchell is he's almost on his way up.
Yeah.
He's coming up and then got to go down. Look, it's really difficult. It's brilliant. You've got to get a bit closer. It makes it tough to take the catches and the slips when you have to get that much closer. So, look, one up, one down. What you are doing is you're giving yourself an opportunity when you get close. You might take 50, 60% of them.
Pitch Report, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, let's bring in Waqar Younis because we heard him talking the role of fast bowlers in this test match and also the previous series. We saw that, how do you see, let's pick up Mir Hamza, and how do you see his role with the new ball and later on with that reverse?
First of all, I think you got to hope that the new ball works for you. It depends on what time of the day you're bowling. If it's in the afternoon, good luck. It's not going to be that easy because the ball is not going to sort of do much. We saw, the New Zealand bowlers, they struggle throughout the day. So for Mir Hamza, he's a left armer. He brings something very different. He's coming after a while, and I hope he gets it right. He grew up on these pitches. He knows how to get wickets on these surfaces, and 376 first-class wickets, loads of experience. So he will probably do well, which I feel. All you need to do is just be disciplined.
So Neil Magna yesterday is trying to bowl a leg stump line, and there was a plan going on with 7 men on the onside. But did you feel that he was looking at his best? You don't get that new ball, spinners are ruling everything, and then you get in when the ball is slightly older.
Yeah, it's pretty tough out there. It's a long grind. I mean, he wasn't getting much reward. You're not seeing the ball swing in the air or any sort of seam. And on the occasions that he did whack it into the surface, didn't really get up. So that sort of took away one of his main weapons. And it's extremely tough. I think coming this morning, I think what New Zealand will look to do is bowl a lot straighter, set straighter fields, and try and bring in Bold and LBW, because we haven't seen a lot of nicks off the seamers anyway, and just look to bowl straighter, and as I said, bowl sort of for the LBWs and the Bold, and set straighter fields.
Yeah. Okay, time for us to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk more about session 1 on day 2. Welcome back to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Time for us to get some expert advice, and we've got Uruj and Simon Dole out there, so let's join them. Expert advice brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Now, off late in Karachi, it's been hard for the seamers to come by. We saw the test match against England, 26 wicket fell to spin, only 4 to seam. And even yesterday, 4 to spin again, just the 1 to seam. And I've got Simon Dool here with me to talk about. Simon, where do you bowl on these surfaces?
It's tough. First thing first, it is a very, very difficult thing to do. I've got a false knee and a couple of prolapse discs and a fracture in my back to prove that it is not easy bowling fast or trying to bowl fast. But look, in these types of conditions, one thing you do have to try and do is maybe just get a little bit straighter. But when you get straighter though, Aruj, the thing is you must have a field set to allow you to bowl straight and not get picked off time and time again. New Zealand had that problem yesterday. I'll be really interested to see how Pakistan seamers bowl on the surface. If we go back to the England series, first and foremost, one thing that England had that I think New Zealand don't have is genuine pace. The pace of Mark Wood. Yep. And that was what ruffled a few feathers from Pakistan's point of view. He went short. Now, it's not coming off quickly. When we're looking at these deliveries, they're not coming off quickly. They're not really unsettling the players, but it's difficult to play because of the lack of pace. It's coming out of the hand at 150, but it's hitting the surface and taking pace off and dying, and batters are finding it hard to play their shots still. So that's one thing New Zealand lack a little bit of, I think, and maybe therefore they have to just go straighter and concentrate a lot straighter. But then I want a field set for it, right? I want a backward square. I want a man at short mid-wicket. I want a mid-on. I want my straight mid-off nice and straight, and maybe my cover nice and straight. Get rid of the slips. There's no need to have any slips. How many catches went to the slips? Maybe genuinely in that England series?
I don't remember many. I think maybe one
or two. One or two at the most. So you don't need the slips in these types of conditions. You're looking for LBWs. You're looking for caught at mid-wicket. You're looking for the ones that maybe turn and the batter's missing the ball. As I say, it is not easy, but that's the one thing, and I think we did see this through that England series, that bowlers bowled really straight. And that was the key. A lot of those wickets, like you had that little area just outside the line of off stump and the area right on the stumps. That was where most of the wickets, I think 20 wickets in total fell in that area there. So you're looking for that LBW. You're looking maybe for the reverse swing. I don't know how much more there is to achieve on surfaces like this, apart from just going dead straight, looking for LBWs and setting fields accordingly. That is the really tough ask. And when you're asking your bowlers to bowl straight, you're kind of saying, okay, you are going to get picked off. You're going to go for a few runs, but this is the chance of us getting wickets.
Yeah, set the field straight and look for the ball that'll get you either bowled or LBW. Bring the wickets into play is what Dooley is saying to bowl on these tough conditions here.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. We totally grill our experts, so we get the advice and then we ask them for predictions. So let's have expert predictions now. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. So 317 for 5 Pakistan, 5 wickets to get, and we're into session 1 on day 2. Let's ask our guests over here. Can New Zealand wrap Pakistan up, get those 5 wickets before lunch? And then my question related to that would be how important Babar's wicket would be. Can they run through if they get Babar early?
I think yes to both. I think New Zealand this morning will probably open with spin from both ends, hoping that they get similar sort of bounce and spin that they did on the first morning, which I probably doubt. But I still think there was enough signs there yesterday, especially from Ajaz Patel. He got, well, the umpire gave Babar out LBW. It was overturned by review, but that still showed that there's enough spin and bounce to get past a player that's, you know, obviously well set and on 100. So I think New Zealand, that will be their plan to bowl them out for lunch. And I think perfect scenario, Babar gets his 200 and New Zealand bowl him out by lunch.
So important, that's what Salman's role would be out there.
I think he's going to play the way he normally plays. He plays well with the tail, and Babar's still out there. And I think Babar will guide him through. And I think it is going to be a big moment for Babar to get a double 100 and then get, maybe 450 if they can do it. And on the other flip of the coin, if you look at it, if they wrap up quickly, if they can get up for 5 wickets in the first session, things can turn around very quickly. It's test match cricket. You cannot really predict what's going to happen the next session. So just play session by session. But at the moment, Pakistan in control.
We'll still ask you for predictions every day. Okay, that was the expert prediction on session 1. Expert Prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so here we are. We've got hardly any time left to wrap up the show. We'll be seeing a lot of spin now. Ball is still 10 overs old, and it is absolutely a no-brainer that they will go without not spin and fast bowlers right now.
Yeah, I think their first roll of the dice, if you like, will be spin from both ends. So obviously Bracewell and Ajaz Patel. And then if that doesn't work, we're going to go to that Simon Doull theory that he talked about in his expert advice, which is bowling nice and straight, wicket to wicket, and setting straight fields.
Okay, here we are. All set for action on day 2. Enjoy Test cricket.
Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. It is day 1. A new skipper, a new Test Series, same venue though. Oh, God, yeah, beautiful bowling. Oh, another one.
In the end, gone.
Crash, oh, dropped. The outside edge straight to Mitchell, and it's come straight out.
lovely shot from Babar Azam.
Once again, nicely timed. It's a big shot, and it's a big 100. It's Babar, and he's been absolutely brilliant.
Sarfaraz gets to his 50. Gets to 150. Masterclass from Babar Azam, yet again, his favourite hunting ground.
Oh, wonderful bowling, and there it is.
Pakistan have done extremely well as they walk off on day one.
The National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. Day 2 of this first test match between New Zealand and Pakistan. Live from the National Bank Cricket Arena, it is KFC presents the Dapper News Pakistan-New Zealand Test Series. Interestingly poised after day number 1, will we see a first test match double century for Babar Azam, the Pakistan skipper today, or can the Kiwis find something in this Karachi surface? This is the schedule for the series. All games will be played at the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. The first and second test matches to be followed by 3 one-day internationals. Intriguing day yesterday. Started so well for New Zealand and Pakistan fighting back. Babar Azam 161, that partnership of 196 with Sarfaraz, who scored 86, and they will resume this morning 317 for 5. New Zealand's wicket takers, Ajaz Patel with 2 for 91, Michael Bracewell 2 for 61, and a wicket for the skipper Tim Southey. Wagner, Sodhi and Mitchell all going wicketless. All right, surface out in the middle of this wonderful stadium. What's it got to offer today? More from Waqar Yunus.
Okay, before I talk about today's pitch, I want to take you back yesterday. The first session in the morning, we all thought that this pitch was a little tacky and it might seam around a little bit. But it didn't happen. Nothing for the pacers, but it was more for the spinners, which really come on really good. They spun the ball, the bounce was there, the spinning was there, and I thought Ajaz bowled beautifully. And the Pakistanis, they just lost their mind in the first 40 minutes and couldn't really capitalize. And if you look at Babar Azam, once it's gone flat, he just played like a Superman. It was just, this pitch has gone flat, and I don't think this is going to change much today. The cracks are there, but the weather is really, really cold, and this cool weather, I don't think it's going to change much. So Babar can bat and bat as long as he wants.
New Zealand will have something to say about that, I'm sure, Waqar Yunus, but that has been the story of yesterday afternoon. Post that first session, it was a very flat and very good batting conditions. What can New Zealand do about it? Let's hear from inside their camp. Buzzard Khan caught up with Michael Bracewell.
What did you make of the conditions firstly?
Yeah, it seemed like it was pretty spin-friendly in the morning, and then I think the wicket dried out a touch and probably flattened out a little bit as we saw the runs flow in the afternoon.
Were you surprised to be brought on so early in the test match?
I knew it was always an option, particularly the way Jazz was bowling in that over. Yeah, not surprised at all. We'd practiced with that new ball as well.
And with that new ball, as the ball's harder, it tends to grip more and spin more difficult bowling with the old ball, which is quite surprising in terms of spinners. Yeah,
it is a little bit surprising, but I think it's something that we need to try and keep building pressure with that old ball and sort of force a mistake through good hard pressure this morning.
And with New Zealand touring after a long time, there's a sense of occasion really. Does that transcend into the squad as well?
Yeah, it's really exciting to be playing here in Pakistan and trying to adapt to their conditions as fast as we can. There's only Luke Ronke, I think, in our whole squad that's been to Pakistan before, so we're trying to learn as we go and adapt to the conditions quickly.
And looking forward, this first innings, what sort of total would you like Pakistan to be restricted at, or what would you be satisfied with?
Yeah, we want to try and take a couple of quick wickets this morning, and then hopefully restrict them for as little as possible. Yeah, I don't like to put numbers on things, but yeah, it's one of those ones. If we can take a couple of wickets early this morning, then hopefully we can restrict them to a total that we're happy with.
spinners like to work with captains as well. Tim Southee in his first Test match. So how is that sort of affected in terms of how the team works?
Yeah, Tim's been great. He puts a lot of faith in us spinners, obviously bowling us there really early on when the conditions suited, and I think, yeah, he gives us that confidence to just go out and try and bowl our best ball for long periods. So it's been awesome having him as a skipper, and yeah, look forward to continuing to work with him.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Cheers.
Part of the Bracewell clan from New Zealand, of course. Michael Bracewell, his cousin Doug, plays for New Zealand. Father Mark, Uncle John, Uncle Brendan and Uncle Doug all played first-class cricket in New Zealand, so easy to get the family confused if you're not sure at times. I've certainly done it before. They are a very, very talented sporting family. Speaking of talent, Babar Azam, what a fantastic day yesterday. He was let off. Tough chance for Daryl Mitchell early in the innings, and then he has made the New Zealanders pay to the tune of 161 not out in search of a first Test match double century. He's got 900s. Highest score of 196. And what better day, what better surface to try and pick up that first double than here in Karachi at one of his favourite grounds. He's got a terrific record here. Now got 300s at this National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi, and an opportunity to turn one of them into a big double 100. Lindar and Alex Wharf on their way out to the centre of this National Bank Cricket Arena, and alongside me to take us through the first half hour this morning, Waqar Yunus, and a very good morning to Buzzard Khan.
Yeah, morning Simon, morning all. Yeah, it'll be interesting how New Zealand come out in this first hour initially, and you think that if they don't get a couple of wickets, then Pakistan well set to get to a total where they can be ahead of the game. So the initial half an hour or hour or so will be so vital. We say this every day, but that's Test match cricket. Every hour is important, but in the shape of the game, the shape of the Test match, how it'll go along, probably this period of play will define that. Waqar Yunus had a look at the pitch earlier, and for New Zealand, he gave them nothing. He gave them all bad news.
Good morning, Baz. Good morning, Dooley. Yeah, I gave them first session yesterday. I thought they were superb yesterday with the new ball. Can they come and do a similar job this morning? They can really come back in the game. But at the moment, Pakistan in control. Babar at 161 and looks really, really good. And Salman Agha, who's on 3, just took his time a bit yesterday. They're going to look to build a partnership here. And he's pretty used to batting with the tail. He's got 450, so he knows how to bat. Normally bats up the order in his first-class side. So he's a proper batsman. So this partnership is going to be crucial. They have to really get rid of this man as soon as possible, because once he gets going again, he'll be eyeing on double and maybe a lot more.
Yeah, he's been fantastic as Babar Azam. Tim Southee will start things off for New Zealand. Slip in place. The ball is, of course, 10 overs old. They took the new ball straight away yesterday in New Zealand. Saw this quite a bit yesterday, and you'll see it throughout the early stages of Tim Southee's Test captaincy career. Still relying on Kane Williamson, who did the job for so many years for New Zealand. First ball of the morning is tucked away comfortably. Salman Agha for a single.
You have to bowl wicket to wicket on this surface. You go a little offline and you can leak runs. And I also think Tim Southee will be looking to go with a spinner from the other end. It's still very cold in the morning, and And yesterday we saw the newish ball did spin. Maybe he'll try that. He'll try to bring a spinner on and see if it grips again. I doubt very much, but we can't really say until somebody bowls on this surface this morning.
Yeah, what we saw yesterday, I think, was because it was slightly damp, it started to turn, but after the sun had kind of beaten down, and I say that without the fact that it's not hot. The conditions are so pleasant, and we mentioned it yesterday. If you're touring the subcontinent, this is the time of year. Well, yes, it's flat, but it's not 35 degrees. It's a very pleasant, comfortable 24, 25, maybe even, what are we talking when we first come to the ground in the morning? About 17, 18, 19. It's jacket on sort of weather, isn't it, Buzzard?
Yeah, and Karachi is supposed to be the most moderate of cities in Pakistan. Go to Punjab, you go to Lahore, and Islamabad right now, what, 5, 7. Oh, he's gone. A little flash outside off. Power with a loose-looking drive, an early morning drive. And I don't think he's going to review it because he knows he's nicked it behind. Saudi with the wicket.
Well, I was wrong in the pitch report saying that he can bat as long as he wants. He's gone now, and that is a massive wicket. And persisting with that 5th stump, 6th stump line, asking Babar to drive. Babar just rushed into things. He allowed a couple of deliveries to go to begin with, and Tim Southee with so much experience keeping it there and a faint edge. And that really lifted the New Zealanders out there in the middle. Babar gone without scoring this morning for 161. Is 318 for 6 now Pakistan.
No, there's release out of the hand. A little bit of cross beam, I think, maybe made it bounce a bit more.
Right time around the wicket, 2 balls remaining.
Early strike for New Zealand, and New Zealand skipper Tim Southee. He's got rid of Babar Azam, and Nouman Ali is the new man to the crease. 239 runs in his 13 matches. We'll have a job to do with the ball later in this test match, but now work to do with the bat. Round the wicket now, Southee. Slip in place and a gully. We hardly saw a false shot from Babar Azam yesterday. Just that one little blemish when he was put down by Daryl Mitchell. But just have a look at this out of the hand, Waqar. A little bit of scrambled seam, just bounced a touch more maybe.
Yeah, I think the height did the job. It wasn't the quickest, the delivery, and it just surprised Babar also with that extra bounce on the surface. He wasn't expecting that. You can clearly see that he just lifted his self up and not happy. Missed another big opportunity to get big one. End of the first over this morning, 218 for 6.
What a great start for Tim Southee. They would have talked about that overnight. Talked about starting well this morning and trying to finish off this Pakistan innings for around about the 350 mark, I think. Having lost the toss, you'd accept bowling a side out for 350 on a fairly flat one. Time will tell as to how flat it is, but good start. A few youngsters in this morning. A minimal crowd in yesterday for day number 1 of this first of 2 test matches, and Ajaz Patel, who was in action yesterday morning in just the 4th over of play, had early success as well. Daryl Mitchell in its slip, a short leg, and a man under the helmet. It's Henry Nichols on the offside. Tom Latham, who usually occupies the place under the helmet. Normally that's a spot for a newbie, isn't it? The young kid, the new kid on the block. It's nicely swept away. It might go all the way, and it does.
Well, that's what you don't want from New Zealand. Picked up a wicket in the previous over. You don't want to just give easy runs. This was not the best of the deliveries from Ajaz. Was looking to give a bit more flight. He wanted to spin the ball and just got the length line wrong.
Right hand, Jazzy. Hand, Jazzy.
In an odd sort of way, the spinners also on these type of surfaces like bowling with that harder new ball. As the pace of the ball, the hardness of the ball goes, the pace of the surface also goes. So they much prefer a bit more pace, bit more bounce with that new ball. As it goes softer and with the type of surface there is, it both works against the spinner in terms of any sort of bite or pace.
This pitch is little different to what we played against England just recently before this. That one had a lot more cracks, was a lot drier. 322 for 6. And the ground staff here left a bit of moisture to begin with. So I think today and tomorrow it'll be good to really bat well. There are a few marks around the bat, as you can see. They're all bowlers running on the side of the pitch, and it looks bad. But when you're out there, when you're playing at it, doesn't really do much. When you're bowling on these sort of pitches, you have to be really disciplined. You can't really go left, right. Whatever the plan is, if you put a field there, you have to stick to that. You go a little bit offline, you can go for runs. One slip in a gully, in a point, normal conventional field. I got a leg gully though.
I guess throwing it forward then to you guys and Buzz, what you just talked about with the new ball and maybe the spinners preferring that option. Where do you see Pakistan going as we move forward in this test match? Mir Hamza and Wasim Jr. Would they both take the new ball, or do you see a spinner opening up for Pakistan when that time comes as well?
I think it depends when the time comes. If it's close to the end of a session, or if there's just 3 or 4 overs, then they'll straight away go to Abrar and have him on. But if they start their bowling an hour into a session, right mid-session, I think they'll go with Mir Hamza and Wasim with the new ball. Not for very long. Not for very long. A couple of overs maybe, and then go to the spinners. I think the attack will be focusing around the spin, and then, if they can, some reverse swing. the new ball. I think Mir Hamza will definitely take the new ball. Wasim, maybe Abrar or Wasim, and that I think that still depends on what time they get to start bowling.
Oh, big discussion about the change in field here for Nouman Ali, and under the helmet on the offside now. Nice drive, and every now and then we just see something, just a little glimmer of hope for a seam bowler. Just a glimmer. Once an hour maybe, Waqar, where you just find a little bit more bounce. This is Tim Southey. Just have a look at the line this morning to Bubba, and where that one carries through. Another one just wide of off stump. Look at the lack of bounce. And then this one here, very similar, but look at the bounce. More bounce. So that little wobble seam, a little cross seam delivery, one that just hits the surface and does a little bit more. That's what you're hoping for once an hour as a seamer.
For a medium pacer on this pitch, that's the best you can do. You can't just keep bowling those short deliveries, or maybe to the tail enders. You can try a few short deliveries and then pitch it up, especially to Nouman and the rest of the batsmen who have to come. But to Salman, I think they got to do the same. Just stick to that length which is just bowled to Babar. Yeah, right there. That's good bowling.
He's such a good operator, Tim Southey. He's, I'd say he reinvented himself, but he's just developed different skills across a long career. And in sort of the latter third of his career, he's become... There was a time where he was sort of left out of the New Zealand white ball setup, or was thought about being left out. And he's just worked his way back into that T20 side consistently. The ODI side never in question. And a terrific test match bowler. Really has been a clever operator for a long period of time. 3-2-3 for 6.
Come on, Jasmine! Here for you, Jazzy!
All right, and Jazz Patel with a left-hander. A little bit of rough outside the line of off stump, perhaps, to bowl into.
Be interesting how Nouman plays this, because he's very efficient at playing spin, but normally likes to attack. There's nobody out leg side, and that is the sweep shot, or the slog sweep shot is his go-to area. But right now, happy to defend.
Oh, Jazzy!
The sort of line really brings the slip into play again, doesn't it? The odd one that just skids on with the arm, doesn't take the turn that's on offer. You're looking for a little bit of that rough outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, and you're talking in the morning of how slip catching is far more difficult here than it is on true bounce pitches where the ball does carry. Even for the spinner, the slip is so close. So anything that even goes straight to him, it's a It's more or less his reflexes taking the catch because it's coming so sharply. And because the ball doesn't carry more, they have to be so close so that they have the opportunity to catch the ball, but that takes some catching because as you go closer, it comes quicker. 323 for 6.
Stays wide. There is protection out at point, but not at backward point. That is lovely timing.
He's a good player when it comes to playing through that offside. This was little wide, little full, and he played it really late. He knew that the fielder is out there, so I have to play to his left. So allowed the ball to come close and then sort of played with the open blade.
Push for 2, no, won't take on Jazz Patel's arm. Just a reminder of, we were talking a little bit about yesterday, bowlers with 100 wickets in each format of the game. Now, obviously, T20s haven't been around all that long, but you think about Malinga with just over 100 test wickets, Shakib Al Hasan, who's had an incredible career, and Tim Southey with 300, 200 and 100 in international cricket. So only the 3 men's players with those sorts of numbers, and they are incredible numbers for Southey and for Shakib as well. Oh, towards gully, just short of Daryl Mitchell though.
I think that was in the air for a little while. No, didn't carry. It was just on the bounce, or maybe the second bounce. But the plan is very clear. Just keep it outside the off stump and make him drive. There you go. Another gully comes in, silly point and a cover. And that's what you were talking about, Dooley, this morning, that the field has to be set in a way that... oh, nice. Very nice. That you bowl to the plan, and the plan is simple and he's keeping it simple. That's the odd ball you were talking about. The odd ball just lands on the seam, and or maybe sometime, you know, such an experienced bowler, they just roll their wrist on and it just become like a, it goes like a cutter.
Yeah, it's been a ball he has developed really well, that little 3/4 ball they call it, the cutter away from the left-handers. Not much future in that though. Going that short. Just hard work, isn't it? Eight for 6.
on, Jesse! Yes, Jez, that's lovely, boy. Lovely, Jez.
Just have a look at the catch which was taken yesterday, Sarfraz, right at the end of the day. For such a big man, it was a reflex catch. He was very, very happy. He was very thrilled after catching that, because I don't think he was in control. He just stuck his hand out, and he was just hoping that it'll stick, and it stuck. That's why that excitement, the happiness was there. Although when you look at when he dropped the Barber catch, that was easier. The height was good, but it just came so quickly that he couldn't really move his hands even. But in Sarfraz's case, he's a tall man. He's a big boy. He's got a really solo. Look how close he is. And when someone's looking to drive, the speed increases toward the slip. And it's all reflex. On a good bouncy pitch, if it comes quickly, it's easier to catch. You're standing maybe 2 paces back where he's standing right now.
Yeah, and the guys in Australia, in New Zealand, South Africa, some venues in England have it so easy. Especially Australia, you can almost see the ball coming towards you. You can step across and take the catch in the slips. You've got so much time. Slightly difficult, slightly different as well here. 328 for 6.
Yeah, it's such a good point, isn't it? It's different, isn't it, fielding in the subcontinent? Slowish, lowish pitches. So sometimes we look at the stats of percentage of catches taken, but here you have to give yourself an opportunity to take the catch, which means you are a yard further forward at least. Some of those stats can be a little misleading. Something the captains will talk about and bowlers will talk about is being in a position where you can actually have an opportunity to take the catch. And I mentioned with Waqar this morning out on the pitch, probably giving yourself I want to say about a 60% chance of taking every catch, whereas in Australia, New Zealand at times, England at times, you're probably thinking 80%. You should be taking 80% of catches because they float to you a little more. The carry is there, whereas here, if you're so much closer, you're giving yourself that opportunity, but you're also making it a lot harder to take it. Oh, Mitchell in at gully. I mean, he's got terrific hands, massive hands as well. Daryl Mitchell is a very, very good fielder. But you saw from that one that he did drop how hard it hit the hands because it was going so hard. And you're there for a defensive shot, more so than anything. You're not there for that full-blooded drive that hits the edge. If you catch that one, well, good luck to you.
Well, over the years, we have criticized a lot regarding the pitches, different pitches around the world. They're flat, some are really too green, and you need different skills. I mean, this is where we play cricket. Come and play in our backyard, and this is what we give you. Just play hard. If you can win, you win. England won just recently. So you need different skills. Like when we go to Australia or New Zealand, they don't give us wickets like that. It's just bouncy, more grass, and things are tough. So these are tough conditions for the guys coming from the West.
Yeah, I always have an issue with people complaining about pitches turning on day one. I like it. Playing spin is an art. It's a skill. It's a skill that is at times lost in the modern era. Some players play it very well still, but there are a lot that don't. I have no issue with it. If we can make a green one, and filthy green, you know, days you turn up before the game starts, you can't tell which is the pitch and which is not in New Zealand at times. We've seen photos of it. And, you know, we do it time and time again. So turning up to Pakistan, to India, to Sri Lanka, when it turns from ball one, I've got no issue with that. It's a skill. And you test yourself in all sorts of conditions. Now, I know people will say, oh, test matches are supposed to last 5 days. Well, test matches are now entertaining. And we are in the entertainment business.
Yeah, absolutely. On that, we still have to find a balance somewhere. The Brisbane Test match ended inside 2 days. And imagine the fans who've paid for 5 days and the Test match ended so early. Yeah, there has to be entertainment, but also a slight balance in the way the pitches are prepared. As you said, there's no issue with the ball turning, no issue with the ball seaming or bouncing, no issue there, but excessive. Again, it's my word against yours to what defines excessive, but you would feel that a test match that ends in 2 days or you don't get a result in 5 days, it's just slightly extreme.
How many people, and this is an interesting question, because I don't pay to get into a ground, which is a very, very fortunate position we sit in, but how many people would have asked for a refund, having gone to that test match and watched some amazing fast bowling over the space of 2 days? I get that. How many do you think would have asked for a refund because they paid for 5?
What about the ones who'd only got tickets for the third
day 3 and 4? That'd be the problem. But they would have got a refund. So they would have automatically received a refund because it didn't happen. Not sure. No, there is a balance there somewhere though, Buzzard, and we'll find it. 3:28 for 6. Lovely shots from high above the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi, hosting the entire New Zealand series. The first time New Zealand have been in Pakistan for Test series in 20 years.
Down!
It's been a good start for New Zealand. They picked up Babar's wicket into the 8th over, given only 11 runs. Oh! Yep, controlling the game beautifully.
Yeah, it's good from Ajaz Patel. He just settled after that probably first 3 or 4 deliveries, which were a little bit looser. He settled into a nice line, nice length.
Oh, Jesse! Well Jesse! Another maiden here, guys. Yep.
Oh! Tidy indeed from Ajaz Patel. 8 overs bowled this morning. It's 3:28 for 6.
Right arm around the wicket.
Time for some off spin. Graceful first up this morning. New Zealand will be happy. They've picked up the big wicket, the big scalp of the Pakistan skipper Babar Azam. He bowled beautifully with the new ball yesterday when the surface offered a little bit of turn. Got the two left-handers. Not quite sure he'll turn as much this morning.
Come on, Beastie. Come on up, Beastie. Oh, Beastie.
That's an important position. Just there for the bat that just pushes at the ball. Three men close to the bat. Ring of fielders bows on the onside and leg side.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, I love that position. It's silly mid off. Forces the batsman to go hard at the ball, which then in turn brings Daryl Mitchell and play it slip as you're playing with harder hands. And a wonderful start from Bracewell. Perfect start for New Zealand and Tim Southee. Sure, it was discussed last night and this morning how important it was to break that partnership and to get Babar Azam in the first over. Perfect start.
Yeah, now they've got the pressure on. They've got the three men catching. They've got a ring of fielders for anything if it does become a scoring opportunity for a catch or a drive that's hit in the air. No fielders on the boundary, so inviting the batters if they want to have a hit. A maiden over here, 328 for 6. Helmet's gone, the caps are out. Spin at both ends.
Yeah.
First run after 4 maiden overs.
Yeah, it's very good from New Zealand.
Come on, Jesse.
It's what they would have talked about. They're not getting early wickets, try and control this run rate, which builds the pressure.
Yeah, excellent from New Zealand this morning, especially the skipper. The setup to Babar Azam in particular. Just to catch him maybe a little bit off guard. The bounce did him, the ball just nipped back enough. That faint tackle. Yeah, a lot relied on Babar yesterday as well, with the way he scored his runs to get that big 100 and then continue on. We're probably expecting him to get a few more this morning.
It was the perfect time, wasn't it? Even though he was on 161, had a night's sleep. Just, I think it was his third ball of the morning, just hadn't got himself back in, and that little bit of extra bounce from Tim Southee. You can see the devastation on Bubba's face. Couldn't believe he nicked it. And the squeals of delight from the New Zealand fielders. Just see, I just cannot believe. Just there he's thinking, why didn't I just leave that? Still the end of a magnificent innings.
Oh.
329 for 6.
Over the wicket.
We're just talking about Pakistan's progress this morning, and then if you really join the two sessions, the last one yesterday and then this morning, Pakistan have lost two set batters back to back with hardly any runs in between. The new ball yesterday, 10 overs, Pakistan scored 24. This morning, 4 maidens in a row and just that 1 run in the previous over. It has really shifted that momentum, whatever Pakistan had, towards the visitors. And now it's that tough call again for Salman, because he has to bat with the tail and it's not an easy task. Who does he really put his trust on? Noman can bat, he's got some runs in the first class circuit, so he can. But there always has to be some progression in terms of the scoreboard. And those 2 quick wickets, if you want to just join the 2 sessions, will obviously have its major impact on whatever Pakistan gets in their first innings, because we were probably hoping, we were talking in the pre-show, around 400, 450 would be ideal, but with the way things are going now, it'll take some time to get there. Runs.
Yeah, it's the offside, the way it's set up. Grace will bring the ball back in, and they've left a man hanging between mid-on and long-on in case Salman does take the bowler on for that big hit on the leg side, which, because of the 3 ring fielders on the offside, opens that up as well. So he's got a few scoring opportunities. If you have a look at the field, if he can pierce the offside, but he'll be have to mindful of the ball that turns back in trying to open that bad face.
Oh!
Hey, Sikandar, you make a valid point. The scoring rate has dipped in the back end of the first day and this morning as well. It was around 3.6, 3.7, but this morning hardly any runs have come by. And obviously, it does have to do a lot with when your set batters fall, but buying out time in the game has to come with runs. 1.44 this morning. We had 4 overs maiden on the trot, the 5th one yielding just once. At one point, Pakistan had scored 1 in the 5 overs.
I think we're going to give some credit to New Zealand as well, because this would have been exactly their plan. They know that wickets are going to be hard to come by on the surface. So you've got to work very hard to control that run rate, and they've done that brilliantly this morning. There hasn't been too many loose deliveries.
Oh, beastie!
332 for 6. It was also yesterday when we saw the latter part of the day, New Zealand controlled their lines and lengths better and bowled disciplined lines for longer periods of time, which took away scoring opportunities, and that they've continued that this morning. Not easy bowling on these surfaces, so discipline becomes key.
You could say New Zealand has done well in the happy hours. See, you're getting 4 in the first session yesterday, and then today getting Babar Azam as a big prize wicket. And that really didn't allow Salman to, you know, set himself in his shadow.
Down the wicket. He hits it straight. That was key. He's timed it well. Salman picks up a boundary.
Yeah, it was a good shot. New Zealand won't mind that, though. He's used the feet. Got to the pitch of the ball. But it's gone at a catchable height, but he's hit it nice and straight. That was the key, just inside of mid-on. Wonderful strike. Well, the bowlers have certainly executed for New Zealand this morning. I think what also we've seen is a couple of dives in the outfield which have pretty much saved boundaries. I think we saw one from Neil Wagner. So they need the support of the fielders as well. New Zealand's been right on point this morning.
A field placing as well. Saudi keeping mid-on, mid-off up. Asking for Salman to repeat the dose if he can. In taking Ijaz on or Bracewell from the other end in case they want to go down the ground.
Yeah, I love these in-out fields on this type of surface. It's forcing the batsman to show good defence, and if he's going to play with soft hands, you've got a short leg, slim it off, and a slip already, just in case he makes a slight error in judgment. And then there's a ring field on the off and onside to stop any attacking shots.
It's getting that right balance, isn't it, between looking for wickets constantly along with trying to close up scoring opportunities and not giving easy runs away.
It's not often you see a spinner bowling with no sweepers out either. Oh, looking for a quick single, but turned down. Ends the over, and Pakistan now 336 for 6.
This partnership coming along rather slowly. 18 from 68 balls now. Noman has plenty of first-class experience to his name. Even with the bat, he's got more than a dozen half-centuries, 1 century. Captains his side in the domestic circuit as well. He's 1 of 38. Hardly any runs coming by at this point. The Osaka boundary contest, and every time a player hits a boundary when the Osaka LED display is on, the batter gets awarded PKR 10,000 rupees. Got to be careful with the one that comes back in sharply. Slightly quicker through the air as well.
He just skidded on, didn't it? It's a wonderful line from Bracewell. Very much wicket to wicket. Ends the 103rd over in Pakistan now, 336 for 6.
Fair to say it's been a rather subdued morning for Pakistan.
Come on, Jesse boy!
1 from 41. And Oman, Pakistan still have 4 wickets in hand, but scoring rate has gone absolutely nowhere. Nicely driven, nicely timed. Every opportunity he gets, Salman, he's getting those runs.
Yeah, Patel slightly over pitching, but you just wonder the way that Oman's playing, how much pressure that's putting on Salman to score. That's a wonderful shot, playing against the spin. Made sure he played it under his eyes and played it late, all the way along the ground. Wonderful shot.
Oh, Jesse!
I see what you mean, Uruj, when you say 41 deliveries face 1 run. Just can't keep offering that dead bat and you got 4 wickets in hand. You're right about that. But that's been the problem. When Pakistan loses those 5 or 6 wickets, and they're actually playing fourth innings at the shutters just go down. Here, you've got to have some kind of progression. But it's just such a tricky number, batting 6 or 7 when you talk about Salman, and is fairly new to that. He doesn't bat that number in first class. Bats 4 or 5. You remind of Asad Shafiq, who was continuously part of the Pakistan Test side for almost a decade, batted that number. And 6. And you had to probably learn the art of playing with the tail-enders, and then so many things come your way. You can sometimes face a new ball as well.
Oh yeah, Jesse!
Yeah, not an easy place for him to be. Just after that previous ball, he hit the drive straight to the cover field, and you just sort of felt him getting a bit frustrated.
Oh, he's lost!
340 for 6. A lovely morning here in Karachi. Action continues in National Bank Cricket Arena. They've come out in limited numbers again this morning here in Karachi. Limited has also been the number of runs scored this morning. 23 now of the 14 overs. Oman just with the 1.
It's even being a left-right hand combination, even just that lack of intent to try and rotate the strike. Even looking for just a defended one to mid-wicket. It's been a slight change in the field. Tim Southee has strengthened the offside and left mid-wicket open, almost inviting him in to try and play against the spin. Because he can just feel that pressure building. Now it's just 1 run from 43 balls.
And you just add pressure to yourself. You put yourself in that position where you're looking to defend constantly and you just end up missing one, or the one that skids back in or just manages to turn. That's the intent. Looks like the message is pretty clear. As Noman to manage one end.
Could actually throw in an offer that the guys before us were discussing. You can see the bottom left of your screen. The turn is also decreased. Talking about if you don't finish the match in 15 overs in the day, then you get a refund. Pakistan get to 350 by lunch, and you can give a refund to the 15 people here. Some kind of motivation, maybe.
That ends another maiden. 340 for 6.
We saw a little bit of frustration from Salman missing out on a cover drive in the previous over, and I just wonder how much that is coming from his partner at the other end, who's now 1 from 47. Just to feel that need for Salman to put every opportunity away. Just wonder if he'll become slightly more aggressive. As we see there, throwing his hands through the offside, beats the man at cover. Good bit of fielding. We'll get back for 3. That didn't look there as though it was quite there to drive, just bounced a little bit. There was a few ums and ahs from the New Zealand fielders, as I think it went in the air for a wee while.
Yeah, the pressure of runs, just the onus at the moment lies with Salman in the air, reaching for it. Lucky for him not to go straight to the cover fielder.
Come on, Jesse boy!
It's that pressure you talk about where Noman's shut up shop at the other end, 1 from 47. That's nicely swept. And he picks up a boundary.
Yeah, good option as well. Ajaz Patel outside off stump. And Newman, his first sign of aggression in this innings. Down on one knee and hit it well as well. No sweeper out. Looks as though his partner might have had a chat to him. Let's try and put some pressure back on these bowlers.
Yeah, Pakistan 347 for 6, still first session into day 2.
Come on, Jesse boy! Come on!
Quite understanding why there was no intent to look for runs, because clearly on the other side Salman is looking for runs. Anything that's pitched up or marginally short, he is playing his shots. But Noman now finally looking for runs. Pakistan obviously in search of a big first innings score here, with still 4 wickets in hand. Salman at the crease, has a job of batting with the tail to get as many as possible.
Yeah, Jesse!
That boundary certainly looks as though it's freed up. Imran is playing a few more shots now, looking to pierce that offside.
347 for 6. Long on has dropped back for Bracewell. Big boundaries here at the National Bank Cricket Arena. He's about 15 yards in.
Oh, Beastie! Beastie! Good boy! Please! Come on, Beastie! Come on, boy! Down! Beastie!
A Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Oh,
The sound of that in Uruj is just so familiar. You get to hear that 100 times on television every day.
I watched it on TV quite a lot last night.
Did you go and buy some Sensodyne then?
Oh, it really works though. I've used it, it's great. It allows me to bite ice blocks.
Oh, Beastie!
Bracewell just sort of dangling the carrot for Salman's called long on back up to mid on, leaving that scoring option open where he likes to use his feet. He's done that a couple of times already. Mid wicket now drops back. He's come down, but he's done well, realizing that he's reached too close to the ball. It's the release shot we talk about, which we didn't see earlier on with the Pakistan wickets that fell. Abdullah and Shan both caught in the middle of nowhere, really.
Oh, Tom!
Azeen side edge will pick up one. 348 for 6. As it's time for drinks.
.348 for 6, 107 overs have been bowled. New Zealand had early success in the first 20 minutes this morning. The first 10 minutes, in fact, picking up the wicket of Babar Azam. But since then, a partnership of 30 off 98 deliveries between Noman Ali and Salman Agha has seen Pakistan through to 348 for 6. setting a very good first innings total at the moment. Wicket fall this morning, that of Babar Azam. Just a little bit of bounce from Tim Southee, the skipper, through to Tom Blundell. It was the end of a fine innings from the Pakistan skipper. Still no test match double 100. We thought it was a prime opportunity today to pick one of those up, but not to be. Over the all-round skills of Salman and the batting ability of Noman Ali has thwarted New Zealand for the rest of that first session of day number 2 in this first test match. Salman Aga, who is a very competent all-rounder, picked up some nice boundaries, and aggressive at times and stoic in defence, and placement on that occasion has seen him move through to 29 off 63. Chris Harris and Waqar Younis still in alongside me to take through the next half an hour. Good first half hour for New Zealand, but Pakistan have wrestled things back, Chris.
Yeah, the perfect start. It's what New Zealand would have discussed last night and first thing this morning. Got to try and break this partnership. Not necessarily thinking it was going to be Babar Azam, but the skipper stood up, fourth ball of the morning's play. Got that one just to bounce a little bit, and just before, I'm sure they talked about it, before Babar gets himself set again, got a wee opportunity to try and get him early, and the skipper delivered. But since then, what New Zealand, they've gone wicketless, but they've controlled this run rate, which is important. Not let Pakistan get away. Sure, Pakistan will still be thinking of trying to score in excess of 400, and New Zealand's big target will be to bowl them out before that.
High score of 62 for Salman in Test match cricket, Waqar, and he's looked very capable this morning.
Yeah, that's his 6th game. Very new at this level, and batted at number 7 most of the games, and looked very compact. 350s already scored, and had no real issues so far in his 29, and it looks like that he's gonna look to play with his tail and try to get maximum runs. Slow going for Pakistan this morning. That's purely because they lost a wicket in the very first over. 17 overs been bowled in this morning first hour, 31 runs. A very different test match cricket to what we played just recently against England. It's an old style, just taking their time, plenty of time in this game. Pakistan would love to get 400, maybe more. And Noman batted for 52 deliveries for his 5 runs. He has scored 90, 97, I think, or maybe 97, I've been told, in a game against Zimbabwe. So very much capable. Ishodi comes into the attack. I think it's time for Wagner to come and have a short spell, or maybe bowl those short deliveries. I'm sure New Zealand team and the management, they've seen the series, so they've worked out. Pakistan have struggled, especially the late order batsmen. They've struggled with the shorter delivery, and this man Wagner, he can really deliver that.
Yeah, I like that thought. He's used to bowling long spells as well, but you might just say to him, look, we just need 4 overs from you. And just bowl as short as you have to try and get it up. Just to try and make it a little bit more uncomfortable.
Tom!
Yeah, it might feel like he's slightly better for the run yesterday as well. Again, first time playing a test match for 5.5, 6 months. So just short of a run, short of a gallop. in horse racing parlance. Up a leg by perhaps. What's the umpire got to say? No, a little bit of bat. Doesn't get much wrong, Melinda.
No, that's why I stood out there for so many test matches. Very good umpire. Like this from New Zealand on Tim Southey. There's Sodhi. Just give him a chance to settle into his work, get a bit of confidence.
It's short and whipped away. Beautiful timing for 4. Didn't look like there was much in it, but just timing.
Well, you don't really need to take any risk against Sodhi, because he does bowl a short delivery now and again and just wait for that, and that's exactly what Salman Agha did. Wait to short, slow pitch, easy pace, and just rolling his wrist on it. Lovely shot.
How hard did he hit it? Just beautiful timing.
Come on, Ace. Come on here, boy. Come on, Ace.
Well, it's a good over of batting for Pakistan. 355 for 6.
Yeah. Come on, BC, come on, boy.
Bracewell's been good, 2 for 65 from his 20 overs.
Come on, boy. Oh, yes,
I've been really impressed with his control. He hasn't bowled a huge amount of big spells. Sort of bowling's come about through bowling a little bit Wellington T20 cricket, one-day cricket, but can't think he'd bowled too many spells of 20 overs or more. And his control has been extremely impressive. Hasn't bowled too many bad deliveries in that 20.2 overs so far.
Well, I guess the concern for New Zealand is that concern and a positive, I suppose, that he's turned into the second spinner, whereas they wanted him to be the third spinner. In reality, when they selected this side, New Zealand wanted Michael Bracewell to be the third spinner. They wanted Ajaz Patel as number 1, and has taken that role on really well. They wanted Sodhi to be their second spinner in the side, and Bracewell to do the third spinner's job, part-time role, but he's kind of taken over that second spinner's role because of Sodhi's spells have just not been good enough. They haven't been up to the quality that they would have wanted or expected from him.
Yeah, it's that lack of penetration, isn't it, from Sodhi? But also the positive is that Bracewell's probably bowled better than they expected.
We talked about it yesterday. Sodhi's economy is up there at 5. It's just the lack of Test cricket, the lack of 4-day cricket, and the fact that he is one of New Zealand's premier white ball spinners. He's bowled so much in white ball cricket. One of the first selected in the T20 side now.
I guess the tough thing from Tim Southey's point of view, when Bracewell and Patel are doing such a good job of controlling the run rate. It's how many overs do you give? So if you know he's going at 5 or 6, which gets that run rate back up and takes that pressure off that they've built. Well, the end of another good over from Bracewell. Pakistan 356 for 6.
$11 overs for Ishodi, 56. They have not picked up a wicket yet.
Oh, nice. Oh!
That one just died. Although it was a slowish delivery, not that much pace on it. Watch that how low it kept. There are a lot of foot marks where the bowlers were running. Good thing Salman Agha did. He stayed low and he made sure that he kept his eyes on the ball.
Oh, it's at the wrong end. I think it's turning down. If it's the wrong end, I think it's missing. I think it's turning down.
I think it's close enough that they'll review it though, and they have. Tim Southey. It certainly did look like the wrong and looked like it hit him on sort of middle and off, but
TV umpire to director. We
sliding
have a
into
clear review for LBW.
the leg side.
On-field decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm all tries, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Roll through to the pad, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Alim, stand by. Waiting for ball tracking. Original decision not out. Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets meeting. Alim, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
That's why he's one of the best. It looked okay, but I just thought missing, thought going down. I can see why New Zealand wanted to review it. And actually, in the end, I don't think it was the wrong end, but it just looked like it was sliding a little bit.
Nice boy. Up there, nice. Oh, yes.
Well, when you look at a real time, you think, oops, that's going to go and hit the stumps. But in a slow motion, you see that ball sort of spinning. I think the back leg sort of gives you that indication that it might have been hitting the stumps. But as it landed, it was a googly, just went away from the leg stump.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, that graphic was a great indication. If it does straighten and comes back towards the stumps, but with the angle, because it hasn't straightened, because Southey's sort of wide of the crease, just keeps going with that angle.
Let me give.
You can see why New Zealand liked it. Have a look. can just see why they liked it. Ishodi, I thought, gestured maybe leg side-ish. But he is good. He is good. 3 reviews, of course, and New Zealand now have 1 remaining. Better from Ishodi. 357 for 6. Use of the feet, so New Zealand won't mind that at all. Pinch one there. It's no man's land there. You're either up saving one or you're back stopping the boundary, I think.
He's almost deep enough, trying to encourage him to say, look, I'm up close enough that you can go over the top. But the problem is Wagner's just slightly too deep and he can't stop that one.
Yeah, mate, maybe it's tactical a little bit as well in saying to Solomon, you can have the one, we'd rather bowl the off-spinner at the left-hander, so because he's a lot tighter now, so maybe I'll give him that.
It allows him to control the run rate for the bowling more to Newman, who's now 6 from 58 deliveries.
Yes, base. Have a base day. Good boy. Keep going. Good lads. Bang, bang here, boys. Bang, bang for lunch. Base day. Oh, yes, base day.
A tidy over from Bracewell, 358 for 6. Just wonder whether Noman Ali is just getting a little bit antsy. They're starting to get a little bit anxious about scoring some runs. The partnership's decent, 40 off 122, but he's been very circumspect in his approach this morning.
Come on, Saudi boy, in again, lad. Come on, Ace.
Well, a very different style of cricket we're watching right now.
Boy.
Last month it was all just hitting the ball, scoring quickly. It's a different test match cricket now.
Oh, yes.
I guess if Babar would have been there, things would have been a little different. He would have played his shots. He would have been a bit more positive. Since he's gone, scoring has just gone really, really slow. Just 2 and over, even less than that.
Yeah, look at those numbers. And 111 overs and your number 1 wrist spinner, leg spinner, has bowled 12. And that becomes a selection issue for me, from New Zealand's point of view. And it's harsh. It's harsh on Isodi because he doesn't get test match time.
Oh, yes, yes.
Ajaz Patel has overtaken him as the, overtaken everyone really as the #1 spin bowling option in New Zealand. He doesn't even get a chance to play in New Zealand conditions. New Zealand went to India, Mazhar will correct me, I think it was about a year ago now, just over a year ago, for a test series when Ajaz Patel picked up those 10 wickets. They took Rachin Ravindra on that tour as a spin bowling option who bats, but he's all of a sudden just disappeared and no longer in the mix. Will Somerville, a couple of 3-4 years ago, UAE, he played against Pakistan in that series there. New Zealand won that series. We've decided to go back to Ish Sodhi, and it's not a slight on Ish Sodhi because I just don't think he's had the consistency of selection to become a test match bowler. So it makes it really tough when all you're asked to do is come on tour to the subcontinent. And he's never going to turn the opportunity down, but it's just a big ask, I think.
Yeah, you need to be regular playing 4-day cricket, a longer version cricket to be a lot more effective. You can clearly see the difference between Sodhi and Ajaz. He's got a lot more control. Especially when you're right arm leg spinner, it is it is very hard job, not difficult to control. And the finger spinners is a different story. 359 for 6. It's a lot easier for a finger spinner to control the length and lines, and if there is anything for them, they'll extract a bit more. But I do feel sorry for Ish Sodhi because if you haven't played any cricket and you're asked to just come and just turn it around from white ball to red ball cricket and bowl long spells and be conservative, giving away runs. This last couple of overs, I thought he bowled better, but yesterday it was all over the place.
I guess it's one of the downsides as well from a New Zealand cricket point of view that don't have surfaces in New Zealand that turn too much. There was one pitch in particular that was used at Seddon Park for quite some time in Hamilton that used to turn, used to produce a little bit of spin. And even in white ball cricket, it actually started to do that domestically. But the coaches around the country just moaned and groaned because they felt it was a pitch that was playing to Northern District's strengths, which was they had some very good quality spin bowlers in Sodhi and Santner, Carter, and there's a couple of others in amongst that, and the coaches around. It was almost like they complained so much because all of a sudden we had a surface that turned, and their players couldn't play it. But I just feel that if you're going to develop, remember that half of the cricket nations play in the subcontinent.
Oh, yes,
So New Zealand are going to have to tour there quite regularly. When you think about India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, that's almost half of the cricket playing test match nations. You have to try and produce some spinners somewhere on the lines.
I guess it goes for all the countries. When you talk about Pakistan, you can't just keep on playing on these sort of surfaces and then expect to go to England or New Zealand. Just tucked it away. Very fine, it might run away for 4. So you have to have different pitches and different grounds. I mean, go to Rawalpindi where we played the first game against England. It was very flat. Normally, when you leave a grass there with the cooler weather, it just moves around and it bounces a lot more. And Lahore is very, very flat. And over here it turns. That's fair enough. But prepare those sort of pitches. Don't try to change the nature of the surface, because once you do that, then trouble comes.
This is where I think the difference, though, nowadays, and your time as well, Waka, is that Pakistan are producing genuine quick bowlers now, though. That is one good thing. So when they tour...
What do you mean your time? Our time?
Our time, sorry, our time,
yeah.
our time, not yours. Yours and my time. That cut straight up onto the chin there for Salman. Yeah, no, our time. Apologies. But there are genuine quick bowlers in Pakistan, as there were in our day. India are producing genuine quick bowlers as well to tour. They didn't have them. You know, you had every now and then you had one or two. A Javagal Srinath burst onto the scene, Venkatesh Prasad, but now we've got a little concussion check going on here, so we can discuss this a bit more. I think that's something that Bangladesh need to do. You need to play on a couple of surfaces at home, or one at least, that produces or encourages a little bit of seam bowling and fast bowling to produce that, because Pakistan have done that well. There's a conveyor belt, and I think one thing that the PSL has produced or seen come through is genuine quick bowlers. Every team has got one, possibly two bowlers at over 145 Ks. So you have the ability to tour to those countries and produce some good quick bowlers now. It's just about bowling long spells and tough spells in those conditions, isn't it? That's the hard thing.
Well, Pakistan always had, good genuine pace, and they still got it. I mean, you look at it, Naseem Shah, Shaheen, Haris, they all bowl round about 150, 145 in between somewhere. It's just that they're not available just now because they're all going through the injuries, and especially Naseem just coming from World Cup. There you go. There's another one, Hassan Ali, who had a wonderful Champions Trophy a few years back. He lost it a little bit, and then he went and played first-class cricket. He bowled long spells there. He came back against South Africa, picked up 10 wickets in Pindi, bowled beautifully, bowled really well in South Africa also. So it's all about bowling long spells. And I think, T20 cricket, or one-day cricket, or white ball, should I say, it should be separated from Test team, because you need bowlers for Test cricket who bowls long spells, and they have pace. You do need pace also.
Only issue with that, and the players will tell you, is that the money is in the white ball game. and unless you reward the Test match players properly and pay them properly and equally, then they will not opt out of playing T20 cricket, and that becomes the issue, doesn't it? If you want your Test match game to survive, you have to pay the players properly.
Yeah, totally agree with you. And I said it many a times, that yes, they play maybe 8 games, 10 games, 12 games on a good year. But they need to be looked after financially.
113 overs gone now, 363 for 6.
Come on, Ace.
363 for 6. 43 for Salman. 7 short of another half century. He's only in his 7th Test match. Looking for his 4th half century. 6th Test match, I correct myself, sorry. And looking for his 4th half century. Very good morning, Urush Mumtaz and Bazid Khan.
Yeah, Dulu, they play him as a batting all-rounder. Not just necessarily use a lot with the ball, but on surfaces which would support spin, they reckon he plays spin very well, and he does. And that's his role in the team, and that's why he's come after Sarfraz. Even as a batting all-rounder, he comes after Sarfraz, lower down, bats with the tail, but Pakistan want him to be able to then steer the side when spin is on. And so far, he's done well in his short career in dealing with that. Oh, where can New Zealand find a wicket? Maybe a strangle down leg side, something. Just getting to that stage. Pakistan keep this going, then be more about New Zealand then being able to stay in the game with a big first innings. Rouge had a good look at the pitch. He's got some ideas. Rouge, where can New Zealand find a wicket? Run out? Yeah, before that, just a Tapalti moment to gather our thoughts and then come to that important question.
Yeah, the runs have come, but they've come at a very slow pace. Dooley and I chatted this morning about the lack of pace with the strangle for the leg side strangle, the ploy that Wood and Ben Stokes applied to Pakistan, which worked well. And Dooley, you made the point that obviously the slowish nature of the surface puts you in two minds because you've got so much time to play it. Whereas there's a discussion around leaving that ball. And obviously, when you're not playing at it, the ploy changes. But it's a slower surface, but the Wood with the extra pace and the extra bounce. It's one thing New Zealand do lack. End of the over, 365 for 6. And the wrist spin, you'd imagine, becomes an effective option. But again, the consistency, I reckon, hasn't been the key for Ish Sodhi. So they've got the armory. It's just about executing those plans to pick up the wicket. Pakistan, on the other hand, have been good at rebuilding every time a wicket's fallen. Tough ask out there at the moment.
This session, 48 runs scored in 24 overs. It's been a short. It's been not too many dramas for Pakistan at all. It goes back to that question. You mentioning this yesterday, Dooley, where teams coming to the subcontinent play a spinner, play an extra spinner for the sake of playing a spinner. Now, New Zealand have gone with 3 spinners. Bracewell, obviously, you'd say he's an all-rounder, but they have gone with 2 specialists plus 1 extra. Talked about the England series. England had the luxury of having Stokes as an all-rounder, having Joe Root also, so they had much more options. Now, I was quite surprised, I'll tell you what, that they played 3 spinners. I thought Matt Henry or somebody, generally Matt Henry would get a game. He's got in good form, 16 wickets in the last 3 games. Also, final day of the game, or test matches here, normally the pitches don't disintegrate, they don't develop as they would do in Sri Lanka or Bangladesh or even India. And the fast bowlers have a big role to play.
Down base.
So the attacking option would have been to play an extra seamer. I don't know what Dooley would say.
No, I'm with you. I just think you fall into the trap of playing a spinner for the sake of playing a spinner, and I totally agree with that. Just pick your best bowlers. Now, you pick Michael Bracewell every time because he offers you this, but he bats. So he becomes your Aga Salman, who's decent, very, very decent, but he can offer you both. And then you pick your best spinner, and then you pick your 3 best bowlers, your other best bowlers. That's kind of how I would always select the side. And if a batter offers you something, then that's all good. 3, 6, 6 for 6. So if you wanted to go with some extra pace, then maybe Blair Tickner was an option. If you wanted to go for consistency and quality, Matt Henry, absolutely, I totally agree with you. My other thought was you could play an extra batter who bowls a bit. and that is Glenn Phillips. So here's New Zealand's squad, and I'm not saying this after the fact, because I hope you'll back me up in saying that in the bus on the way to the ground yesterday morning, I did not pick Ish Sodhi. I didn't have Ish Sodhi in my side for these very reasons. Now, I'm not being smart after the fact. I would have gone with Phillips because it strengthens your batting. It's the first of only 2 tests. So only 2 tests in the series, and I like to be a little more conservative in the first test match and play that extra batter. And Glenn Phillips, and it's got a wicketkeeper signal beside his name, but he does offer you some off spin nowadays.
Can there also be a signal for a sprinter, Usain Bolt type? Yes, he's got that wicketkeeper signal. Yeah, the problem here is, I think Pakistan in that England series also had this problem, is about picking up 20 wickets. Now, England played a totally different brand of cricket where they just attacked from ball 1 and you had more chance of picking up a wicket. But in terms of getting so many runs on the board, once you got those 20 wickets, you were behind the game. But how a side can get 20 wickets, I think you have to build a side around that. And Pakistan fiddled around with their side. They packed the side with all-rounders at one stage. Fahim Ashraf playing a game and bowling maybe a couple of overs in the test match. That can't be right. So again, now Pakistan with their bowling, they've got 2 fast bowlers, 2 genuine spinners, and Agha Salman, who's not been used enough. That remains to be seen how that develops. But all these pitches in Pakistan, especially in Karachi, you look at them and you think something's going to happen, but nothing happens. You look at them and they look ugly, but actually they play much, much better, even on the 5th day. So it's an art taking those 20 wickets. .367 for 6.
And just to finish off on my spin bowling point in New Zealand conditions, Maz has thrown us a little stat here. In the last 5 years, spin bowling average in test matches in New Zealand is 59, which is the worst for any host country. That's why we don't produce spinners. And we don't play them either.
Change in bowling, and for the first time is going to be Neil Wagner. The huge discussion with Saudi Williamson in terms of what Wagner will want to do. Likes going short, that's his go-to, but yesterday's that short ball hasn't got a lot of pace, so you can just stand up and ride it now. The one thing that he could do is just make sure that the short ball's maybe outside leg or right at the body.
I had a chat to him this morning and I gave him a field set and an idea. He asked me what I thought, and I told him what I thought he should do.
I think a lot of runs now in this spell.
If he goes for plenty, it's my fault. I'll own it. Buzz it, I will own it. If he goes for plenty, it's my fault. But this is exactly what I said. he said there was a little bit of reverse swing. So I said, well, okay, if there's reverse swing, what are you thinking about doing? He said, well, maybe just bowling it up there, trying to take it away from the right hander. I said, well, I don't think that that's going to pick you up too many wickets. So what about coming around the wicket and looking to angle it in at leg stump? And then if it swings, you bring LBW into play. If it takes it away, if it keeps low, but you must set a strong leg side field to allow you to bowl there and not get clipped away. He's not straight enough.
Timed away. And it gets to the fence. So 50 for Salman Agha. Fourth in Test match cricket. It's been controlled and it's been solid yet again. Comes in lower in the order and makes sure that Pakistan just don't fall away. It's a good little knock from Salman Agha.
Yeah, he's owning this position. And he's owning it quite well. He's done it on a couple of occasions now. Not easy to bat with the tail and still to keep scoring, and he's done it well.
Yeah, been really impressed with Salman. First look at him that wasn't from my television screen or my comfortable sofa. I've been really impressed with how he's played and how he's approached this innings. His ability to just assure Noman Ali at the other end and just say, you just keep playing, I'll keep doing what I'm doing, and we will put together a partnership. Clearly a role that he is enjoying. And I've been really impressed with him.
Yeah, also he doesn't bat this lower down in domestic circuit. He normally bats around 4, which is still in there with more accomplished batters around him. Yeah, so a new role in Test cricket, and he's doing it well.
Short ball pulled away. Now, this will be interesting how he bowls to Noman Ali. Does he persist with that short ball? Does he persist round the wicket? Seems as he's going back over. And Salman just warning Numan that it's coming off the pitch really slowly, so don't assume that you can just duck. So the tactics now, I don't know if Julie discussed how to bowl to a left-hander, but the tactics now will be quite interesting, because maybe from round the wicket try and bowl short, and then with that reverse swing from even from round the wicket try and reverse swing it back into the pads. Yeah, the field set is for that short ball or just attacking leg stump, a leg gully, a short leg in 2 minutes, sort of a shortish square leg. He attempts that pull shot and also a mid wicket, so packed leg side. Now he's tinkering with it, yeah. So the short ball in play. Yeah, takes it on and he's gone. Bracewell with the catch, the plan set, and it has worked beautifully. Wagner short ball, Noman obliges.
Good left hand from Michael Bracewell. He's got big mitts. It's looped. It hasn't been hit really hard, but just look where he is, and it's looped a little bit. Gets that hand up. That's a really good catch. It's going away from the left hand all the time. And Wagner picks up his first end of a long vigil. Can't quite believe it, can he, Noman Ali? But he has to go for 7 of 75 deliveries. And it is 372 for 7.
stamp over the wicket. One ball remains.
Wagner with the wicket. Mohammad Wasim in his second test match walks in. He's not shy of trying that long handle, but the short ball is what he'll have to face. Wagner now over the wicket to the right hander, so try and get the ball up to that rib cage. The plan yet again set for that short 3 leg side. Avoids that. Well, a wicket for Wagner.
What is it? It's arm, isn't it?
Discussion, what's going on? No, he's not going up. So 372 for 7.
इधर से निकल के रही, पीछे ना रही, 2-3 कदम आगे चल के रही, 2-3 कदम चल के रही, सिंगल के लिए. Come on, Ace. Come on. Oh, he's home.
Not one of Saudi's best, but this one, the plan that Wagner and Saudi had got was short ball. It's hit his arm. Nowhere near his bat or glove. But excitement, anyway. Now, Salman normally trusts his lower order, and yet again he trusts his lower order, giving them the strike. Just bats normally with them, unless and until he gets to number 11. Here's the plan set. The short ball high up on the bat. It looped away, but it was a good catch.
Yeah, both things in that wicket. The lack of pace does the trick, and placement of Bracewell as well. That's a lovely grab. Timed his jump perfectly and stuck his left hand out. It took a while, but they have broken the partnership.
He wants a single. Oh. He wanted a single, he didn't. He was just having a stroll mid-wicket. Yeah, they can smile now.
Well, they're both just standing there having a bit of a chat in the middle of the surface. All right, should we go? Should we go? No, what should we do? Yeah, yes, no? Okay. That's all right, I'll just stroll back.
Goes back again. He's 2 deliveries that he just wanted to go on that back foot. And Sodhi just increase the pace, get one to skate the flipper, maybe the wrong one. He's in business here because Wasim is showing him studs and also showing that he's preferring to stay back. Oh, lovely. He just ramped it leg side. He'll come back for a couple.
Why not? He's been sitting in the balcony watching for a very long time. Gets down on one knee. Gets down early. Gets into position early.
Maybe he wants a promotion. He didn't like the way Noman batted. Oh, short ball, and yes, he's gone. He tried that ram shot, and for once, that short length, that extremely short length, worked for Sodhi.
First test wicket in 4 years for Ish Sodhi, and this is not something that Mohammad Wasim Jr. will want to watch too often. It's a rank long hop, and he could have put it anywhere. It just comes straight off the glove, up and into the hands of Tom Blundell. Sodhi will take it, New Zealand will take it. And it's a double strike in the space of 2 overs as Wasim Jr. goes for 2, 375 for 8. All that.
Mir Hamza walks in playing his second test match. Back in the side, back playing a test match after 4 years. Pakistan just a couple of wickets lost, just slipping away. Pulled away, doesn't want the single, so now he's going to protect the lower order. But this isn't the most fantastic cricket you'll see for quite a while. It's quite a poor delivery, and the shot tops that. So when does he go for that single? Does he just block out the first 4? I don't think that the field will change much. So it's not like he'll get the opportunity to hit the boundary more on those final 2 deliveries. So the field will probably stay the same.
Yeah, this is the part of the game I find increasingly hard to explain to those who don't know. Because if it's a run chase and there's 30 needed and you're 8 down, I get it. I get every bit of it. Take 1 off the second to last ball, take 1 off the last ball and get there in singles. You got 375 runs on the board. Take every run. And if your mate at the other end gets out, so be it. We go out there and we have a bowl.
Pulled away. He does take the single, so now it's up to Mir Hamza. Dooley spoke out of frustration. He wasn't given much strike in his playing days, so maybe that's what's coming out.
Left arm over, 2 balls remaining. He's actually coming around the wicket.
Alright, 1 leg, sir.
Towards you for leg stop.
Thank you.
2 balls remaining.
Around the wicket, over the wicket. Remember, it looks like a bit of a scattergun approach, but just think about left-handers, right-handers, around the wicket, over the wicket. But 37% short, which is probably not a high percentage for Neil Wagner in general terms in the last few years. Mark Wood, I think we had a look this morning, Rouge. Was it 69%?
And the reason for that being his pace and consistency with that pace, that line that he bowled consistently. And for Pakistan, they kept nicking him off there. So it just sort of made sense to carry on with that. And it was very earlier on in the piece where Brendan McCullum said, well, it's going to be short pretty much the way through, for Wood in particular. And gave them the results as well. Got some big wickets. The second test in Multan. And changed the game when Nawaz and Saud both tickled one down the leg side. 376 for 8.
Yeah, almost time. Probably last over before lunch. And the session has gone to New Zealand.
Baz, how many times have we seen Pakistan lose a wicket either end of the session? Either just before or just after. Saud lost his wicket just before lunch. Sarfaraz before the close of play. Babar earlier on in the morning. Important for Salman to keep these 5 out here.
Bit of bounce. The other thing you could do is just wait for the field to come in. I don't know if Saudi will do that. Will he bring the field in? I think it's more opportunity with the spinner on to get a couple of boundaries at the end of the over if there's that strategy of getting the field back in. 3 deliveries gone. Clocks the 4th.
Yeah, I think he'll just play this over out and go to lunch and then talk to the skipper and the coach and see what the plan is afterwards. Unless he gets a rank long hop like the one that got Wasim out, I don't think he'll take too many risks.
A full-blooded sweep. They're the only person that was out on the boundary or near the boundary was deep in wicket. So he picks up the single, gives 1 delivery to Mir Hamza to survive just before lunch. So he straight away goes round the wicket to the left-hander. Survives. It's time for lunch. It's been a good session for New Zealand. They've controlled the run rate and been able to pick up 3 wickets as well. Saudi's been on the ball. Started it off with a wicket early on, got Babar Azam out, and they'll be pretty satisfied with the way that things have gone. Salman Agha, 54, has made sure that Pakistan progress, but 30 overs, run rate of 2 and 3 wickets. New Zealand would take that.
Yeah, good session on a flat surface, 3 for 60. I think, as you said, Buzzard, New Zealand be very happy with their performance there, kept the run rate in check, picked up 3 wickets. They're into the tail genuinely, and they've just got Salman to try and control in that next session.
Babar Azam went very early today, gone for 161, but it's been Salman Agha, 54 of 110, and Mir Hamza right now. Pakistan 8 down, 377. And the partnership today was Salman and Noman, 54, and he's holding the innings together. At the back end is Salman Agha. Well, the day started with all eyes on Babar Azam, but it was Tim Southee with the ball that's bounced a little, caught the edge, and that was a big wicket straight away for New Zealand. Salman Agha, he plays spin so well. Whenever there's an opportunity, offside, leg side, he's pretty good, square of the wicket and down the ground.
Yeah, it's a position that's new to him, but he's looked comfortable. You know, after that one very long run, then Noman put one away to the boundary. Salman continued just scoring whenever there was an offer. There was a big appeal, not given out on field. The decision was reviewed and rightly confirming Aleem Dar's decision that it was missing. That was a moment that brought up his 4th half century just in a few games in his test career. Perfect plan, not the perfect shot, but the perfect catch for Bracewell that got Noman's wicket for New Zealand.
A not so perfect plan, but it worked. Another wicket. I must see him obliged and just lobbing it to the keeper. And that means at lunch on this second day, Pakistan 377 for 8, a couple of wickets for Bracewell and a couple of Southee. New Zealand have bowled 120 overs.
Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. And today on our lunch show, we've got a special guest, a man who's been in spotlight for a while now, and it'll be great to have a one-on-one chat with him. He's, of course, Chairman PCB Management Committee. Mr. Najam Sethi needs no introduction. Thank you so much for joining us.
Welcome.
I'm sure you've been answering a lot of questions. I might not have any different, but let's start with what played the most instrumental role in for you to accept this job again and come back in that hot seat?
या ऐसे था कि इस इन्होंने जो लोग 2018 के बाद आए हैं मेरे बाद, इन्होंने आके जो सारा डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट स्ट्रक्चर था उसको चेंज कर दिया और उसके साथ बहुत सी इश्यूज बन गए और जो स्ट्रक्चर को रिप्लेस किया वो चला नहीं इनसे, तो बहुत से कंप्लेंट्स चल रहे थे इस चीज़ के बारे में। फिर क्रिकेट टीम की कारकर्दगी कोई अच्छी नहीं रही, तो मेरा ख्याल है जब ये गवर्नमेंट आई तो उन्होंने ये फैसला किया कि हमने पुराना स्ट्रक्चर वापस रिस्टोर करना है और उसमें प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने उस वक्त कह भी दिया था कि हम करेंगे, स्पेशली डिपार्टमेंटल क्रिकेट को रिस्टोर करना है। जब उन्होंने उसको अबॉलिश किया था पिछली रजीम ने, तो वो कोई 2,500-3,000 लोग बेरोज़गार हो गए थे, बड़ा शोर पड़ा हुआ था, ये चूल्हे बंद हो गए एंड सो ऑन। पब्लिक प्रेशर बड़ा था, MNAs MPs का प्रेशर था कि जी वो सब कुछ वापस लाया जाए। ज़ाहिर है कंस्टिट्यूंसीज़ को मैनेज करना होता है, तो फिर इन्होंने खुद एक फ़ैसला किया कि जी हम एक डायरेक्टिव देते हैं डिपार्टमेंट्स को कि आप वापस आइए क्रिकेट को। अब वो वापस तो आए मगर कोई स्ट्रक्चर नहीं था, तो स्ट्रक्चर के लिए 2014 की आइन को वापस बहाल करना था और वो 2014 की आइन वही थी जो मैंने बनाई थी और हम उसके तहत काम कर रहे थे। तो फिर जाहिर है कि उस वक्त उन्होंने ये सोचा कि उस शख्स को वापस लाया जाए जिसने ये सब कुछ किया था और जिसके दौर में क्रिकेट की काफ़ी कामयाबी भी हुई। हमारे दौर में हम चैम्पियंस ट्रॉफी भी हमने जीती, हमारे दौर में हम क्रिकेट को वापस भी लेके आए, PSL को और इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट को। फिर एक वक्त था कि हमारी टेस्ट टीम नंबर 1 भी बनी, फिर ODI में भी नंबर 1 आई, तो सब अच्छा ही चल रहा था। उसके बाद काफ़ी डाउनहिल हुआ है सब कुछ, तो मेरा ख्याल है दैट वाज द रीज़न एंड व्हेन दे आस्क्ड मी, तो ये शुरू में जैसे ही ये गवर्नमेंट आई तो उन्होंने मुझे पूछा, मगर फिर मेरा ख्याल है कि कुछ कंसिडरेशंस थी कि चलो इनको थोड़ी देर चलने दिया जाए रवीज़ राजा साहब को, देखते हैं क्या करते हैं। और मैं आई वाज इन नो हरी, मैं ठीक है बिल्कुल दें इनको मौका, ठीक करेंगे, मगर ज़ाहिर है वो नहीं हुआ इनसे, तो फिर मेरा ख्याल है ये फैसला हुआ कि चले यू गो बैक देयर एंड फिक्स द प्रॉब्लम।
थोड़ा सा मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा माइक थोड़ा करीब कर लीजिएगा। अच्छा, आपने जो मेंशन किया डोमेस्टिक स्ट्रक्चर का, आपको क्या लगता है कि कितने अरसे में वापस ऑन ट्रैक आ जाएगा?
देखिए हमें 4 महीने दिए गए हैं जिसके अंदर बहुत कुछ करना है। डिपार्टमेंट्स को कन्विंस करना है कि फिर से अपनी क्रिकेट एक्टिविटी शुरू करें, लोगों को हायर करें, वो सब बंद कर दिया हुआ है उन्होंने, क्लोज शॉप। इसी तरीके के साथ सारे इलेक्शंस करवाने हैं रीजन्स के अंदर, नए लोग इलेक्ट होने हैं, इट्स क्वाइट अ टफ जॉब। तो 4 महीने के अंदर इफ़ यू कैन कंप्लीट दैट, तो फिर एक नया बोर्ड आएगा अराउंड द लाइंस ऑफ द 2014 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। उसमें 8 लोग आएंगे, 4 डिपार्टमेंट से आएंगे, 4 लोग आएंगे इलेक्टेड प्रेसिडेंट्स ऑफ रीजनल एसोसिएशंस और 2 नॉमिनीज़ होंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर के। हम लोग घर चले जाएंगे, प्राइम मिनिस्टर फिर 2 नॉमिनीज़ अपने देंगे, अब वो कोई भी हो सकता है, मैं भी हो सकता हूँ, कोई और भी उनमें से हो सकता है, एंड देन फिर एक नया बोर्ड के तहत सब काम होगा, तो 4 महीने लग जाएंगे।
4 महीने। अच्छा, आपसे मैं इंडिविजुअली वैसे पूछूं, अगर आपने देखा होगा पाकिस्तान में क्रिकेट ऑफ कोर्स नेक्स्ट टू एनीथिंग एक बेस्ट है जो फॉलोइंग पाकिस्तान की है क्रिकेट के लिए, और फिर ऐसी हेल्म ऑफ अफेयर्स में लीड करना समटाइम्स इफ आई मे यूज दैट वर्ड बिकम्स लाइक अ थैंकलेस जॉब। बातें बहुत सुननी पड़ती हैं, सो यू आर रेडी टू एब्जॉर्ब दैट, आई मीन, एंड से इट कम्स विद द टेरिटरी।
देखिए जब शुरू में मुझे PCB भेजा गया तो मुझे तो एहसास ही नहीं था, ये मैं नहीं करना चाह रहा था, तो मगर मुझे कहा गया कि आप 3 महीने के लिए जाएं और वहाँ जाके एक नई कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन दें, क्योंकि ये अदालत का हुक्म था। ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर तो उस वक्त ख़ास इंटरेस्टेड ही नहीं थे, मगर वो अदालत ने, जस्टिस सिद्दीकी ने ये ऑर्डर किया, एक चेयरमैन को निकाला और क्योंकि वहाँ कोई एलिगेशन और रिगिंग थी, और कहा जी कि ठीक है जी आप एक बंदा अपॉइंट करें, 3 महीने के अंदर अंदर एक नई डेमोक्रेटिक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लेके आए। मैं तो वो करने आया था, हमने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन तो बना दी, मगर फिर वो अदालतों में हम घूमते रहे, फिर जाके 2014 में मसला हल हुआ। फिर उस वक्त 1 साल गुजर चुका था, बहुत मेहनत की थी, कुछ समझ भी आ गई थी कि करना क्या है। तो देन आई थिंक आई डिसाइडेड कि ठीक है, माइट एज़ वेल टेक दिस चैलेंज। सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज PSL था, मगर अल्लाह का बड़ा शुक्र है कि वी वर एबल टू मैनेज इट। और अब सूरत एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स जब ये नई गवर्नमेंट आई तो मेरा ये मौक़िफ़ था कि इनका हक़ है अपना बंदा लगाएं, बिकॉज़ अगर मैं ही रह जाता हूँ तो फिर शायद मेरा इनके साथ चलना मुश्किल हो जाएगा, बिकॉज़ ज़ाहिर है सियासी तौर पे वो हमारी वेवलेंथ फ़र्क थी। तो मैंने कहा अच्छा किया कि मैंने टाइम पे छोड़ दिया। پھر یہ لوگ آئے, انہوں نے جو کچھ کیا وہ ہمارے سامنے ہے. ناؤ وی ہیو ٹو ریپیئر دس ڈیمیج. بہت بڑا چیلنج ہے, آپ یقین کریں یہ چیلنج کو 10 گنا زیادہ مشکل ہے کمپیئر ٹو ایون سیٹنگ اپ پی ایس ایل. اس میں تو اتنی تباہی ہوئی ہے یہاں, میں اب آپ کو کہاں لے کے جاؤں. میں تنقید نہیں کرنا چاہ رہا, مگر مجھے تو سلیپ لیس نائٹس آ رہی ہیں. یہ سارا اسٹرکچر کو انڈو کر کے نیا اسٹرکچر بنانا اور پھر اس چیز کو ریل گاڑی کو چلانا, اٹس گوئنگ ٹو بی کوائٹ اے ٹف جاب, بٹ ان شاء اللہ ویل مینیج اٹ.
اچھا, آپ نے پی ایس ایل کا ذکر کیا اور آپ کا کافی انسٹرومنٹل رول تھا. انفیکٹ یو لیڈ اٹ جب اسٹارٹ ہوا تھا پی ایس ایل. اب پی ایس ایل 8 سر پہ ہے. اوور اے پیریڈ آف ٹائم جب آپ نہیں تھے, یہ پروگرس کیسی دیکھی ہے پی ایس ایل کی آپ؟
دیکھیے تھوڑے بہت اپس اینڈ ڈاؤنس ہوئے ہیں, بٹ پروگرس تو ہو رہی ہے. اپس اینڈ ڈاؤنس یہ ہیں وہ کووڈ کی وجہ سے کچھ ڈسرپشنز ہو گئے. پھر کبھی ادھر جا رہے تھے, کبھی آدھے میچز ہوئے, پھر نہیں گئے, پھر کبھی دبئی چلے گئے, پھر ابو دھابی گئے. تو وہ آئی تھنک کافی تھوڑی بہت مس مینجمنٹ بھی تھی اس میں, تو اس کے ساتھ نقصان ضرور ہوا. پھر یہ کہ ایک چھٹی ٹیم جو تھی وہ بکی ہوئی تھی ملتان کی, وہ پھر واپس لینی پڑ گئی کیونکہ وہ چلی نہیں ان سے, پھر سے بیچنی پڑی اینڈ سو آن. تو یہ ہکپس تو رہے ہیں, مگر سروائیو کر گیا پی ایس ایل. مگر ابھی میں نے سنا تھا, ابھی میری میٹنگ نہیں ہوئی پی ایس ایل فرینچائزز کے ساتھ, مگر پی ایس ایل فرینچائزز کے اور پی سی بی بورڈ کے, پچھلے بورڈ کے کافی مسئلے چل رہے تھے, اور اب جا کے وہ بیٹھ کے ان کو سارٹ آؤٹ کرنا ہے. تو آئی تھنک اس قسم کے مسئلے ہیں. بٹ اب اگلا مسئلہ اور بھی بڑا انٹرسٹنگ ہے کہ چھٹی ٹیم تو ہو گئی, اب 7ویں اور 8ویں ٹیم ہے, اور 10 سال کے اندر اندر ہم نے یہ کرنا تھا. یہ ہمارا فائنینشیل ماڈل تھا. مگر ابھی لگتا ہے ایسے ہے کہ جو ایگزسٹنگ فرینچائزز ہیں وہ نہیں چاہتے کہ کوئی 7ویں ٹیم آئے یا 8ویں ٹیم آئے. وہ سمجھتے ہیں کہ ہمارے ریونیوز جو ہیں ابھی 6 میں ڈسٹریبیوٹ ہو رہے ہیں, بعد میں 7 یا 8 میں ہوں گے تو شاید کم ہو جائے گا. مگر ان کے ساتھ بیٹھ کے یہ سارا دیکھنا ہے, because the financial model is 7 and 8 teams.
Yeah. And that will probably also show the part of growth of
Yes, absolutely, because every time you add a team, the revenue to PCB goes up. And then, of course, you have perhaps more matches, if not more matches, tighter matches, more foreign players. So it's very exciting.
جب کرکٹ کی بات ہو رہی ہے, فورن ٹیمز آنا شروع ہوئیں اور ابھی سے نہیں کچھ ٹائم ہو گیا. یہ بھی ایک بڑی رسپانسبلٹی ہے ان کا یہاں آنا, اینڈ آف کورس سیکورٹی ایشوز کی طرف بات ہوتی ہے. لیکن ریسنٹ پرفارمنس پاکستان کی ٹیسٹ میں ابھی انگلینڈ کے خلاف کوئی اتنی اچھی نہیں رہی. ہم صرف جواب دے اپنے ود ان دا گروپ نہیں ہوتے, فینس کو بھی جواب دینا ہوتا ہے. تو ایز اے نیو مینجمنٹ کرنٹلی جو آپ ہیں اس کو ہیڈ کر رہے ہیں, کیا پلیج کرنا چاہیں گے فینس کو ان ٹرمز آف پاکستان کرکٹ؟
دیکھیے یہ تو نظر آ گیا نا کہ جیسے ہی ہم آئے ہیں, ہمارے ایک دن آنے سے پہلے انہوں نے ٹیم اناؤنس کر دی پریویس مینجمنٹ نے فار دس سیریز. جب میں نے دیکھی آئی ہیڈ سم ایشوز کہ یہ کیا ہے. بہرحال اب ظاہر ہے وی ور سٹنگ آؤٹ سائڈ. میں نے کچھ پیغام بھیجنے کی کوشش کی کہ بھائی آپ ٹیم مت اناؤنس کریں, ہم آ رہے ہیں, ویل ڈو اٹ. بٹ خیر آئی تھنک وہ اپنا ان کا ایک موقف تھا, انہوں نے کر دی. جب ہم آئے تو میں نے جب کنسلٹ کیا سب کو, تو پتہ یہی چلا کہ کچھ اس میں خامیاں ہیں, اینڈ وی نیڈ ٹو ہیو اے بولڈر اپروچ. اور میری تو ہمیشہ یہ موقف رہا کہ یار ہار جیت تو ہوتی ہے, رسک بھی لینی پڑتی ہے, اور یہ فلیٹ پچز جس کے اوپر اتنی کرٹیسزم ہو رہی تھی اور اس کے اوپر بھی آپ ہار رہے تھے. سو مطلب 4 ٹیسٹس ان اے رو ہم پچھلی مینجمنٹ کے اور سلیکٹرز نے جو کام کیا, تو اس لیے پھر تو اس سچویشن میں پھر ہم نے سوچا کہ وی گیٹ ان دیئر اینڈ اس سیریز کو تو بچانے کی کوشش کریں, یہ نہ وائٹ واش ہو جائے. سو دیٹس واٹ وی آر ٹرائنگ ٹو ڈو کہ یہ سیریز کم از کم فین بیس کو ریوائیو کرے کہ ایٹ لیسٹ ہم آئے ہیں, کچھ تبدیلیاں کریں گے, اینڈ وی ہوپ دوز ول بی سکسیزفل.
ٹیم اناؤنس ہو گئی تھی جیسا کہ آپ نے بتایا, اور اس کے بعد پھر آپ نے ایک انٹرم سلیکشن کمیٹی جو ہے آپ نے انٹروڈیوس کی. شاہد آفریدی اس کے چیف سلیکٹر ہے. وہ تھاٹ پروسیس کیا تھا کہ شاہد آفریدی ہی کیوں یو فیلٹ کہ اس ٹائم پہ ہی کین میک اے گڈ کال؟
دیکھیے 2-3 ایشوز تھے. ایک تو خیر شاید بڑا بزی ہے, بڑی مشکل سے اس کو پرسویٹ کیا, اینڈ آئی ایم ویری گریٹفل کہ انہوں نے اپنی باقی ذمہ داریاں انہوں نے کہا ٹھیک ہے میں کرتا ہوں, بیکاز آئی تھنک وہ بھی خود سمجھتے ہیں کہ کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. دوسری بات یہ کہ شاید از اے ویری اگریسو ڈائنامک پلیئر. ان کی ہمیشہ اپروچ اپ فرنٹ رہی ہے, فرنٹ فٹ سے کھیلتے ہیں, اور بولنگ بھی ویسے ہی کرتے تھے, جذبے کے ساتھ, اگریسو بولڈ. تو ہمارے یہ تھا کہ ہم نے بھی یہی اب کرنا ہے. اگر ہار جیت آپ ٹمڈ اپروچ لے کے تو آپ کیسے کریں گے؟ اور یہ مکس اینڈ میچ, پتہ ہی نہیں پچ کس قسم کی ہے, پتہ نہیں کون سی کتنے بولرز رکھنے ہیں, کیسے بولرز رکھنے ہیں, اینڈ سو آن اینڈ سو فورتھ. ہم سوچ رہے تھے ہمارا بیٹنگ کا پرابلم ہے, ایکچولی ان پچز کے اوپر تو بولنگ کا بھی پرابلم ہے. تو اس لیے آئی تھنک ہم نے سوچا شاید وڈ بی دا بیسٹ مین ٹو ہیو این اگریسو انوویٹو اپروچ, اینڈ آئی تھنک ہی از ڈیلیورڈ. آپ نے دیکھا ہم نے جو 2-3 چینجز کیے ہیں ان میں سے سرفراز کو واپس لانا ہیز آلریڈی کلکڈ, اور بہت بڑا امپورٹنٹ رول سرفراز نے پلے کیا ہے. 85 ان اے سچویشن وین یو 3 ڈاؤن اور 4 ڈاؤن, He held it together. Of course, Babar तो है star है ही है, but you need one or two other people to partner with him. तो एक तो ये अच्छा फैसला है. दूसरा ये कि we brought in we've rested one of the bowlers जो कि इंजर्ड था. मान तो नहीं रहे थे इंजरी है, मगर हमें पता है कि वो 4 ओवर तो करा लेंगे, मगर टेस्ट मैच में तो 10-20 ओवर कराने पड़ते हैं कम से कम. तो वी ब्रॉट इन अ न्यू यंग मैन. अब अल्लाह करे कि ही क्लिक्स. दिस इज़ गोइंग टू बी अ बिग टेस्ट फॉर हिम आल्सो.
प्रीवियस मैनेजमेंट ने कोई नए प्रोडक्ट्स इंट्रोड्यूस किए, जैसे पीजेएल था, और कुछ अनाउंस किए जैसे विमेंस लीग है. इन टर्म्स ऑफ विमेन क्रिकेट क्या प्लान है आपकी मैनेजमेंट का, क्योंकि अभी अंडर 19 विमेंस वर्ल्ड कप है जनवरी में, उसके बाद विमेंस वर्ल्ड कप है फरवरी में. पाकिस्तान विमेंस क्रिकेट को कहाँ लेके जाने का प्लान है करंट मैनेजमेंट का?
देखिए सिकंदर, जब व्हेन आई वाज चेयरमैन पीसीबी इन द लास्ट ईयर 17 to 18, हमने 5 एकेडमीज़ का फैसला किया था विमेन के लिए. 5 एकेडमीज़ रेंटेड प्रेमिसेस लेके वहाँ एकेडमीज़ बनाएंगे ट्रेनिंग वगैरह के लिए. वो दिन है और आज का दिन है, वो हम छोड़ गए और उस बना के, और वो चली नहीं आज तक. तो विमेन क्रिकेट को तो ख़ास अहमियत नहीं दी गई. इसीलिए हमारे लिए प्रॉब्लम यह है कि जब हम विमेन सुपर लीग सोचते हैं या विमेंस लीग सोचते हैं तो हम सोचते हैं हमारे असासे कौन से हैं. 20 लड़कियां मुश्किल से हम इकट्ठी करेंगे, तो उसके साथ कैसे लीग चलेगी. हमारे असासे ज़बरदस्त असासे थे, ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स के स्टार्स. दैट इज़ वाई द PSL सक्सीडेड. मगर अब 4 टीमें या 5 टीमें बनाना विमेंस लीग के लिए, तो ऐसे ही होगा कि फिर मेरा ख्याल है 6-7 बाहर से लानी पड़ेंगी ख़वातीन, 4-5 हमारी होंगी, तो फिर जाके ये टीमें बनेंगी. बट एक्चुअली तो फॉर्मूला तो ये होना चाहिए ना कि 4 बाहर से और 7 अपने होने चाहिए. मगर इतना हमारे पास 7 4s और 28 तो टॉप क्लास प्लेयर्स है ही नहीं. तो ये अनफॉर्चुनेटली रह गया पीछे. मगर अब ये विमेंस लीग का भी सोचना है हमने कि ये करनी है कि नहीं करनी. मेरी ख्वाहिश तो है कि हमें करनी चाहिए. इसलिए नहीं कि ये बड़ी एक्साइटिंग होगी, इसलिए क्योंकि ये भी तो एक शोकेस है ना फॉर पाकिस्तान. जैसे PSL became a brand showcase for Pakistan कि we are a moderate and light and cricket playing country, security है, safety है, दुनिया आएगी यहाँ देखेगी, and we set good standards. तो अगर यही हम women's cricket के लिए कर लें तो मेरा ख्याल है that would again showcase Pakistan to the world. लोग कहते हैं ना ये ख़वातीन यहाँ ये है वो है ये बड़ी है, तो at least it'll show ये हम भी forward looking moderate modern लोग हैं. So I think that is one powerful argument in favor of the Women's League, and I'm looking at it very closely, and I hope I'll have the resources to do it.
The time in which you've just joined in, काफ़ी चीज़ें हो रही हैं. इंटरनेशनल टीम एक खेल रही है न्यूजीलैंड, आपका डोमेस्टिक भी चल रहा है, जैसे कि हमने जिक्र किया PSL भी ऑलमोस्ट है. सो ब्रीदिंग स्पेस बहुत कम है एंड लॉट्स ऑफ वर्क टू डू. उसको मैनेज करने की कोशिश तो करेंगे. इट्स लाइक फायर फाइटिंग एवरीथिंग.
You're absolutely right. बड़ा पैक्ड शेड्यूल है. As we speak, the women's team is touring. Under 19 वाले भी कर रहे हैं. And हमने, by the way, we've decided to bring in a foreign coach. जो एक ज़माने में पहले भी वो कोच रहे हैं, Mark Coles from New Zealand. He used to be the head coach. Okay. और मैं उनको लेके आया था, तो I'm in talks with him to come back and lead the women's team as the national coach.
Good you mentioned. What about the men's team? उसमें भी आपका कुछ plans है?
Yes, well, you see, मेरी तो एक फ़लसफ़ा बड़ा सीधा सा है, which I've explained many times. कि 5 साल मैंने क्रिकेट बोर्ड में बहुत कुछ देखा है, बहुत लोगों से मिला हूँ, बहुत से एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए हैं. वन कंक्लूजन कि नेशनल एकेडमीज़ वगैरह में तो अच्छा है कि आपने हमारे स्टार्स जो हैं वो कोचिंग करें, मगर ऑन टूर इट्स बॉल गेम इज़ डिफरेंट. मुझे इंज़मामुल हक साहब कहते होते थे, एंड आई रिमेंबर इट, कि ये जो हमारे कोचेस हैं, टॉप लेवल कोचेस हैं जो एकेडमीज़ में हैं वगैरह, इनको टूर पे नहीं भेजना चाहिए. इनका जॉब इज़ टू ट्रेन योर पीपल. वंस यू ट्रेन देम देन लेट देम गो एंड देन लेट स्ट्रैटेजी एंड टैक्टिक्स बी वर्कड आउट ऑन द फील्ड बाय अदर कोचेस. तो हमने 5 कोचेस रखे थे, मिकी आर्थर की टीम बनाई थी, एंड इट वाज वेरी सक्सेसफुल. तो मेरी यही ख्वाहिश होगी कि वंस अगेन हम जो अपने सारे नेशनल कोचेस हैं, वुमेन एंड मेन, वो फॉरेनर्स ही हों. एक तो वो सिफारिशें नहीं एक्सेप्ट करते, फिर वो ये रख रखाव के नहीं देखते, वो प्रोफेशनलिज्म टोटल होती है, कोई नरम दिली और सख्त दिली नहीं होती. वो हर एक को एक ही तरह से ट्रीट करते हैं. और हमारे कल्चर में आपको पता ही है जिस किस्म की सिचुएशन है, तो सिफारिशें भी चलती हैं, यार दोस्ती भी चलती है, तो वो ख़त्म हो जाता है. तो प्रोफेशनलिज्म इज़ वेरी गुड फॉर स्पोर्ट. बाकी जो हमारे कोचेस हैं, दे विल वर्क एंड दे विल प्ले अलोंगसाइड एंड दे विल कोच अलोंगसाइड द फॉरेन कोचेस, बट बेसिक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आई विल गिव टू द फॉरेन कोचेस.
वन क्विक क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि खेल भी शुरू होने वाला है. आपने जिक्र किया क्वेटा का, और मैं गया हूँ बुकटी स्टेडियम, वहाँ के लोगों के लिए तो ईद हो गई है, आपने जो अनाउंस किया है. इसका ज़रा कुछ बताइए इन थोड़ा सा और क्लैरिटी में कि क्या प्लान है PSL 8 को लेके और क्वेटा को लेके.
देखिए, बड़ी अरसे से ये डिमांड थी कि कम से कम क्वेटा कलंदर्स, क्वेटा ग्लैडिएटर्स के जो गेम्स हैं 1-2 क्वेटा में होनी चाहिए, मगर वहाँ बड़े इश्यूज़ थे. पहला इशू तो ये था कि बुकटी स्टेडियम तैयार नहीं है, बहुत डिलैपिडेटेड स्टेट में है. 4 साल में ये और ख़राब हो गया, किसी ने देखा तक नहीं उसको. तो वो तो फ़र्क है. अब उसको ठीक करने के लिए वक्त लगेगा. तो पहले तो ये है कि बलूचिस्तान गवर्नमेंट, PCB एंड द कोर कमांडर क्वेटा, दे हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर टू रिस्टोर द बुकटी स्टेडियम, ताकि हम 6 हफ्ते चाहिए के बाद ये तैयार होना चाहिए, और वो इतना आसान काम नहीं है. दूसरा सिक्योरिटी सिचुएशन है. अब सिक्योरिटी सिचुएशन का फ़ैसला हम नहीं करेंगे, वो पहले बलूचिस्तान गवर्नमेंट और कोर मिलिट्री अथॉरिटीज़ करेंगी, उसके बाद गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान करेगी. तो इस किस्म के इश्यूज़ हैं. हम तैयार हैं. मैंने यहाँ रेज डिकिंसन से आपकी बात की है, जो हमारे सिक्योरिटी एक्सपर्ट है, जो हमारी फ़ौरन चेक करते हैं. तो वो भी यही कहते हैं जी कि मैं जाऊँगा क्वेटा, मैं जाके सब कुछ देखूँगा. ओनली इफ़ आई एम सेटिस्फाइड कि ये सारी कंडीशंस फुलफ़िल हो रही हैं, तो फिर मैं ऑल क्लियर दूँगा. तो आपका काम है, आप अपनी तरफ से पूरा कुछ कर ले, फिर मैं जाऊँगा. तो वील वर्क हार्ड, बट कोई गारंटी तो नहीं है, बट वील ट्राई.
होप इज़ अलाइव.
एब्सोल्युटली होप इज़ अलाइव. एंड बाय द वे, हमें ये कहा गया था कि देयर इज़ अ रेड लाइन फॉर पेशावर. मैंने यहाँ से, देयर इज़ नो रेड लाइन. हमारी तरफ से रेड लाइन नहीं होनी चाहिए. अगर रेड लाइन होगी तो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से हो, हमारी तरफ से क्यों है? KP की गवर्नमेंट हमें अश्योर करे कि स्टेडियम भी देंगे और सिक्योरिटी भी देंगे, तो हम चले जाएंगे खेलने के लिए वहाँ. देखिए, ये तो करना पड़ेगा ना, PSL को और टेस्ट मैचेस को सारे पाकिस्तान में लेके जाना पड़ेगा. ऐसे बात नहीं बनेगी.
Not just to expand teams in PSL, also to expand venues.
Absolutely.
Or home and away.
And so when you expand venues, then you fix the venues, no? Then you spend time on those. That brings cricket alive. So I think it's very important that we go to all the corners of this country. And ये कराची लाहौर ये monopoly भी कम होनी चाहिए, because of gate money is not so important. What is important is that people should see it. If they can't see it in a stadium, they should see it on television. And you need to have participation from KP, from Azad Kashmir, and elsewhere.
Well, you have lots of things on your table, and we wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And of course, to our viewers out here, Chairman PCB Management Committee, Mr. Najm Sethi, was here with us. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll quickly look into Session 2, Day 2. Welcome back once again. Let's have a quick look at the batting card. Pakistan won the toss, decided to bat first, and Babar leading the way with 161 to his name. 86 important runs from Sarfaraz, and now Salman Ali Agha batting with the tail. He is not out. 54. Pakistan 377 for 8. Bowlers have done well, especially getting the prize wicket of Babar Azam up front in the very first over. The start of the day's play was captain Team Saudi, and then 4 wickets for the spinners. Once again, welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Beachside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you, being joined by my guests Bazid Khan and Simon Dole. I'll start with you, Bazid. Scoring rate has, after Babar's wicket, which was in the very first over, it was very clear, but you probably explained it better. The way Noman gave that partnership with Salman is a particular strategy. What is Pakistan trying to do according to you?
Well, firstly, they'll want to get to a total which they're comfortable with and be able to then attack or make sure that New Zealand are behind the game. I don't think the strategy was great. I think Noman is a far better player and can score at a healthier rate. I think they might have just missed a trick or putting a little bit pressure back on New Zealand and get a few runs. I think New Zealand will be very satisfied with the way that session went. And yeah, Noman, looking back at his innings in particular, I think he's a far better player than just being a defensive blocker. He could have attacked the spinners, and that's what he likes.
If you actually look at the way the game has progressed since yesterday when Sarfaraz's wicket fell, New Zealand have done well in getting wickets just at the right time, preferably at the start of a session or just around the end of a session.
Yeah, they have. I thought yesterday morning, obviously, we talked about that a lot. It was brilliant from New Zealand's point of view. Great fight back from Pakistan later on. New Zealand needed to start this morning with a bang. They needed to resurrect yesterday's performance or yesterday's afternoon's performance. So the wicket of Tim Southee when he picked up Babar Azam was brilliant this morning, and then they kept that run rate in check, and I think that was the key. They didn't let Pakistan get away. They would love to just nip these last 2 out though. Yeah. It's still a very good score. I think it's still a very good first innings score, and New Zealand will have their work cut out when they come out to bat.
Okay, talking about wickets, 3 fell in the first session this morning, starting off with Babar Azam's wicket. So let's have a look at the fall of wickets on day 2. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, this was the big one, the one Simon talked about right at the top of the session. He gets the one just to bounce a little, and then the short ball leg side worked. And this one, well, bizarre. Poor delivery, poor short, ended up in a wicket.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. That was rapid. But just explain Babar's wicket, because that would be the key, and that's where the game changed.
Yeah, it was one of those deliveries that actually did something off the surface. I think it was that extra bounce that got him the wicket. Babar tends to, or there's a trend where at the start of the session he's vulnerable, and like most players, he comes out here, he just has a feel for it. It's not one of his best shots, but I still think that extra little bounce off the surface, which surface has offered nothing at all, but that one just kicked.
It was good from Southee though, wasn't it? You think about the fact that he got all 3 of those deliveries in the right area. The first 2 were just a little bit lower. You saw the second one just bounce through to Tom Blundell, and the third one actually did take off. Now, you're not having very often on this surface. They're happening once once every 5, 6, 8, 10 overs. So just to get that one right and to get the line and length right was the key.
Okay, time for us now to have a look at our top performer, and that's got to be Salman Agha. He's not at 54, and he's trying to hold 4. Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Live, I've seen him on TV, of course, but I'm really impressed with his composure, the way he played, the way he worked his way through the tail enders, I guess, and what he's doing at the moment. I'd like to see him a little more aggressive post this lunchtime session. I think take every run on offer, but now 4 half centuries in 6 test matches. Been really impressed with what I've seen, and he's a very, very good find, I think, from Pakistan's point of view, that middle to lower order and holding it together.
Just have a look at his, of course, his wagon wheel, how he's performed. He's got his 54 not out, and he's got 2 wickets to play with. Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, so here we are now, quick and fast. Now Pakistan's workout with Salman. How far can he take Pakistan? 2 wickets, and he's got, of course, the bowlers left with him.
Yeah, firstly, he'll want 400. Firstly, he'll want that, and then anything above that is the bonus. But like Simon said, he needs to be more aggressive, needs to make the boundary option, or just give the strike over.
And the New Zealand, you feel, will ready for that spin that Pakistan would offer whenever they come out to bat?
Yeah, they have to be. They know that it's not turning an enormous amount. They've seen that today. As soon as that ball gets slightly older, it's not as difficult, but they have to get through that newish ball, whether it be with spin or with pace. But first and foremost, they need 2 wickets. They've got to get them quickly. If they can get them in the next 5 to 10 overs, limit Pakistan to where they're at and around about where they're at now, they'll have done their job.
Sounds good. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Bazid. And here we are, ready for session 2 on day 2. We've got 377 for 8. That's what Pakistan's first inning score is. Salman Agha is out 54. Action is on the other side of the break.
Now, welcome back to the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi into day 2 for the second session of the KFC Presents Dafa News Pakistan vs New Zealand Test Series. First Test Session 2 here on day 2 live from Karachi. It was a good session for New Zealand. as they picked up 3 important wickets off Pakistan. Babar not troubling the scores this morning. It was a big wicket to Saudi, 161. And then Noman and Wasim. Salman Agha stands strong at 54. Pakistan are 377 for 8. Salman Agha, the key performer this morning for Pakistan. When wickets tumbled around him, every opportunity on offer, he put the balls away. He used his feet well and tackled the spin, especially from the leg spinner. Brought up his 4th half century in a very new Test career. New Zealand bowled well this morning. Saudi with the first wicket, the big scalp of Babar Azam, and then Ish Sodhi with his first wicket in 4 years in Test cricket, picking up Wasim Jr. and Noman Ali. He's got a smile on his face because the first session came well for him. Got a couple of wickets here for New Zealand to pick up to close the first innings out for Pakistan. Salman, on the other hand, has looked really good. Batting at this position is not easy. He's been batting with the tail, did it during England as well. He's come good again with 54 to his name. He's got Mir Hamza, who just came out before lunch when Wasim Jr. fell to a short delivery from Ish Sodhi. I've got Vakar and Bazid alongside to take us through the second session here on day 2.
It's not the first time we're seeing Salman Agha batting with the tail. Looks a very organized player. And as you said, Aruj, very young at this level. He's got 350s. He understands the situation really well. Crucial session for Pakistan. They need to move on. Yeah, the first wicket came. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. I thought there would have been there will be a fielder there, but stood really tall, Salman Agha, and punched it through that mid-off. Mid-off was way too wide. I think the plan was to bowl short deliveries, and went the other way. It was easy to just put that ball away to the boundary. Good start, very good start for Pakistan.
That's the line he's looking for. Into the right-hander with a leg stump line, with a leg side field set. That was a good shot to start off. Got on top of the bounce. Has been a feature of his innings so far. When the other end has been tied down, he's looking for runs. Now it'll be important for New Zealand to wrap up the innings quickly. They allowed 54, the partnership between Noman and Salman, to flourish. But one wicket got another one. It was Wasim Jr. to fall as well before lunch, and they'll want to get Mir Hamza on strike. A single of the 4th delivery of the over, leaving Mir Hamza with 2 to fend off here.
Come around, please.
Around the wicket.
Yeah, Salman normally trusts his low order players, but probably the first innings, maybe you've got the opportunity to press down on the pedal a little bit more. He's got a boundary in this over, but with the spinners especially, you can probably try and get the ball to the fence even earlier in the over. Because yes, you want to spend time on the crease, but right now it's all about runs. I think 400 will be that first target, and to get it quickly and then anything after that is a bonus. But how do you get to 400 quickly is with boundaries. I don't think that he can bat out 3 deliveries and then take a single. Don't think that approach will work.
Given a wide. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Bazid. We saw the scoring rate in the first session, 2 runs and over. Pakistan was really going nowhere with that scoring rate. Overall run rate has also dropped quite significantly compared to yesterday. Still in the first innings, it's a better than average first innings total here in Karachi. .383 for 8. Winter holidays from school, and you'll see kids in the stadium as well. You always know when the camera's on you, don't you, when you're in the crowd? Leg spin from Ish Sodhi to continue. One slip, deep point, a couple of men on the leg side boundary.
Oh, yes,
He struggled throughout this test match to get into a rhythm. Every now and then he's dropped the ball short and he's gone for runs. His first spell was more expensive, went at about 5 in his first 10. As a wrong one. It's been played late. And reaches the boundary.
Wasn't the worst of the deliveries from Sodhi. He was looking for a googly, and Salman Agha almost playing that from the wicketkeeper's hand. Played it very late. He knew there was a fielder there, so he's got to play late and play inside of him.
That's missed everyone.
Yeah, it's a much better approach from Salman Agha. Just squeezing that one into the ground. I don't think it was a catch. There were third umpires coming into play, just looking at the boundary, if it is gone for boundary. No, it's not.
That's another long hop. Every now and then he just drags his length short. With no real pace in the surface, it becomes a boundary ball. Now for Salman, they have the 3 boundary fielders on the leg side just to protect that boundary and give him that single to bowl at Mir Hamza. Now he's got 2 balls here to bowl to Mir Hamza. And Tim Southee will be hoping that he lands him really nicely. Maybe the wrong one first up to the left-hander.
Come on, H. Oh, yes, H. Yes, H.
Yeah, that's not a bad line. Good delivery. Try to pitch in that rough region outside the off stump for Mir Hamza. There's plenty of rough there. Maybe go a little fuller. Make him drive through the cover.
Oh!
That's better. That's the over as well. 390 for 8. 390 for 8 for Pakistan. Salman's been the mainstay of this latter half. Slashed extremely nicely for another boundary for Salman. He moves to 70.
Very nicely played. He knew exactly what Wagner is looking to do. That's why he moved away, given himself a little bit of room. And with not too many fielders on the boundary offside, there's only one man you can see in your picture in the right. There's a big gap, massive gap. Playing very sensibly, Salman Agha.
Doesn't take the run there. That's been a point of debate throughout, where you're into the first innings. Dooley was of the opinion every run matters, but now obviously well into the tail. Do you agree with turning down the runs in the first innings when you're at 394?
Look, what Salman Agha was doing, he was just sort of defending, not really looking to score runs. If he's looking to score runs, if he's trying to find a gap, I'm happy with that. Oh, almost carried to the man at square leg, short square leg. If you are looking for gaps, looking to hit boundaries, every delivery, because runs are crucial. This was a little bit away from the fielder there. Bracewell was the man earlier. He picked up a catch with his left hand. This time it was on his left again, but it was just too far from him. What Wagner's trying to do is trying to bowl short, unless or until it doesn't really rise above his shoulder, or maybe just underneath that. There's a very little chance that it will, even when if he gets the edge on it, it will carry to the fielder at fine leg, because there's no real pace behind it. So he's got to really bang it short and try to get it up to his shoulder height.
What Salman does to tackle that, he just opens up the offside. Even the boundary ball in the over, he just comes down further leg side to open up the offside for the single. A bit of a half and half shot, just pulling out after making contact, realizing there were fielders there. And Bracewell with a big lunge to his left, just away in the end. Now you make a point, Vakar, when Noman was on strike and there was absolutely no intent to score when Pakistan still had 4 wickets. And that was slightly difficult to understand when you still had 4 wickets. Yes, Pakistan's tail after Noman with Wasim, Hamza and Abrar. But at that point, you would have thought that that partnership could have been at a slightly more rapid pace. He scored 7 of 75. And he's got first-class runs. He does bat. He's got 1 century to his name as well.
And Noman normally plays aggressively. We saw it against England. He came in and he looked to score quickly. But I'm not sure if the order was from the dressing room that just keep it quiet. Just play out there till Salman Agha is there. It's 395 for 8.
Oh, 123 overs into Pakistan's first innings, just 5 short of 400 now. New Zealand still searching for those final 2 wickets. Looking for runs.
anything outside the off stump, and Fuller has turned, especially when he saw this bowling. Because he's not getting rhythm, because he's bowling too short, he's putting unnecessary pressure on himself. If he keeps it simple and keep bowling there, he'll have more success.
A touch too full that time round. Salman also going with the spin. There's a fielder deep backward point on the boundary, but in front of the wicket, except for that short cover fielder, there's a huge gap on the offside between long off and deep point. So just the one man in front of screen to clear. That's a better line. Thoroughly impressed with Salman, the way he's come on to batting 6 most often with the tail, and he's got multiple members. Batted with Zahid, Mahmood, Muhammad Ali, Naseem Shah, Haris Rauf, Wasim Jr., Mir Hamza now, Noman. Not an easy task to trust your tail when constantly keeps changing.
I guess you feel less pressure when you're playing with the tail, because there's less expectation from you, and you're much more relaxed, and he's enjoying it. His body language is telling that he's having fun out there, having no real issues. Only young at this level, but he looks a very mature player. He guides his other batsmen, late order batsmen. Keep talking to them.
Also, when the field spreads, the pressure is off. You're obviously concentrating on the lower order the bowling team is, and you can just, if you can master the art on when to attack and when not to attack, it does become easier, because they're not actually attacking you or trying to get you out. 396 for 8.
.396 for 8. Babar Azam 161. 86 for Sarfaraz, and now 72 for Salman. He's looking good out in the middle. Has fallen short. Now he's looking for the paddle. There's no leg slip. There is a deep fine leg, who's very wide, more for the pull shot. Not a bad option, but you'll have to be careful because of the lack of pace.
Yeah, there is a little bit of risk involved in that, because there's no pace, as you said, and you're scooping it. You might scoop it to the keeper's hand.
That's going to be a boundary. Nicely put away. Rolled his wrists over all along the carpet.
It's getting harder for Wagner. He's struggling to bowl a delivery which can get him a wicket. He's trying to bowl short. It's not really getting up, and Salman Agha picked up the gap beautifully.
Brought up the 400 as well for Pakistan. Post lunch, they've come out scoring 23 runs in this session so far. 43 boundaries. The 1-6. It was a 6 from Babar Azam to bring up his century. First time he's done that in his international career, bringing up a century with a 6 in either format. Now they've got 400. The first inning average score in the recent past here, 317. What will Pakistan be happy with? I reckon they're happy with this already. How many more do they want?
I know what you want to say. Just say it. You want them to declare 400 for 8 declare. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So say it.
That's
yeah.
the first thing we've ever agreed on, Basil.
I could spot it. Not agreed on it. I just said that you want to declare. I've not said that I want them to declare. I just spotted the fact that what you're trying to say was, why doesn't Pakistan declare? But you just couldn't muster up the strength. So I've said it for you.
All
You
right,
want
then.
Pakistan to declare right now.
Throw one back at you. How many do you want for Pakistan? How many do you think they're happy with?
515.
Keep going, both of you. Keep going. I don't think that dressing room is listening to you. There's a mute button on the remote control down in the dressing room.
Nobody listens to us. Whenever we're on comms, it's mute button throughout the world.
There you go. They're sitting outside having a nice, I think Seki's having a little soup there, having a long chat. These three cricket board just mentioned that you want to bring some new coaches. How good is that shot? How good is that? Is it gone all the way? No, maybe just short. But what a stroke. A man in a real good form and a man on mission. He wants to get that 3-figure.
A man who's grabbing the opportunity. And he's grabbed it with both hands. It was there to be put away. Up and over cover. Probably one of the best shots of his innings so far. And he's slowly inching closer to those 3 figures. He's on 80 now. Just rolled his fingers over. It was a slow delivery. And he's timed it really well as well. 3 boundaries in this over. 12 off it, 408 for 8.
I think Wagner had enough of bowling those short deliveries. He thought, let's try that slow delivery. Let's go a little full. Coming around the wicket and easy picking the 2 boundaries, the last 2 deliveries. Took Salman Agha to 84. Runs are flowing now. Nothing working for New Zealand. Salman Agha is stalling it. He wants to get that magic number, the 3-figure number, 100.
Yeah, I just feel time for a change from the other end. Maybe the time for the captain himself to come on. Change of angle. He's been really good with his lines and lengths, Tim Saudi. As that long hop again. Amir Hamza has done well. Nicely kept in.
They just took 1? That's very surprising. That was a good shot, actually. Very controlled shot. Salman Agha just denied his couple of more runs. They could have ran 3. There you go. I mean, they could have easily run 3. Yeah, that was a good shot, wasn't it? I think when he was running the first one, Agha said, just stay there.
I'm batting on 84. I've got this. I want strike here. And he wouldn't mind the strike to Sodhi as well, who's struggling with his line. Looks like he's warming up. Bringing on himself to break this partnership. Did that earlier on in the piece here on day 2 with Babar Azam. And the reverse in the vacant area. He moves to 88 now, Salman.
Asodi's gone round the wicket. The field set for the attack around the pads. This is clever batting, modern day batting. It's a reverse sweep. Nobody protecting the boundary offside. So the opportunity is offside and he's taken it nicely. 12 away now.
Reverse again. And takes a single. A brave of him. Normally you see as you inch closer to your century, it's almost becoming extra careful. For him to pull out the reverse again, the spin. Looks a good prospect. Salman 89 now. He'll be eyeing those 11 runs and hoping for Hamza to stick around.
Well, I've never been into the 90s, but I think it's a number 90, and once you get to 90 or get into 90s, that's when the pressure start coming to you, because then you think, okay, I'm gonna get 100. This is my first 100. It's a big game, test match cricket. That's a nervousness.
Well, I'm sure the bat is facing up to you. You were definitely nervous when you had the ball in your hand in those 90s. Big shout. And fingers gone up as well. Aleem Thar thinks that stride and plump has been reviewed straight away from Hamza.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm all triage, please. Just keep rolling, keep rolling. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching outside of. Impact umpire's call. Wickets hitting. Aleem, I recommend you to stay with your original decision out. You're on screen, make a signal, please. You're on screen, Aleem.
A confirmation, good on-field decision as well. Mir Hamza did review that umpire's call on the impact and hitting the stumps as well. New Zealand have their 9th. Mir Hamza goes for 1. 4-1, 4 for 9. Last man for Pakistan, Abrar Ahmed, walks out, and what it does promise is some excitement. I'm sure he's not going to hang around. He likes to play his shots, not in the most conventional fashion. 17 came off not a very long time ago. Salman, on the other hand, will now be hoping for those 11 runs to come by quickly. Boundary options obviously being blocked out by New Zealand. Three men on the leg side boundary, fine leg, deep square, deep mid wicket. Long on having halfway. He has gone for the big shot. denies a single.
Yeah, a very rare delivery which spun and spun sharply. They landed maybe in that rough, the corner of that rough region, and spun, hit the pad inside the line. And that was a second wicket for Saudi.
If he's looking for the couple of boundary options, a leg side boundary has been cut off. There is deep point and third man. Maybe the fine tickle past the keeper, if length allows, or if it's marginally full through extra cover. Or maybe that. It's come off his pads, though. It leg by signal by the umpire. Score moves along for Pakistan. Salman stays on 89.
Yeah, the other thing he could do is block a couple of deliveries as the field comes in. There's a lot more boundary options, but does he trust Abrar to block out an over, or does he then say, no, I don't think I can give him a whole over? So now you expect the field to come in. Saudi will look around. I think there'll be a couple of fielders coming back in. And the opportunity now, he could also maybe just try and hit this ball for a boundary and then hope to get a single off the last ball. Interesting what goes through Salman's mind right now.
Yeah, he's left deep mid-wicket back. Again, halfway hanging for that full shot, tinkering with the field. Now once again, fielders move back towards the offside. Pushes one man behind cover region on the offside. 3, 4 in the ring on the offside. And again, a bit of movement on the leg side as well. Now everyone back in on the leg side. Boundary option available. And boundary option taken. Goes the aerial route past the bowler. This is really good stuff from Salman. He moves to 93.
Beautiful shot, without a doubt. Kept himself really still, and that flow off the bat, hitting nice and straight. Although the ball wasn't that bad, but the shot was too good. Moves into the 90s, 93 now.
And the single. Everything working to plan for Salman. Moves to 94. Pakistan 4-2-3 for 9. Well, if you've just joined us here in Karachi, Salman is one shot away of a milestone. He's on 94, and he's played particularly well in this second session. He's got the fielders on the leg side, mid-wicket now falling back as well. So 4 fielders on the leg side.
No.
Now the bails have come off there. from the keeper's gloves, that is.
Come on!
And does he follow in his captain's footsteps?
Honest boy, come on!
And gets a big shot out. He's got 5 fielders on the boundary to contend with.
Wait another couple of deliveries and then go. Saudi will still give him the option of a single, I think, on the last delivery, because he won't bring all the field up. That'll be the tactics here. Suddenly, yeah, Saudi wants, Sodi in fact wants that mid-wicket in, so the opportunity to go leg side. They want him to attack maybe against the spin. But here lies the opportunity. 6 to get. You can get 1 boundary off these couple of deliveries in with a chance, but probably this delivery is where he's going to make his move.
Well, the fielder's got to be really alert here, because he might look to get a single on this ball and try hitting big in the next over. The closing fielders have to really come in close and make sure that he doesn't take that single.
He's down the ground. And it's all along the carpet. He moves to 98 now. One more delivery in this over. And he'll probably want to look for those 2 runs here.
Excellent use of the feet. Got really close to the ball. And mid-off, there was a big gap there, especially when he saw these bowling around the wicket. The gap becomes a lot bigger. 98. Magnificent innings so far. Can he get to 100 or more? This is the ball.
It is the coming of age for Salman Agha as he goes to glory with another boundary. It's his first century in his Test career. He's been a fine player, a fine prospect.
Deserves that. Played extremely well. Short career. Good average. 17 boundaries is hit. Magnificent knock from Salman Agha. He's waited for a while. He's been batting with the tail throughout his short career, but he got the opportunity and he made the maximum out of it. Where is 2? Salman Agha has moved to 102. They were searching for that 2 for a long time. That's the old scoreboard. Magnificent knock.
And Pakistan have persisted with him as the all-rounder, and he's delivered with the bat. He's been very decent throughout the little Test career that he's had. And we're just debating whether he would try and get to the 100. I think Sodi made his mind up by providing him with a delivery that deserved a boundary, but take nothing away from the innings. And the acceleration after lunch especially has been spot on.
impressive, Buzzard and Waka. We talked about it at that lunch show, Buzz, about the fact that he needed to be more aggressive and show something. I think he's been brilliant. 14 first-class hundreds prior to his first Test 100. So clearly a player with some serious talent. And he said provided with that type of delivery, but every delivery he's had today, he's had the ability to play it with ease or put it away. And that will feel very, very special indeed.
Yeah, not easy. Not easy when you're batting with the tail, batting at number 7, and not many expect from a person who bats at number 7 to get 100. I think so far in his career he has done a magnificent job. Top job.
Well, Tim Southee's got an opportunity here to Abra. Oh, that's a short ball. You have a little laugh and a giggle about it now. Just the touch up before the full one, I think.
I don't know if you've seen him bat against England. He scored 17 in one of the games. I think it was in Multan, and he smashed everything. You see his front foot. He doesn't believe going back or sideways. He just puts his front foot up there, and there we go. This will go all the way. That's gone all the way. That's a magnificent hit. Don't bowl him in his zone.
In his own way, but the connection is perfect. It's all hands and legs and a lot of movement, but it works. He's got maximum.
Oh, that's really good. It is. He just holds his shape nicely, hits through the line of the ball. Two options for Tim Southee here. He has put a man back at deep mid-wicket. Does he go slower ball? Or does he go that shorter ball? He's setting him up here as if he's going to bowl the shorter ball. Is it a bluff? Is it a bluff for a slower ball?
I have a feeling it is a bluff. I think he's going to really toss it up and bowl really slow in his zone, because he commits on the front foot. Oh, defensive. That's a change. 4-3-7 for 9.
Well, yes, it's perfect time for a Tapal tea moment. Might get down to the tea lounge, actually. And just enjoy a bit more of my own. Very good, our man at the back, he makes a good cuppa.
He does, doesn't he? You don't have to go to that lounge. We'll get you the coffee, tea, whatever you want over here, especially Tapal.
Well, I bet there's a few New Zealand players looking forward to a cup of tea or a glass of water or a bottle of water or two. And Salman Agha, he deserves something as well. Absolutely superb. We'll see a little more controlled aggression here, I think. I don't believe he's just going to... Now he's got to 100. I don't think he's just going to push and prod the ball around too much, but he'll pick his moment still. That's a beauty. It is a beauty.
Well, that's not a good sign for New Zealand. Pakistan got 437. Well, that's what they were hoping to get. Doesn't matter even if they lose a wicket here.
Oh, yeah.
That spin, and it's an old ball. It's not a really new ball. We've seen the new ball spinning sharply, but this one spun from the middle of the pitch. Well, that's a good sign for Pakistan.
Yeah, maybe Salman should make sure that it seems more difficult, get beaten a couple of times just to put pressure back on New Zealand batting. Just leave a straight one or just sort of play inside one. Play around.
Bazid always find a way to explain cricket, isn't it?
Sure, how many players around the world are good enough to do that, to be honest. Made a very short career out of playing and missing. Nicely played, 438 for 9. .200s and a very good 86 from Sarfaraz. Have been the standout performances for Pakistan, winning the toss yesterday morning here in this first test match. New Zealand on Pakistan's shores. First time in over 20 years. And they have been made to chase some leather at different times after a great start. 1 for 12, 2 for 19, 3 for 48 early yesterday morning. New Zealand would have felt pretty good about that position, but Pakistan have fought from 3 for 48 to 9 for 438. It's been a fine innings from Salman Agha.
Yeah, very organized player he is. He uses his feet really nicely. Plays spinners equally as good as he plays the paces. So batting at number 7, never easy, and he makes it look pretty easy so far. Whatever he has played, he's only played 6 games, and he's got 350s and a magic number 100.
It just adds so much to a side, whether it be a Ben Stokes type cricketer, a seam bowling all-rounder or a spin bowling all-rounder, more like Salman Agha. And I know he's not probably considered a genuine bowler, but he gives you that option. And I think that's such a key for any side in the modern game. More of a batter than a bowler, but he's got genuine options.
Well, he's shown that that he can bat up the order. He can bat at number 5, even 4, but those numbers are occupied. Number 5 maybe, depending on how your wicketkeeper feels. If he bats at 5 and then he's got to bat at 6 or 7, sorry. It's a tough number, not easy. Over the years, Mohammad Rizwan was the man who kept wicket for Pakistan, and then he used to bat at 5 also. And then always needed someone down the order, because after that it becomes very thin. The tail is very, very long, Pakistan. We've seen that even against England, they struggle to put up a good total. I think he's the right man to sort of play with them, but he needs maybe to just promote up the order at times, because he's got a very good technique to tackle any sort of bowling.
Just saying to Abrar to be ready. I can hit it straight to the fielder and run. Big swing leg side. This one was straight enough. So finally the innings ends. And he has reviewed it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling, flat line, roll through to the pad. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets hitting. Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original out decision. You're on screen, make a signal, please.
Good original decision, Alex Wharf, but a fantastic innings from Salman Agha comes to an end, 103. He is the last man dismissed, and a much-deserved test match century for him, his first. And he will get the applause from his teammates, from the crowd as well, and also for Tim Southee. 350 test match wickets now for Tim Southee. 3 for 69, the New Zealand skipper in his first test match as captain finishes with, and posts a milestone of his own with 350 test match wickets. A hard-fought toil for the New Zealand bowlers, and a very good first innings from Pakistan's point of view. Dismissed for 438, having won the toss yesterday morning. That man there, Babar Azam, and elected to bat first. They did a very good job after being in some trouble early. As I said, 3 for 48, then 4 for 110, 5 for 306 with that partnership between Baba and Sarfaraz. And then Salman Agha doing a great job batting with the tail. Just have a look at what is below him. 7, 2, 1 and 6 not out. And he's picked up 103, so brilliantly done by the middle order specialist. 3 for Southee, 1 for Wagner, and a couple apiece for Ajaz Patel, Michael Bracewell and Ish Sodhi. 438 for Pakistan in their first innings here at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. Take a short break and come back with New Zealand's first innings.
So Pakistan winning the toss, batting first, and posted 438 all out with a big 100 from Babar, 161, and what an innings from Salman Ali Agha, 103, batting with the tail of 155 will do a world of good to his confidence, batting at number 6. Let's have a look at the wickets. That's Abdullah Shafiq, of course. We know how Pakistan lost 4 in the first session.
Yeah, they started off really well with the spin, both from Ijaz and Bracewell. And both openers stumped out first time that's happened in Pakistan Test cricket history. Missed the line, didn't quite reach the pitch of the ball either. And continued with that aggressive shot that he thought out when he came down. Imam again got too far to the pitch of the ball, got to the bottom end of the bat. A simple catch for Saudi. Those were the 3 wickets that fell for 48. He uses his feet well, but this time round didn't quite middle it. Comfortable catch for the skipper, and the 4th to fall was yesterday before lunch. It was a good setup, and so Shakil played right into that hands of the Kiwi skipper.
Yeah, post that wicket, there was a big partnership between Sarfaraz and Babar. And then right at the end of almost the day's play, this was a very good low catch taken in first slip to break that partnership, 196 between the two. And again, another wicket for a spinner. Went down very quickly around to the ankle height. It was a very good catch taken. Great reflexes there. Then this morning, very first over, and it was Babar who was dismissed by captain. Poking at the one outside the off stump, got an extra bit bounce and a regulation take by the keeper, and that really set Pakistan on the back foot for a while with runs not coming in. This was a super catch at square leg that was travelling very quickly. Short ball worked. Noman, who probably thought that he's got hold of it, this was a brilliant catch, plucked it out of nowhere. Then the spinners were back at it again. Good improvisation and taken down the leg side by the keeper. Saudi getting another one, trying to scoop that over the keeper and the moving slip. Pakistan lost a couple of quick wickets at that stage. Mir Hamza, who gave some resistance for a while, was judged leg before. Another wicket went to the spinners, who basically have done most of the damage. This was reviewed and it was found out that it was hitting. And then the final wicket, a wild slog, and hits the back leg. And plumb in front, hitting middle leg, though it was reviewed, but there's nothing that would save Salman. But a brilliant knock from him nevertheless. 103 from Salman. Pakistan managing 438 all out. Quick look at the bowling, as we've talked about that the spin has done well. So the 3 spinners got 6 wickets in total, 3 for Saudi, 1 for Wagner. So Pakistan would feel that they've got a good total. They've batted almost 4.5 sessions. And interesting thing would be when bringing in Chris Harris and of course Aruj, who do they start with the new ball? Do they bring in Abrar straight away and probably get Mir Hamza to bowl from one end because he gets that swing into the right-handers?
Yeah, work cut out for New Zealand. They'll obviously have watched Abrar's footage against England, and I just feel Babar giving himself the best chance with Mir Hamza and Abrar bowling in tandem with the new ball. Abrar showed he'd got good control of that new ball and fresh up with the one that skids back into the right-hander. He bowls a googly which spins away in case of the left-hander as well. But his control throughout the England series was impeccable, especially with the new ball.
The advantage with Abrar too, bowling to 2 left-handers opening up in Latham and Conway. He comes around the wicket, who better bowl into that little bit of rough that is forming outside the off stump, which will be challenging for the 2 left-handers.
Oh, the 2 left-handers on screen actually works well for Abrar. He likes bowling to the left-handers because of that googly that he's got control over. These are good numbers for Tom Latham. 40 is average. And what New Zealand will be looking at is just seeing what this new ball is doing. His partner at the other end What a start he's had to his international career. Double 100 at Lord's, the home of cricket. 51 is average. Looks a good player in all formats, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's had a terrific start to his international career in all formats. I know both of these players, if they get set, they're the type of players that dig in for the big innings. And they'll know if they can get through this initial period, which will be testing with the new ball from the Pakistan quick men and from Abrar, that they'll be hoping to add to their 100 tally. I've seen how it's done from Babar and Salman.
Very interesting to see how this new ball is operated and used by the Pakistan bowlers. Mir Hamza getting this opportunity once again to wear the Pakistan colours in that star. He's waited for a while. He's performed very well at the first class circuit, and that is why he's earned himself his place in the 11 once again. Those are the numbers at the bottom of your screen for Mir Hamza. 27 fifers, 376 total.
Impressive numbers, aren't they? Especially that one at the end. 27 5-wicket hauls. 93 matches, 370 wickets. Impressive numbers indeed.
First runs. Single is what with New Zealand opened their account in their first innings. He's not just someone who's got that many number of games. He's also someone who's a thinking bowler. It's not just about pace and swing. He understands what he needs to do at a certain stage, how and what is required by the captain, what kind of ball he's got in hand.
There's a little bit of a way swing from the left-handers. Hence the reason Babar Azam's 2 slips in a gully in a waiting. Very gentle swing at this stage, though.
Just on that inside part of the bat. Just get a feeling that he eventually was looking to let that one go.
He was just in that corridor of uncertainty, wasn't it? Especially early on in your innings, whether to let it go or whether to play it. I get the feeling that unless the batsman's going particularly hard at looking to drive off the front foot, I just can't see it carrying to first or second slip. As you can see there, the ball left alone and it bounced well short of the keeper. So I think they've got to make a decision whether they come a lot closer and risk getting beaten by pace, as we perhaps saw that drop catch from Daryl Mitchell from being a little bit closer than he'd like to be or to be comfortable. Just feel the slips just a little bit too deep, especially on the surface.
That's why. First over gone, 1 for no loss.
Yeah, contrasting on two ends of the spectrum there. Pakistan best opening partnership in Test in 2022, 63, and New Zealand 26. And they'll want to make amends on that, Chris.
They certainly will, and what a great surface to do it. Both of these players hungry for runs. I'm not sure how often these two have batted together in those 12 innings. That'll be interesting to have a look at. But both of these players, once they get set, they just tend to churn out big runs. So this is their first innings together, so they'll be very keen to improve those numbers.
Interesting, coming round the wicket, and no Abrar. Mohammad Wasim Jr. has been given the ball to share. It's how amazing in the longest time Pakistan was struggling to get good openers, and that was always the problem in 2022 or even 2021 in the white ball format as well. Pakistan has been doing well, the top order has been performing. Then came the middle order issues. But opening pair was, I think, the biggest manhunt in the history. They were looking for two good openers. A bit of bat on that, or has just gone missing everything. Just wait for the umpire. Yeah, it's off the bat.
Yeah, a bit too straight with that angle. Just a gentle tickle on the bat. Not quite sure it's a line for Wasim. Straight up, he's round the wicket into the left-hander. Now with the two slips in place, could probably come over the wicket with a tight line just across the left-hander, bring those slips into play.
You can see the thinking of coming around the wicket though, especially to the two left-handers trying to hone into the stumps, bowl wicket to wicket. But as we just saw, the problem is it's a very narrow margin, and if you get a little bit too straight, particularly to these two left-handers, they will look to hit your leg side. As Latham just demonstrated brilliantly.
Also for the line that you're talking about to the left-hander from around the wicket, you have to be much tighter to the stumps, much closer into the umpire. And if you have a look at where he's running in from, it's more at an angle because he's a little bit wider on the crease. He's a little bit wider on the crease. To get that channel outside, the left-hander's off stump, the tight line, slightly difficult if he's going to be wider. Needs to be a bit closer in. Just there again. Not straight enough. Difficult. Brilliant art if you can get it to dip back into the left hand and then straighten from there. But just from where he's bowling at the crease, he's very wide and it's almost the angle.
It's a great point. And if either Latham or Conway get forward, you'll feel as though they're going to be struck outside the line of off stump. So I think it would be nice to see him get a little bit closer. It's almost where you'd bowl with an older ball as opposed to a new ball.
It's 5 for no loss. That's the length you want to see. You want to just draw him out on this front foot and get those slip cordon into play. compared to what Mohammad Wasim Jr. or others, they tend to bang it in a little short.
Yeah, that's something that Pakistan won't mind. You see Conway there just playing away from his body a little bit and opening the blade, so he's only showing half the blade of the bat. And with Hazza going away from him, that's the reason those two slips are in play. And with Conway, he's got such great hands, though.
Nice sunny afternoon here in Karachi, and the Tapal tea moment is the best moment that you can enjoy with some great test cricket going on. Pakistan looking for wickets here. Up front with a new ball.
That's a good channel. That's a good channel outside. The left hand is off stump, and the length is good. It's just that inviting length for the drive. And key will be to be consistent to bring those slips into play. Every now and then we see the odd one carry through. And the odd one staying low, which as a batter puts doubt into your mind whether it's a new ball or not. We've seen that consistently. And as a batter, when you're looking for runs with a hard new ball, best time to bat as well in these conditions when it's coming onto your bat nicely. That variable bounce just puts that doubt into your mind, doesn't it?
Yeah, looked as though it was a bit more of an effort ball there from Hazza as well. 132 kilometres an hour. Surprising to see it stay down. Yeah, that's a really good line. That's threatening the stumps. And it forces Conway to play a good defensive shot.
Yeah, he can do that consistently. The right channel that you're talking about, just around that fourth off stump or just around that off stump channel. And he has that patience to wait for the batter to come forward and make that mistake that he wants him to. Five for no loss. Bazid Khan in school days? That looks like someone I know. Surely someone is being drawn from a picture in the mobile phone which we can't see. Oh no, is it him? I'm not paying for that picture.
Well, I guess it's as good as yours at the moment.
He'll sign it for you.
Yeah, Wasim Jr. continues with the new ball here. No Abrar yet. And Babar Azam persisting with the seam bowlers. Wasim obviously slightly pacier off the two seamers that Pakistan have, around the 140, and does clock it up even further.
Yeah, that's a better line, but that's the big question that everyone's waiting for. How long does Babar Azam wait to bring in Abrar?
Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. These gentlemen are supposed to be at work.
Part of our production crew. I think their salaries will be docked for the day.
At least their teeth will be good.
Good teeth, good smiles. It's a fine balancing act for the Pakistan skipper at the moment. How long does he wait? The longer he waits, the newer ball less likely to skid on with Abrar as well. Wasim Jr. bowling a nicer channel, but I don't think it'll be long before he does bring on the finger spinner.
That's a good one. Just once again, you see that line, you try to poke at it and then just pull away at the last moment. Is it because of two left-handers that he's not been brought in, Abrar? Have a look at this first.
Yeah, it's a tentative push again. It's a good channel that he's consistently operating. Its length is good, inviting for that forward push.
That's a good effort there. Really good effort to stop the runs, Noman. End of the over, 5 for no loss. There we go, and I'm sure she or he is going to, he's going to present it to him. It's finally completed. That's a good looking shot. It's got it right on the meat of the bat. This will be the first boundary.
Wonderful timing. What a way to get off the mark. Hamza just a little bit short in an area that Conway loves. Just stand tall, play it right under your eyes. Beautiful.
As good as it gets. Back foot punch.
Shot again. This time was a little fuller. Just found the fielder though.
Won't take too many shots like this to convince Bubba to perhaps look at Abrar. Previous ball off the back foot, this one off the front foot. Both pleasing to the eye.
And the hint of swing that we did see has also gone, with the length now being consistently banged in, nothing off the surface. And Sikandar, coming back to your point, whether it's left-handers, but as far as my memory serves me, I thought Abrar bowled beautifully to the left-handers against England as well. Bowled Stokes to an absolute ripper. Got Duckett as well.
cuts away. That was a bad ball, looking to be hit. Was having too much width on it. And the length.
Again, just too wide. And his strength is, he generally doesn't miss much, but he's missed on a couple of occasions in this over. And you can be assured that Conway won't miss out twice. And Saneri loves that cut shot. Anytime a left-hander gets room, he's going to make you, or he's going to punish you. Ironically, it stopped swinging for New Zealand about the 5th over as well.
Bit of extra bounce on that occasion. PCB shop. You can log on to that page, that address at the bottom of your screen. Wear your passion. Select the jersey that you like, and lots of other merchandise available. Coming back to what you were saying, that Abrar has been good against left-handers, I totally agree. That's what I'm wondering. What could be the reason? He's standing next to the square leg umpire, and he's itching to go. You can just feel it. End of the over, 13 for no loss. You just could see Abrar and Babar having a bit of a chat from a distance. And Abrar is quite vocal. he can get carried away with his point of view.
He could just start getting loose and get his arms loose and give his skipper a few hints. Because I believe he likes bowling with the new ball as well. Even more so on the surface. It's a little bit harder, get a little bit more bounce. There you can see another wee hint dropping the grass, just making sure he's getting the breeze in his favour. I think, to be honest, he'd be happy to bowl at either end.
I mean, argument can also be that Babar still giving his paces a bit of a go with the new ball to search for any seam movement or swing if possible. And Vakar, touches on this subject quite often, that the brand new Kookaburra ball, or the Kookaburra when it does become old, because of the lack of pronounced seam, it doesn't really do much. I think he's been given the nod here, Abrar.
Yeah, he came in riding on 43 wickets in the domestic season with just 9 games. And straight away into the second test match against England, he just ran through their side. And it's his mystery spin that's tough to read when he bowls the one that comes in. It's very tough if you're facing it for the first time to pick him. I'm sure New Zealand batters would have done a lot of homework from the footage against the England series and pretty much ready for that competition.
Every time a boundary is hit and the Osaka LED display is on, the player will be awarded 10,000 rupees for the Osaka boundary contest. Yeah, 7 for in the first innings, 11 wickets on test debut for Abrar, 17 in those 2 matches that he played. Didn't play the first test against England. Fair to say he's had a heck of a start to his test career, and the major damage was with the new ball.
And New Zealand would have certainly done their homework, but I think you both rightly pointed out it's really difficult until you actually see him in person and actually experience facing him. From what they've seen, he's very accurate. Not a big spinner of the ball, but one of his strengths is he bowls very wicket to wicket and the ability to go both ways. So challenging both inside and outside edge. I just think he'd be a really good option against the two left-handers. Another solid defence from Tom Latham. Ends the 5th over. New Zealand 13 without loss.
So here he is, Abrar. After 6 overs of pace, he's been given the opportunity from that university end. There you go, you're talking about this.
Yeah, a dream start for him. Very pleased with what he'd achieved. His 3rd test match. 2nd here in Karachi. And you just feel something's about to happen when he is on, because he does bowl the leg break as his stock delivery, but he is a bit of a finger spinner. And he's got that subtle variation. So what you're looking for closely, which I'm sure New Zealand would have seen in the footage, is the way the finger comes down. If not, then pick up the seam to pick up the difference between the leg break and the googly.
Oh, that kept really low. That kept really low. May not be adjacent to the stumps, but that just went strolling after it hit the surface.
He is very confident, Abrar, but I think so Faraz said it's pitched outside leg. Certainly wasn't going over the top, because that stayed very low. Time's run out. No point discussing it any further.
Staring down the barrel of 2 skippers, just staring him in the eye, and he's just like, right, it's pitched outside leg. If it was Abrar's choice, he would have gone up straight away.
It's another good combination with Sarfaraz around. Have a look at this again, the big shout. Yeah, clearly. Well, I'll tell you, Abrar, he's always convinced. Bowlers are usually convinced, but he is serious about it when he appeals.
Yeah, terrific ball to a right-hander. That's a bit disconcerting, though, how the lack of bounce. I can't remember any ball staying that low with any of the New Zealand spinners. So that instantly fills me with concern. If you're a right-hander, you're just walking off. The big saviour for the left-hander is it's pitching outside leg and comfortably.
Now he's missed everything. I'm just going to say that this combination between him and Sarfaraz is a good one, because he's been his captain through and through in the domestic. And he knows how to handle Abrar as well. He understands him, but not on that occasion. I think he missed everything.
And I think I've seen enough that he has got a short leg and himself at slip, but I think it's worth having a silly man off as well. Just while the New Zealanders are getting used to facing him, because it's one slight mistake inside or outside edge that balloons up on the offside. You just feel you don't want to miss any opportunity. Just played more confidently.
And that really hasn't gotten up. And Chris, for the right-handers in in the Kiwi dugout now, even before they walk in. And that's an area which is extremely good length to the right-hander. Over, done, 17 for none.
Fourth over for Wasim Jr. He's been running in from round the wicket, banging it in just short of a length. Yeah, around the wicket, trying to be as accurate as possible, but it just seems as if the match will start once the spinners come into operation. 1 over, previous one from Abrar, caused a bit of excitement. But it'll be the time when spin is introduced from both ends. Lovely shot. Slightly fuller, and it's just been punched straight back to the fence.
Now that's proper. Yeah, a little bit full. We've seen so many times Tom Latham, when you pitch it up, that's what he's going to do to you. Just allowed the ball to come really close to him, just punched it through the line. Beautiful shot. The length has to be perfect. It has to be a little bit shorter than that.
Yeah, change of field straight away after that drive down the ground. That second slip removed is now a short mid-wicket in place. So recognizing the fact that he'll be extremely lucky to get 1-2 the slips.
Abrar ball just 1 over and he's left the ground. Not sure why. Number 71, Naseem Shah, is on the pitch, which is a little surprising for me because he did not play against England. He missed a game, couple of games, just purely because of his shoulder. He's not playing this game because of his right shoulder. He was struggling to throw the ball. Pakistan have got 18 in the squad, and they have selected Naseem Shah to go and replace Brar. Not a very smart thinking.
Yeah, spot on. Why is that? We've got 26 spare players to choose from, and they've taken the bloke out there that can't throw.
That's what I couldn't understand. That's why I said that what is he doing out there?
Yeah, but they released 3 players yesterday to go and play in the Pakistan Cup, the One-Day Cup.
All right, how many left now then? Take 3 out.
Kamran Ghulam is already on the field for Salman. so that's 4. So they've still got 3. 21 without loss.
Well, I'm glad that the ball didn't go to him and he didn't have to throw it. So I think Abrar just went out for a toilet break or maybe just some other issue. But it's good that he hasn't thrown the ball. Nice shades.
Didn't even bring his cricket glasses, did he? Still got the street ones on from last night.
Back from the 80s or 90s.
So I'm guessing you're not approving of the glasses style check.
I love them. I'm all over those. I'm going to go down and borrow them tomorrow.
Lovely. So if Simon Dool approves, then they're good enough.
Yeah, you'll be needing them for a new year, isn't it?
Or maybe the day after, when he comes into work.
Yeah, most probably the day after.
Abrar now shifting to round the wicket to the left-hander. We saw him pitch outside leg and hit the pads. Now he's round the wicket to make sure he's in business with the LBW. It's the 9th over with this ball. Now, interestingly, the first over that Abrar bowled, the previous over, he got the ball to skid through and stay low. It'll be interesting if the case stays the same. Nicely timed, beautiful shot down the ground. Too full, but that's a classy response.
Yeah, they will try to put Abrar under pressure early on. Abrar is a very attacking bowler. He will try to push the ball up and try to make the batsman drive. Conway in such a good form. Seen it in the World Cup. And he's also making sure that he's keeping his bat in front of the pad. Playing with the pad rather than just planting his leg, which is the right way to go. You might just get the odd one spin and get the edge, but you're safe with the pad.
Yeah, line, that's a line. Shabash.
Polite inquiry. There is a check.
Did he get a touch on it?
Say again. TV umpire to director. We have a review for run out at the bowler end. Just to confirm. Yeah, ball touch the fingers. Now your best side on angle, please. Bat is grounded. Then bails removed. Satisfied. My decision for big screen is
And not out. Very aware was Latham. Quick to get back. There was a touch. Abrar got a touch on the ball, but Latham on the money.
Shabash, 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 shabash.
25 without loss.
Just have a look at Tom Latham here. Have a look how tight in he's getting and keeping an eye on everything. That's why he picked up the previous delivery coming straight back to him. But he also does that because he wants to see if there is any such review. He wants to make sure he's helping out his mate at the other end. He does it quite often nowadays, where it's something he didn't always do. And a lot of batters don't do that. So he gets in nice and close and makes sure that as the bowler's letting the ball go, he's nice and tight, he's looking down the line, he's watching exactly what's happening at the other end, so that if time comes, watch him ball out of the hand, and then he's in nice and tight, make sure it's there, walks out, and then he's really looking at what's going on at the other end to make sure that if there's a review, he can help his partner out. A lot of batters will be wide of that white line. They won't be in that tight. It's really good conscious effort to make sure he's doing everything he can to help out his team.
I thought you'd take a single and want to relax at the non-strikers then, but...
Well, that's just because that's what you did.
Yeah, if I got the opportunity. But yeah, Latham, you talk about his concentration levels while he's batting, but he's even concentrating while he's on the non-strikers end. Takes some doing. Short ball, and he's pulled it away right in the gap. That has been timed beautifully.
This is a good shot. It really is. It's not a lot of pace in the surface, I know, but it's a comfortably controlled, rolls the wrists and finds the gap.
Yeah, he made sure that he hits it down rather than up. There are two men out there. The fine leg and the square leg right on the boundary. Well, you mentioned Tom Latham just staying in the line and staying more or less on the pitch, not really moving away, just watching the ball coming out of hand first and then seeing where exactly the ball's traveling or hitting, if he hits the pad. But if you look at Conway, who's relatively new at this level, hasn't really played that much Test match cricket. He's just, I guess he's worried about himself a lot at the moment. Once he'll settle in a bit more, he'll probably get into that zone, but he's a lot wider.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how Conway approaches it when Abrar is bowling. If it's different from the seamers to the spinners. The other thing is, if neither of these players have seen Abrar before, watching it out of the hand is another thing that they'll be interested in looking at, I think. So maybe there's a double-edged sword to what Latham is doing, and Conway may do the same. But have a look at this here. Again, out of the hand, so I like that from the modern player. I like that. Watch the ball leave the hand.
Up and over, short this time outside off, and Latham made sure that it was over the top.
Well, I like the approach from the two openers. They're making sure if there is anything loose, they put it away. Earlier we saw a beautiful pull shot playing down and under, and this one just up and over. Scores are coming quickly.
Latham looking good. 33 without loss. first 10 overs of New Zealand's innings. Fairly solid from the openers. This is the problem now. He goes back over the wicket and the ball's just tending to stay low. You can't afford to misjudge length at all, especially with this newish ball, because there's a bit more skid off the surface too.
That's a line. That's a line. ये बेटा ये शाबाश. ये अच्छे बॉल हैं बस. एक जगह पेशेंस के साथ करता रहे जरा. बहुत अच्छे. शाबाश. मैं टाइट करता हूँ. यहाँ मैं छुप रहता हूँ. बहुत अच्छा है. सही है बे.
Yeah, variable bounce will come into play. This one's really staying low. A couple that just scooted through. And then bit of overspin, bit of bounce.
Oh my God.
Another one that sort of scooted low and bottom edge really. And has run away to third man. The only thing that's saving the left-handers right now is that most of deliveries are pitching outside leg stump, so LBW is out of question unless and until Abrar bowls that leg spin or the carom ball which pitches and straightens.
Yes, Mike. Lovely bowling, Abby.
Abrar did have success against left-hander batsman going over the wicket, especially when he bowls that googly, which goes away from the left-hander. He's bowled some really beautiful, taking the off stump out. Two of the over, 35 without loss.
Yeah, variable bounce, more so bowling from the university end. That's the end the spinners will prefer as the game develops, as the match goes on. And those ones that are staying low, well, right-hander, with the ball coming back in, pitching outside off and then staying low, it'll come into play. Abrar will also want to work from that end. Right now there's two left-handers, so that potent delivery is just maybe pitching outside leg, so a bit easier to take care of. Now it's spin from both ends. Noman Ali, left arm spin. What he'll want to do is maybe get a couple to spin and then bring the outside edge into play. He's got a decent arm ball, or the one that stays on track and stays straight.
Noman is not a big turner of the ball, but he's very accurate. He'll make sure that he just keep bowling in one area.
And that's Latham's go-to as well. The sweep, the paddle sweep, the lap. He does play, in general terms, he plays the spinners very well.
A squeeze leg side. Nice hat.
Same action, 2 balls remaining. That's off stop.
Oh, I'm not sure if he's from New Zealand. He's got a flag. The kid's got flag of Pakistan, but that hat. Cricket is a winner. Let's put it that way.
Only one, dive mar de. Well done.
Maybe a bit more of extra bounce there. The reaction from Conway was quite exaggerated, but there's something. Especially till this Kookaburra ball is hard, there'll be something. .37 without loss.
एबी शाबाश एबी यहाँ से अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा है यस यस एबी लवली गोला अब एबी शाबाश एबी पेशेंट के साथ बेटा पेशेंट के साथ शाबाश ये
McGraw will keep searching for that front pad. And round the wicket for a couple of deliveries now. He's gone back over. Nick a single. But again, that one stayed low again.
These modern day batsmen, you cannot really bog them down for too long, especially the ones who are playing white ball cricket and a red ball cricket. From Tom Latham, you'll see that he'll have more patience. He will just take his time until he gets a bad ball. He will not really play a risky stroke, but Conway, because he's played a lot of white ball cricket, you ball him a couple of really good delivery, he will try to do something different.
It was an interesting little conversation. Come back to it. Just as Devon Conway got to the bowler's end, he insinuated, just watch, basically the loopier one is the wrong in, or the leg spinner, and the flatter one is the one that turns away from the left-hander. So that was the signal. Basically, I heard him saying out loud, the loopy one's the leg spinner, the flatter one's going away from you.
38 without loss.
Change your ball right arm around the wicket.
आओ भाई स्लिप में आओ स्लिप में कौन आएगा एलेक्स
Right arm around. That's the centre.
In the first session, you'd say, went to New Zealand. Second session, Salman Agha made sure that Pakistan got to a good total. Coming to the end of the session, so maybe the last over before tea. Captain himself takes the ball. Two left-handers, so off spin. And why not? He got 160.
Two test wickets to Babar Azam, two very unlucky players. Alex Carey and Mehdi Hassan. So he got an off-spinner out as well, bowling off-spin.
All you got to do is just be very careful. There's got a couple of minutes left, and you never know. You might tally that 2 to 3.
Yeah, Salman Agha is probably looking around and thinking, skipper, I've also got 100. He's not on the field.
He's looking from the dugout.
Yeah.
That's all he's doing at the moment.
That's
He didn't go back out.
On.
I think that's why.
Yeah, that's why. Get the gap, maybe come back for the second. And the last ball before tea. Got it on line. Latham blocks it back, so decent start from the New Zealand openers. They go into tea without loss. 41 scored. Couple of deliveries that did stay low, but so far it's been quite comfortable the way that the openers has started. A lot of discussion. Pakistan probably will attack them with spin come the third session, but at the moment New Zealand pretty satisfied with the way the openers have batted.
Yeah, really good. Latham's been positive. Conway good in defence as well. Absolutely what was required from a New Zealand point of view to get through to tea unscathed. And they have managed to do that without too much trouble whatsoever. A couple, as you said, Buzz, that have stayed low. Seamers haven't caused too much of an issue. And New Zealand's opening combination. This is now the third best test opening stand in 2022. They hadn't had a good year up until now. 148 against Bangladesh and 84 against England were the two best prior to today. Put on 41 without loss, Latham and Conway at the top. Five bowlers have been tried, including the skipper himself, Numan, with just the one over. Mohammad Wasim Jr. Abrar has looked dangerous on the odd occasion. 4 overs, none for 7. Pakistan played beautifully in their turn at bat, posting a very imposing 438. New Zealand toiled long and hard. Salman Agha picked up his first test match century to go with 14 first-class centuries. He played beautifully. Some wonderful shots all around the ground. That was Ish Sodhi's second wicket. First wicket, sorry. A little LBW before he picked up Mohammad Wasim Jr. But that was the 100 marker for Salman Agha. Little drag down ball, and then he went to his 100. This was a good 6 down the ground from Abrar. And then the innings was all over. Southey picking up test match wicket number 350 for him, and brought an end to the innings and a very good century, the second one in the innings for Pakistan. New Zealand's chase started very well.
Yeah, Mir Hamza playing for the first time after 4 years. He was a little bit too wide, got hammered a couple of times by Conway. And some beautiful straight drives from Latham. Abrar came on, and he was also dealt in a very similar fashion. Beautiful pull shot, and there was an uppercut also. That one, I love that. That was a beautiful shot, well-controlled stroke. So at T, 41 without loss, and I think New Zealand will be very, very happy with that small session they have to bat. It was a difficult time, difficult period. They managed it beautiful. New Zealand trailing by 397 runs.
Well, the highlight of the second session was Salman Ali Agha completing his 100, batted so well with the tail and added valuable 103 runs, first 100 for him, and helping Pakistan to get to 438 all out. Quick look at the match summary. Pakistan won the toss and posted 438, 161 from Babar and very valuable 86 from Sarfaraz, and not to forget Salman's 100 as well. New Zealand started off well, 41 for no loss, and they trailed by 397. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. We have a very short show over here, so we'll quickly get to our guests, Basit Khan and Chris Harris. We'll start with you, Basit. First, a few words from your side, the innings that Salman has played, how and what will do to his confidence, and of course the score that Pakistan managed.
Yeah, Salman was brilliant. It's the first time I think he got it exactly right, how to bat with the tail. At times, he sort of left it too late to attack, but after lunch he was magnificent. He made sure that he attacked every over, got a boundary every over, and because of him, Pakistan could rally or get those runs at quite a pace, and that meant that Pakistan could get to that total, and I think it's a very challenging total, and we've already seen a couple of deliveries that stayed low. But in terms of Salman Agha, I think now he'll just think that he now belongs in that Pakistan team with that 100.
It was interesting how you felt the New Zealand bowlers were focusing on the other side of Salman to get the wickets going, and he went about his work and rapidly, especially in that second session.
Oh, that's a credit to how well he batted. I mean, when they got Babar Azam first thing this morning, New Zealand were thinking we can bowl them out for less than 400, and Salman played beautifully and just put the icing on the cake to what was already a good innings, but to get to 438, that's a good first innings total. So credit to him, the spinners focused on at the other end.
All right. Let's have a quick look at the favorite part of the day, and that will be the expert prediction. Ask them a question just after this. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. So my question is to the raised eyebrows about the variable bounce that we saw, especially when Abrar came on in his first over, the ball that just didn't refuse to get up. And then you've got a few that carried very well to the keeper. I'm going to ask you guys, what do you expect? We'll start with you, Harris. The coming session, or by the end of the day's play, is it going to be the same? Because second innings, as you mentioned earlier, we were talking, might get even more difficult.
Yeah, it's a bit concerning at this stage of the innings when we're only in the second day. From the left-hander's point of view, it's not so bad because it's pitching outside leg, but it's you wouldn't call it low bounce, it's just no bounce. And I think there'll be a few right-handers sitting in the dressing room who will be a little bit nervous because the left-handed, as I said, was protected because it's pitching outside leg, but to a right-hander, that spells trouble. So that's going to be something that we'll obviously monitor throughout to see if it becomes more variable, but it was certainly something to be concerned about.
You do a lot of pitch, Basit. What's your prediction on how it's going to turn out as days go by?
Well, it's happened all from one end. So the university end, obviously the spinners prefer bowling from the university end. Also, there's a factor of, as the ball is quite hard and new, it exaggerates that low bounce. So it'll be interesting if it happens when the ball's slightly softer. I think it'll still remain there, but you can pick out a few deliveries. It won't sort of completely die. It'll still be battable.
Okay, that's our expert prediction on the variable bounce that we've seen. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Start with you, Basit. Now, the final session, how do you feel Babar should approach it? Especially, did you feel he should have brought a little earlier, 6 overs of quicks?
I think the left-handers on strike just sort of persuaded him to go on with the fast bowlers. Abrar obviously likes to bowl to right-handers, as the case with Numan Ali. He also likes to bowl to the right-handers. Now, the deliveries that we saw are pitching outside leg and then going on to hit stumps. But yes, I think after tea, it'll be more about spin than anything else. I think Salman Agha, if he comes back onto the field, he'll get a bowl as well.
We've seen that how Conway and Latham have started off 41 for no loss, especially tackling the spinners and the new ball, and probably won't go on the back foot against from that end.
Yeah, they're both very good players for spin, and they're very solid in defence. So I think they'll probably expect to get a little bit of an in-outfield. Bubba will keep some catches in under the helmet and slip, but I think we'll have a few boundary riders as well. So it might be more challenging to keep that run rate ticking along as they did in that first session. Thought they played beautifully. important from New Zealand's point of view that they don't lose too many wickets in this next session.
All right, so we've got what we could extract out of our guests over here, the expert views, what it's going to be like. Buzzer feels the pitch is not going to deteriorate or have any drastic changes, and it's a good start, according to Chris Harris from the New Zealand openers. So, time for us to join the third and final session on day 2 with a good start, looking like a solid start from New Zealand, 41 for no loss. They're 397 behind, long way to go in the test match. Let's enjoy some action after the break.
Yeah, welcome back to the KFC presents Dafa News Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. We're into session 3 live from the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. New Zealand have done well. 41 for no loss. Both openers have looked good at the crease. They have middled the ball. Latham 20 and Conway 17. The afternoon belonged to Salman Ali Agha as he brought up his maiden century in Test cricket. He looked to score runs, he looked to play with intent, and he picked up quite a few boundaries, played all along the ground. Every time there were loosened deliveries on offer, he put them away. He's a young man, young into his Test career, and he's grabbed the opportunity with both hands. Match summary so far, 438 for Pakistan. Big scores from Babar Azam 161 and Salman 103. And Sarfaraz as well playing on home soil after first time in his test career. 86 to his name. Tim Southee with the 3, Bracewell. And so the Anijars 2 apiece. New Zealand in their first innings, 41 without loss. Players will now make their way out for the final session here on day 2. And I've been joined alongside with Chris Harris and Waqar Younis. Chris, New Zealand will be happy with this start.
Yeah, perfect start. Not so much they didn't lose a wicket, that both players just looked solid. Got their innings underway with 20 and 17 respectively. The only concerning thing was that one that stayed very low from Bra, so we hope that that's not something that becomes commonplace, because that will certainly worry the right-handers in the New Zealand batting lineup. It's the perfect scenario from New Zealand is to go one more session without losing a wicket, and that would set up this test beautifully.
Waqar for Pakistan, 3 overs to Mir Hamza with the new ball. Abroad into the attack with the new ball, relative new ball, no wickets to the piece just yet for Pakistan.
Well, they have kept things quiet, and that's the key. Against England, it was the other way around. Runs were just coming very, very quickly, and Pakistan was under pressure most of the time. This time around, they got enough runs on the board. Now they can play around with their spinners and with their pacers. Hopefully, reverse swing will come into play a little later, but this man, Brar, is going to be the key. Yes, the odd one keep low and might be a little bit dangerous for the right-hander. The best way to deal with is just keep those left-handers out there. Don't allow the right-hander to come in, I guess. But yeah, he's a very smart operator. Abrar, he bowls from over the wicket, around the wicket. He will keep trying. He bowls long spells. So he's going to be key for Pakistan. Of course, these two look solid. They really read him quite well so far. Can they just build a big partnership here early on? Early partnership, a big partnership will really put Pakistan under some sort of pressure.
Must be quite a nice feeling though, although they didn't pick up any wickets, that, as you said about that England series, it's a little bit back to normal Test cricket at 3 and over as opposed to 8 and over. So it just gives you a little bit more time.
Yeah, Chris, you mentioned obviously the video footage must have floated around and New Zealand would have done their homework, but a different cup of tea when you come out and you have to play Abrar live the first time. Not easy picking him, but they've done well so far.
Yeah, it's challenging. There's nothing better than getting first-hand experience and seeing it in real life or first-hand. And you could see there was quite a lot of conversations between Latham and Conway discussing the different arm placements and what type of delivery that meant. Which is what you should do batting in a partnership. So I think there was a couple of telltale signs that I think Conway picked up that helped him to pick what type of delivery was coming. The other good thing is both of these players are very good player of spin.
Also to follow Kane Williamson, excellent off spin as well. Yes, the right-hander to come in next, but still he'd back himself. So this looks like a good setup here, or good platform set for New Zealand in this big chase in the first innings. Hazard clipped his hand, and was he outside his crease? They will have a look, and if this is, it's probably the most unfortunate way to lose your wicket. Latham not looking happy.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for run out. Just want to confirm whether ball touched the hand of the bowler or not. and then your best side on angle. Thank you. Can I have any other angle?
The man is trying to fool all of us. He looked
like
absolutely convinced that that was
touches
out.
the finger. Yes. Yes. Satisfied. Ball touches the finger, then onto the stumps. Can I have your best side on angle, please? Keep rolling. Bat inside the ground. Then bails removed. Satisfied. My decision for big screen is
should be a fairly simple decision in the end. I'm not quite sure if the emotions look quite contrasting. Noman looked like he had his man, for sure. Nicely driven. Beautiful timing. Another boundary to Conway to end the over. 45 for no loss.
I don't think Noman should mind that, because that stroke was played out of that rough. Ball could have gone anywhere, but the control was really good on that occasion. He made sure that he played from the inside. No doubt it was an excellent stroke. Previous over, last ball, but it was played out of the rough, and I don't think Noman will have that much problem with getting hit for a boundary. Ball landed in that rough region. It could have gone anywhere. Watch that ball where it landed. He made sure that he just lashes onto it. Played it quite late, but watch that ball land. Yeah, look at the puff of the dust. Controlled beautifully, no doubt.
Oh yes, lovely ball.
But it's a very risky stroke.
Yeah, it's a great point. You feel as though there's an element of risk out of that rough. It's only got to bounce a little bit more or stay down. It's a type of shot where you can drag the ball back onto your stumps. But on that occasion, it was wonderfully executed by Conway. Talked about both these players being good players to spin. They both like to use their feet, and they're also both very good sweepers of the ball. My one concern, it's probably a shot that they've taken out of their mind because of that one that stayed so low. It just may be a shot that they put away for a bit and just look to play with a straight bat, as Latham demonstrated beautifully there.
A really good understanding of the surface to adapt given the conditions with the bounce low. At least the odd one keeping low. A tight over from Abrar, a maiden. 45 for no loss.
चलो बॉय जरा बॉलर रेडी है लैड्स में आ जा में
Yeah, consistently bowling into that rough for the odd one either to stay low or nip back sharply. Entice the batter to drive and maybe look for a bat and pad gap in between for the one that sneaks through. The puff of dust lights up the bowler's eye, doesn't it?
And I like the fact that what Bubba's done with the field as well, he's left it a little bit of a carrot in saying there's no boundary rider, there's just an orthodox offside field. So there's opportunities to score. So if you want to take the risk, we're happy to give away a few fours, but we feel as though it's a genuine way of getting you out.
Well, the variation is going to be the key. I think Noman at the moment is bowling too quickly. When you're bowling in the rough, just loop it up. Just go a little bit above the eye line and just give it a flight and let him drive.
Oh!
This is quick. This is fast delivery, almost 90 kilometers an hour. Ball a little bit slower into that rough, like earlier when he got hit for 4.
A reverse sweep. First time in the piece we've seen that. It brings about a boundary. It was nicely put away.
Yeah, it's a shot he plays very well. Makes me a little bit nervous when you're reverse sweeping out of the rough and there's a slip and a backward point. But he is a very good player of it. And I'm sure he would have watched a lot of that English series and seen how successful they were at it.
Yeah, fair to say Ben Duckett swept Pakistan away. Whether it was with the conventional sweep or the reverse. Ollie Pope, Joe Root. All of them followed. A quick single to finish the over off. Brings up the 50 partnership for New Zealand. 50 for no loss.
Pakistan played 3 test matches against England and the pitches were very flat. No grass at all. A lot more spin to begin with even. Especially here in Karachi, the last test match, the pitch was bone dry. But this pitch, they've left a bit of moisture to begin with. So yes, there was a spin for a little while, but it has flattened out. And what I'm seeing from Abrar normally against England used to get a lot of spin out of the surface, but he is having issues. He's not really spinning the ball. All he's doing is bowling good lines and good lengths, but not really getting any spin yet. So I feel that this pitch is going to play really well today. It's more or less end of the day. But even tomorrow, this is going to be really good pitch to bat on. But then he might just, on the 4th day, all this rough will come into play. And we'll have a lot more for the spinners. But if New Zealand can bat through without losing any wicket by this evening and can bat tomorrow also, it'll be a very even game after that, isn't it?
Comfortable single in the end. And like you mentioned, eventually if the pitch deteriorates, this start comes in handy. And what Abrar I think is doing well here, he's bowling those tight channels. Yes, the ball's not doing as much as we saw a week ago against England. But with the tight channels, with the odd one staying low. Another 4 to end the over. 59 for no loss.
going around the wicket, trying to bowl that off spinner. And I think Tom Latham saw that very early coming out of his hand, and he knew exactly what this ball is going to do. He plays that sweep shot really well.
You talk about young and the exuberance that it brings. Abrar, on the other hand, last over, last ball, just changing the angle, bowling that offie, firing into the left-hander. And on surfaces like this, just consistent pressure is what you need.
I guess that's the one disadvantage to having such a big impact in the first two tests you play, where literally in the English series it felt like every time he came on to bowl he got a wicket this first over. And as you said, that's a perfect indication of him mixing it up. Decided to come around the wicket, bowl an off spinner. And as I said, both of these players love to sweep. Tom Latham doesn't need a second invitation. And because he had such an impact, it doesn't take very long, you know, 2 or 3 overs and he thinks nothing's happening, I've got to try something different. But you sort of saw from the Pakistan innings, you feel as though this is the type of surface where you've just got to be patient, and it's going to take a lot longer to prize people out. And sometimes you've just got to try and bowl dot deliveries in good areas.
Oh! Well, such is a test of test cricket, isn't it? Long periods of attrition, long periods of toil before it yields results. It's another one that stayed a little bit low, came in sharp, again out of the rough.
It's the pace, Aruj. That last delivery was 82 kilometers an hour. He's just slowed it down. There you go, 92 kilometers an hour straight away. He saw the ball spinning, he was slower, and straight away pushing it hard. It becomes a lot easier to sort of bat against the quicker ball.
.55 for no loss. The pace from Abrar better amongst the two. Noman every now and then just tosses one up off the rough, but then fires it in. And now again Abrar's bowling round, and again the sweep comes out. A look for 2, pick up 1 on the arm.
I haven't seen it yet, but quite often when you get spinners in tandem bowling like this, what we're discussing, the pace and bowling a little bit slower and you're getting more out of the surface. The fact that they haven't got together and sort of had a chat and just said, look, I bowled one quite a lot slower and got a lot of spin. I haven't seen them get together yet.
Oh! And also with that lack of really of information, that's why you see the change up every now and then. There's one that's tossed up above the eye line which does something out of the rough, and then you have another couple that are fired in. And you haven't seen the Kiwi batters troubled by the line that has been fired in. It's more the one that spins out of the rough, which is slightly slower. And you see them getting comfortable now with the sweep coming in. Once again, quicker through the air.
Normally it's the man behind the stumps, the wicketkeeper, who judges that that what sort of pace is required, and he's the one who goes to the bowler and tell him what needs to be done. They're running hard between the wicket.
I like this positive intent as well to put some pressure on Bra.
Well, now he's saying that bowl slowly, chhod ke. That means just bowl a little bit, bit more flight on it. Let's see what he does.
.61 for no loss. Spin from both ends continue. We've been having a chat up here in the commentary box, Avakar, Chris and myself, about a consistent plan being deployed. Every now and then there's one that's tossed up. Oh, that was very close. Very close to the off stump. There was one that was fired in again.
To be fair, I think we've got to give probably some credit about the pace that they're bowling to the New Zealand pair as well. We've seen a couple of orthodox sweeps, some reverse sweeps. A little bit lucky there, Conway. Normally very good at the reverse sweep, but that's the danger when you're sweeping out of the rough. You can just see it didn't bounce, hence the reason he got the bottom edge. But I think because they're being so aggressive and playing so many different shots, it's forcing the Pakistan spinners to vary their pace.
Just pushing the man back for the reverse. That's the line I'd like to see more of. Consistently dangle the carrot and invite New Zealand to go. It's a sharp spin out of that rough at a slightly slower pace.
I think from Walker and I point of view, we totally agree. I would like him just to keep it there and say, I'm happy for you to cover drive me from that rough and out of that length. But because all of a sudden New Zealand are being a bit more aggressive, I think they're feeling as though they have to mix up their pace. And I think it's playing into the New Zealanders' hands. They know that the slow pace is their danger.
Both good players of spin as well, and now you can see them comfortable with the sweep and the reverse sweep. Yet to see is the use of the feet, because they haven't had to bring that out as a scoring opportunity, because there's been plenty of opportunity otherwise. And that's what I feel, that line, that loopy line outside the off stump into the rough, can invite them to drive.
And I think looking further afield, both of these players know how important these two spinners are going to be. Pakistan are going to push on and try and win this test, and I think they both want to make a statement in this first innings. So we're going to come after you and put them under pressure right from the onset.
Nice, Nomi.
Oye. 67 for no loss. We've got a triple split screen with his off spin on the right, the googly in the middle, and his leg spin to your left off screen. And you can see the subtle variations with his index finger, which drops down the seam with the googly. And it gets his middle finger rolling on the ball with his googly. And the other thing that you pick up on is the revolutions of the ball. The off spin, an easier giveaway. The important one, the off spin, I think that was easier to pick up because he had a different action completely. Between the leg spin and the googly, if you don't pick it off the hand, which is a bit of a giveaway, you pick it off the seam. The seam and the leg spin, the revolutions from mid-wicket to slip. When the googly comes down a scrambled seam, and he drops that index finger onto the googly as well.
It's a great point, and I wonder if that's why Tom Latham, as we've seen from that split screen, the off spin is the most obvious one to pick up. And I think he's picked that up early, and that's why he was comfortable playing the sweep, knowing exactly what type of delivery it was.
And that is the trouble that we've seen with mystery spinners. Once they get caught out, once they lose that mystery, plenty of conversation, plenty of information being relayed back. He seems to have a good grip on what's going on. How lovely is that? A picture-perfect straight drive.
Yeah, wonderful batting. We've seen an orthodox sweep, a reverse sweep. Anytime the spinners looked over the pitch, happy to go down the ground. Wonderful shot. Look at that, full face. Even you like that, Waka.
Loved it. Conway trying to help Latham with all those gestures. He's doing a googly this way or leg spinner this way. He's a very busy man. And when it comes to his own turn, that means he's reading it well. That's why that stroke looked so beautiful, elegant.
Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautifully timed. Conway moves to 41. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, and that's the pressure New Zealand are putting on. Wonderful shot from Conway. Bruh, just too wide. And Conway more than happy just to throw his hands through the line of the delivery.
Yes.
76 for no loss. Runs looking fairly easy for New Zealand to come by. A few boundaries in the past couple of overs.
They're showing on the TV, but not their hair. ये पैर देखा है इसका? हाँ, पीछे लेके जाता है। पीछे वाह जी वाह, नहीं चेक कर रहे हैं। धीरे रेडी रहे।
Devon Conway, it's wonderful to watch his straight drive. But Tom Latham just not backing up quite as far as he has been previously. He's tried to run him out a couple of times. We've had 2 reviews by the umpire to check for runouts at the bowler's end. And as you can see, Latham very quick to get back to his crease.
Oh!
You don't mind him playing that shot when you're looking for that loopy delivery with that turn outside the rough. He played a couple of reverse sweeps and the man dropped back. I'd rather have the man back up, and if he does go for the reverse sweep, then be it. And if he top edges one, it lands straight in. But it's more of a reactive feel. He plays the reverse sweep and the man drops back.
Only one.
He struck hard. Excellent running, back for two.
Again, a little bit surprised that his speed went up again to 90 kilometres an hour. And Latham on the sweep hit it beautifully. Well, he's a little bit slower that we've been talking about, particularly from that rough. There's more variation in bounce and it's more difficult. Yeah, that slower speed at 80.5. That's the ideal speed.
I don't think that's good for your teeth. And if they are sensitive, well, you've got Sensodyne, sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Or probably just not eat any of that.
Nobody listens to you, Rouge, whenever you tell them not to have all that. They love it here, especially in the afternoon. I know you're a dentist and you want them to take care of their teeth. But yeah, in the afternoon it gets a little warmer. Lollies are not bad. 78 without loss.
Eat more.
Over the wicket. Alex.
That's a good line. The other thing about mystery spinners is once they get caught out with their action, most of them become ineffective. But I just feel with spinners, most often length is so crucial and hence your control. So even if you do get picked out, if you still have that good control, and Rashid Khan talks about this, for him length is key. I just feel it's something that Abrar can learn, because very quickly he will get caught out with that unless he doesn't keep innovating with that. Pitched outside.
Well, that's the issue, bowling over the wicket. Most of the time you will see that ball will land outside the line of the stumps, and Sarfraz straight away saying, no, don't go that way, we're not going to review it. And rightly so. If you want to bring the LBWs or bowled into play, you have to go around the wicket.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right with when you're talking about mystery spinners, if you like. When players start picking them, it does become a little bit easier, or it does become easier. But still, the quality spinners, you've still got to judge how much it's going to spin, the bounce, and that's why the very good one's still very successful. But all of a sudden, from Brown's point of view, there's a couple of things happening this over which are making him a little bit more excited, and all of a sudden looking a little bit more lightly. But he is very much going to struggle to get a LBW bowling over the wicket.
He dives over that. Another lovely piece of timing. 80 for no loss.
हाँ
Plenty of broadcasters for this series. Outside Pakistan, in Pakistan. Radio 2. I've seen that shot quite a lot. Yeah, since T, almost going at 4 and over, there's been a genuine like to maybe be more positive, and that's come with actually spending time on the crease. And the one thing that was apparent was both openers made sure that there was a lot of information passed when Abrar was bowling about his variations. Yes, you can do all the data analysis videos, but once you get out there, you need to then pick him, and they've started off really nicely. Now I think they're pretty comfortable picking him. With Conway will always apply this pressure back on the spinners. Very good player of spinners. Even out of the rough, he's able to drive it through extra cover.
And even if they didn't pick him, the demonstration on split screen given by Aruj of what to pick out of his hand was on the giant screen. So basically further helped them to figure it out.
Yeah, at least there's just the video, just the what was showing on video, no comments on that, so the explanation didn't go through, so it worked out better. If the explanation from Aruj had gone through, they might have got more confused. But they showed them the variations, how he bowls them, and enlarged them. Now they're strolling around at 4 and over.
They didn't probably need that audio. It was a giant cinema screen.
81 without loss. Everything flowing nice and easy. It's a Tapal tea moment. The lounge is always very comfortable. And the two left-handers batting really well. It's also a slight problem because both Abrar and Noman Ali like to bowl to right-handers, and right now they've got these two to contend with. They've also got Henry Nichols to follow, but right now, where do you think Abrar would be most potent? I'm not very happy with the way cricket is going right now. She wants wickets.
While not much is happening, we saw that banner just now, ICC Men's Cricketer of the Year, and a question mark. I'm talking about test matches. You guys have any pick? Because it'll be announced very soon who's going to be the cricketer. We're talking about overall, of course. That's a big shot there. A boundary.
Yeah, this is what Conway will do to spin. He'll make sure that he plays a big shot in between all those forward defenses and backward defenses. He's gone with the sweep shot, the cover drive, and now he's used the feet and hit over the top. He's not got it in the center of the stake, but there's enough elevation to hit over the top, wide open spaces back there. Then he goes back to that forward defense. So the rhythm of the scoring rate and the rhythm of the innings when Conway is out there will be pretty decent in terms of the balance between attack and defense. 86 without loss. Nicely clipped away leg side, pushing for 3. They only get 2, but settle in nicely. Nathan prefers the back foot to spinners, and he's now in sync with the pace of the pitch. The discussion now will be with Sarfaraz and Barber of how to just go through a period where they can apply pressure. Right now, they've not been allowed to apply pressure because both openers being able to rotate strike and get the odd boundary. Pakistan, is thinking of ways to make sure that they stifle the openers, or just a concerted period where they can put some pressure on.
Pakistan do have the service of Wasim Jr., who's good with the old ball, gets the ball to reverse, and we saw extravagant movement later on in the piece against England. The ball obviously not that old. Normally this time of the day the ball tends to reverse a little bit more in Karachi. That is an option that Babar can revert to once the ball does start to reverse. He's got good control over the old ball as well. Just a matter of when Babar feels. We haven't seen them work on that ball as vigorously as we saw England in order to get that reverse swing going. At the moment, all looking too easy with the two spinners bowling in tandem. 18 overs now.
Quick single, and he's made it. So that means that Conway's got to his 5th 50 in Test match cricket. He's looked pretty secure against spin. His first game in the subcontinent, and so far it's been a solid knock.
adding on to the numbers in his Test career. A 53 average, just under 1,000 runs now. And it's been an innings of good composure and a very good command.
.92 without loss.
Change bowling right arm around the wicket.
A change of bowling. Wasim Jr. back in the attack, so he's gone to pace. Salman Agha hasn't been on the field at all as Pakistan started their bowling. He's not feeling too well, he's slightly ill, so his services right now not available. And with two left-handers, I think Babar would have wanted the off-spinner anyway. He's now gone back to seam. 27 overs with this ball, and the first thought would be if there's a chance of reverse swing.
I just felt it was time for a change. Ball now 27 overs old. Watch out for that hint of move, and he gets the ball to naturally dip back into the right-hander. So here he will be looking to move the ball away from the left-hander. A line and length will be important here, and also what Babar gives him as a field set. And the field set predominantly offside, looking to take the ball away from the left-hander here.
Saka boundary contest. Saka proudly presented 60,000 to the players towards the Saka boundary contest. 6 fours in the first Test match till now. There's a couple of catches offside with those short cover fielders. He's got a slip and gully. Yes, he'll try and get the ball to straighten, but also protection if he ventures full. So you want him to drive through the covers with that sort of angle.
But I just feel with those two men catching in front of the bat, at the moment we haven't seen any movement away. He's just been angling into the left-hander. Maybe Wasim can come back round the wicket, over the wicket, and pull a tight line across, then inviting the left-hander to drive, and maybe on the up those two men catching come into play.
Yeah, with round the wicket, once you angle it back into the stumps, the opportunity to whip it leg side. Conway with perfect balance helps himself to another boundary. It's 96 without loss.
At least he's thinking, what can Pakistan do to create that first breakthrough and get one of them back into the dressing room? Yeah, we saw not so long ago against England, when England was in the field, and not much was happening off the surface. They were trying to create something with just working around with different field positions, bowling to a certain plan. We saw when New Zealand was fielding, they're bowling leg stump line, 7-2 onside field. Here, what can Babar do differently? Especially we talk about Mohammad Wasim. When you pointed out what he's having 2 catches on the offside and then angling the ball in, probably a man somewhere around short mid-wicket or somewhere. So what can Babar do to just try and test something different with field positions?
Well, Numan Ali's gone round the wicket. He's changed his line of attack. Sarfraz just complaining away that he needs to be tighter into those stumps. The field set is leg side, so the attack is basically telling Numan Ali to get the ball back into the stumps. Anything off stump or slightly outside, there is ample space to A, get off strike or even hit it to the boundary. And that's exactly what Conway has done. Timed it through the offside, and timing so good that it's almost gone to the fence.
Brings up the 100 partnership for New Zealand. The both openers have looked extremely comfortable. 57 to Conway, 39 to Latham. Now we saw a stat earlier where in 2022 New Zealand Test average at the top was the least. And the two of them hadn't opened in those 12 innings. I'm sure that stat will change. It's an excellent opening partnership here.
Abdullah, good moment.
Baz, you talk about plans, and at the moment, even if there is a plan, the bowling hasn't been consistent to that plan. And that's why it's probably that much more, so much more difficult to yield a wicket when it's not consistent. We cannot debate whether the plan is right or wrong. It's easier sitting here and debating. But when you've got a plan, it still has to be consistent over a long period of time, or at least a substantial amount of time for it to work. Every now and then, either the pace or the line just falls out of that plan.
And also the fact that it's still a very good pitch to bat on. You have to be patient, you have to be spot on with your lengths and lines to create some kind of pressure. 101 without loss. At least some good comes from our commentary. Professionals are putting people to sleep. Not Sikandar, but us too.
Your commentary, Baz, yours.
Well, that's still up for the viewers to decide. But I take your point last over, what you made, him bowling round the wicket. It's easier now to attack the stumps. And once you attack the stumps, you want protection leg side. And on a slow pitch, you want to attack the stumps or bowl as straight as possible. Right now, he's going round the wicket, which works against the angle. If he's going to try and straighten it or swing it away, it works against the angle. And then to be hanging the ball outside off stump, it's slightly easier with the ball angling back in and not going across. You're absolutely spot on the way that the field is set. He drives it to the offside with ease and will come back for the second.
It's also the angle that he's bowled with throughout this test match, and again with no hint of movement away from the left-hander when this not working, which is the angle across the left-hander. I know the ball's not carrying to slip, but it does become the caught behind in play, maybe the hard slash to gully. Now we saw Saud Shakil fall to a similar plan from Tim Southee.
Right on.
And from this angle to bring those two catches into play, I just feel the line has to be slightly outside off stump with the ball angling in that far. Difficult to bring those catches into play.
The other option that Pakistan doesn't really explore is short pitch bowling. Wasim 138, he's touched 140, he's got that extra bit of pace maybe, and just for an over or two you can just go to that kind of attack. It worked really well for England, it worked today for New Zealand at times, so it's a strategy worth exploring. Probably the fastest bowler on show in this test match is Wasim.
Just trying to get people to settle down behind bowler's arm. Wasim Jr. working hard on that ball. We saw reverse swing come into play slightly later on in the first innings against England as well. It was probably past the 40 over mark when the ball did go, but when it did go, it went a lot for Wasim. He's got that slingy round arm action which exaggerates that movement later on.
Yes, so another one patching offside.
Just keep opening the door, yeah.
Do you want them to move them now?
No, all good. They're gone, all good.
They're fine, yeah, as long as they don't keep
104 without loss.
It's been an excellent opening partnership for New Zealand. 104-57 to Conway. What an impact he's had on his international career since he's come in. Latham looking for his half century as well. And they've had all the answers to Pakistan's bowling onslaught, which hasn't really been a bit of an onslaught. The one bowler talked about so much after the England series was Abrar, and they seem to have done their homework rather nicely. They seem to have picked him, and they haven't been disturbed by either of his mysteries. A little bit of an issue here, of course. He's got an injury on his right hand, which is his bowling hand, and he just wants a little bit of tape covering on that finger. And they do make the tape in various skin tones as well, but I think he'll just go off and have it checked out first. Medical attention?
I think he's asking for that permission because you can't have any taping onto the fingers or the bowling arm. But then this reduces Babar further. He's already operating with just 4 bowlers. He tried one himself. There's no Salman Agha on the field, and he's not been allowed to go up. So Wasim is still on the field.
ये अब पीछे रहेगी शॉर्ट पॉइंट
Sikandar, we always used to hear about that breeze in the final session and something would happen. Was that just a myth?
Well, there's still time to the end of the day's play, still an hour and a half to go, so yeah, you never know. But this knock from these two openers has been chanceless. He haven't provided nothing whatsoever to the Pakistan bowlers or the fielders, any opportunity, nothing. Do you feel that it has played any role? I don't know. It's 6 overs from quicks and then Abrar came in. Not saying that every time you give him the brand new ball he will get you a wicket, but it's just that fact that you mentioned that could be 2 left-handers that was a bit of a hesitation.
Yeah, I reckon it was the 2 left-handers. He did bring him on, and you saw the ball stay low. And it's the new ball that exaggerates variable bounce. You saw in the first session of the test match yesterday where that bit of moisture and the new ball helped it spin and bounce. Today when Abrar got the new ball, it was skidding low and it exaggerated that variable bounce with it, and suddenly as these two get together and build a partnership, you suddenly think there's nothing really happening. It's also the fact that the ball gets softer and then the surface doesn't allow anything to happen. The soft ball and the slow low surface It all works against any sort of pace. Bit of spin, there's a appeal and inquiry. Barber looking around. No, they're not going upstairs. But there was spin on that last delivery outside off. New Zealand survived. There's 105 without loss, and it's time for drinks.
Hello, mate. Let's go up. 105 without loss. Tom Latham 44 of 81. Conway 55 from 105. And we had a little moment prior to the drinks break where there was a little bit of excitement in the field. There was a little bit of excitement in the commentary box. And Nouman Ali over the wicket, a little inside edge from Devon Conway. Sarfraz had, I don't think he really appealed. Baba thought about going to the third umpire, thought about a review, not taken. So an opportunity gone from Pakistan's point of view. Bit of luck.
Good acting from Conway as well. I'm sure that'll be discussed after the night's play, won't it, tonight? There was certainly some interest initially. And with Bubba at first slip, a little bit surprised that they didn't ask the question.
5 bowlers have been tried, just the one over for Babar Azam, of course, so that was prior to the break. But New Zealand's run rate has been good. And that little moment just prior to drinks might come back to haunt Pakistan a little bit, Waqar.
Yeah, Babar in the slips, and I thought if Sarfraz didn't hear anything, Babar might have. Although Nouman was up for it, Nouman was just appealing, pleading. Nobody listened to him. It was in the rough, a bounce. Initially, he went up and he was pretty sure. And it was not really the faintest. It was quite a bit of noise there.
Look at Bubba there. He's just not sure. And Sarfraz in the end. Oh, there we go.
There's no doubt in his mind.
That's after the replay that we've just shown, I believe. But yeah, 3 reviews. 3 reviews, 105 on the board, no wickets down. You just before drinks, you're wondering, aren't you? You're thinking if they thought there was possibly something, whether it was worth an opportunity just to go.
I think all of them were thinking that it might have just clipped the back pad because it was it was sort of hidden for Noman because he played it behind his front pad, and he thought they might have just clipped the back pad, and that's why he said, okay, it's up to you. Leave it to the wicketkeeper, leave it to the captain. They're closer to the bat. And Sarfaraz's initial reaction was, yes, he's nicked it, but then he pulled it out. Yeah, needed a breakthrough and didn't work. They should have taken it. Big opportunity. I hope it doesn't go the way Babar's catch was dropped.
Oh, that's 4 runs to the tally post the opportunity.
Yeah, when you see something like that on the big screen and straight after that you get hit or get driven down the pitch, it hurts more. He's playing so well, Conway.
There isn't much reverse to speak of. I'd really like to see Wasim perhaps have a go over the wicket. So he's going across the left-hander. Encourage him to try and hit through those 3 men they got catching sort of a short straight mid-off and 2 covers. Just feel with the angle. Conway's happy just to defend or leave, and as soon as he gets straight, then pick him off through the leg side.
We'll change in field again. I think we've got a straight man coming in at a very short mid-on. Just to maybe allow Wasim Jr. to bowl a little straighter and stop that one going back past him.
Well, normally Mohammad Wasim, when he bowls to the right-hander, especially with the older ball, which is, this is one was 32nd over, and it's sort of reverse a little bit, and he brings the ball into the right-hander quite nicely. That's what where he enjoys the most, because his energy in the ball is a lot more. He ball with a lot better pace, but going around the wicket and asking the ball to straighten from that off-stump line is a difficult one, especially with a slingy action. It is not easy. To the right-hander, you'll see that pace definitely will improve. We'll get to 140. But at the moment, Pakistan looking for a breakthrough. And both these left-handers, they're looking really solid.
I like the fact they've been positive first and foremost. 3.5 runs and over almost through the innings. So they've been pretty positive in their scoring rate. A good sign from the New Zealand combination at the top. 110 without loss. Right, Nouman Ali to continue. Slip in place, bat pad under the helmet on the onside. Sweep man is coming up at 45 on the leg side, and there is one back on the boundary there. Sweeps fine, does well. That Shanawaz Dahani on the field. No, it's not. Sorry. Shan Masood. Oh, he's gone, isn't he? Sweeps again. That one's gone past Shan Masood and away to the boundary for 4.
He's one of the best player I've seen who sweeps the ball so well. It was Duckett when England was here, and now it's Latham. And he, I feel, controls it a lot better. He doesn't play the reverse sweep that much, but the conventional sweep, many times I've seen him plays that shot with full control and get the maximum reward out of it.
He normally gets himself in such a stable position. Gets down nice and early. That's the one there that can get him in trouble, where he tries to fetch it a little bit from outside off stump. Normally when he gets his head in line, he hits it so beautifully, but when the ball's outside of his eye line, as we just saw there, he can get into a little bit of trouble.
Well, that will be the 24th half century in Test match cricket for Tom Latham. 1200s to go along with that. There's been another very composed innings from New Zealand's opener. Average a tick over 40. Pretty good when you consider that half of his Test matches at least are played in New Zealand on very green, seamer-friendly conditions.
Well, he's a player of all conditions, Tom Latham. He's captained New Zealand also, Test level. Too close to play that reverse sweep. 115 without loss.
Yeah, in some ways, I thought it might have been an option to take over from Kane Williamson. As the New Zealand's captain, he's done it in Test matches when Williamson hasn't played. So New Zealand deciding when it was time for a new permanent captain in the Test match level to go with Tim Southey. Latham would have easily been in consideration, I would have thought. Right, most runs by opening batters in Test match cricket in the last 5 years, men's openers. Dimuth Karunaratne right at the top, 64 innings for just under 2,800 runs, and Tom Latham 2,373 now at just a tick under 44. Just shows you really, when you look at that list, only Rohit Sharma over 55, or over 50 indeed. Opening the batting around the world hasn't been that easy. I think that's a very good record that Latham is starting to fashion.
I think it's part of the reason it makes this pair such a great opening partnership, because they've had success in all conditions. Both very good players of spin and had good success at home as well, where the wickets are a bit greener, a little bit more seam.
Nice and tight from bowler and from batter. Right, the KFC Flip the Bucket Challenge. This is a new one for you. All you have to do is flip the KFC bucket and wear it on your head. as fast as you can. And the winner will get some KFC finger-licking good prizes. Right. Okay, Eunice, you could nail your Yorkers. You could nail your Yorkers at will. Here's a bucket for you. Chris Harris. 1 second.
Okay.
Watch this delivery. You could nail the stumps from side on, Harry, from about 30 yards out on a regular basis. One of the best New Zealand's ever seen in the field. There's a bucket for you. So we've got the king of the Yorkers and the king of hitting from side on. Harry, you going to go first? I just want you to just flip it once. Come on. There.
Yeah.
Oh, too easy. Perfect.
It's finger looking good.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll get a couple of buckets full of chicken now.
I was going to let you go home early if you did it, but it looks like it's easy. That's nicely played, away behind point. Couple of runs. Are you prepared to have a go? Well, I know we can't get Buzzard Khan to do it.
No,
it'll mess up his hair, and that's
impossible.
like something that can't be touched.
It's
so
impossible.
Are you prepared to have a go or not?
Let's give it a go.
Come on, one go. Oh, almost. Very close. Unlucky.
So close.
I've got to talk through this, so I can't do it. So I'm just going to
you have to
leave it to Chris Harris. It's a very good time to finish the over before I've had my go. 119 without loss.
Don't worry, we'll come back after the break. We'll make sure that you do it.
Right, here we go. He's got two hands and then just tries to maneuver the head, but unluckily would have been good in the World Cup. Not so good with the bucket challenge.
I know, Dooley, you've been practicing during the break. It didn't work. Let's see if you can do it now.
Nabra is back. A right arm mystery spin. Okay, only fair, but I'm going to.
You want me to hold you?
Well, no, I'm going to do it while I'm talking, one-handed, and see how we go. Oh, look, no good. There you go. Can we get the doctor up for a concussion test?
Are we going to have a look at the replay of that?
Oh, this is the...
Nice.
Oh, two hands, too easy. Very small head, isn't it?
Advantage of having a small head.
No brains.
What happens here? Just one-handed. There you go. That'll be enough of that. Thank you very much. Bring on the chicken.
Yeah, now we expect that. Expect these 3 big buckets tomorrow because my mouth is really watery now. Maybe not tonight, not this evening, tomorrow afternoon sometime.
Oi!
120 without loss. 120 without loss. Conway 62 at the moment, and our Duffer News cricket fact, Devon Conway currently has 980 runs in 19 tests. He completes 1,000 runs in this innings. He become the fastest to 1,000 for New Zealand. That's how good a start he has had to his test career, Devon Conway. Mir Hamza, just the 3 overs for the left arm seamer earlier. He is back. Can't get it through the offside. Well, they've negated Pakistan's spin very well at the moment. Latham playing a lot of sweep shots from outside the line of off stump. Conway hitting the ball through the offside, using that reverse sweep as well, driving the ball. They're very different options. Conway mainly offside, looking offside, and the reverse sweep. And then Latham looking leg side and playing the conventional sweeps and laps. An inside edge on that occasion. He gets more of those than most. There's Devon Conway. And you roll all that through to the wagon wheels. Have a look at where Tom Latham scores his runs against spin. 95% backward of square, or sorry, into the leg side, and a lot behind square, and then Conway mainly through the offside and straight.
Some of the shots he's played out of that rough reminds you of Brian Lara, isn't it? Who never used to care when it lands. He just used to swing his bat.
Yeah, and although they're both left-handers, they're very different types of left-handers, so difficult to bowl to, which is, I guess, the illustration that Hawkeye's making there. It's not easy to line either one of them up. And just to go back to that Devon Conway stat at that Daffer Bet News, two players that he's looking to beat who made it to 1,000 runs in 20 innings. Mark Richardson, another left-hander, opening batter for New Zealand, and John F. Reid, so John Fulton Reid, who batted at number 3, another left-hander. Had a terrific start to his test career as well. J.F. Reid recently passed away as well. Terrific New Zealand left-handed number 3, and Mark Richardson.
Another beautiful straight drive. The little unlucky, the stumps saved that boundary.
He's hit the stumps about 3 times. Twice he's tried to run out Latham. It's the 3rd time today he's hit the stumps.
That one did not bounce at all. He's in the end done quite well to get the toe end of the bat on it. This is a, I wouldn't say similarity of pathways between Mark Richardson and Devon Conway, because Richardson spent his whole life in New Zealand, but the fact that they both started very late in their careers is something quite similar. 122 without loss. It was late in Mark Richardson's career when he tried to turn things around from being a left-arm orthodox spinner, making the Auckland side as a left-arm orthodox spinner, and then turning himself into an opening batter and moving south to Dunedin. Ended up opening the batting for New Zealand. Conway, of course, spent his early years in South Africa, spent a lot of time qualifying for New Zealand. 4 years he had to wait while he just churned out the runs at domestic level. Was prolific at domestic level, Devon Conway, and just waited and waited and waited until he got his opportunity, and as soon as he got that opportunity, he took it with both hands.
Yeah, utility cricketer, isn't he? He can do the wicket-keeping job, decent in the field also if you just throw him out there. And batting-wise, very aggressive when he plays T20 cricket. Just recently, when we were in New Zealand, 38 50s. Nicely tucked away, reverse sweep. Might just get a couple on that. But yeah, he adapts the conditions really, really well. Very aggressive. T20 opener. Played really well against Pakistan recently. And a very different side of him I'm seeing. 122 deliveries, 64. He's been patient.
He's got a great record in all three formats: T20 cricket, one-day cricket and Test cricket. I think he's close to averaging 50 in just about all formats. 42 in one days, 48 in T20s. Look at that. Wow.
Just outside the line, I think, and Safraz thinks the same. They didn't go up for one earlier that was out. That was a little caught behind appeal. Don't think he's the master of the late decision. Not today. Outside the line, Safraz thinks.
Yeah, Tom Latham made sure that when he sweeps, he puts his front foot outside the line of the stumps, especially when he's sweeping from, dragging it from outside the off stump. It was a little full, that's why everyone got excited. It's got a bat on it. There's no pad involved.
So a little bit of bat and outside the line, but apart from that, a really good appeal.
That's what Tom Latham's singing. Please review it.
Just want to see that again because I don't think he hit the pad. 126 without loss.
It is. It's the little off spinner or the slider. Bat, then glove. Did it hit the boot at all? Roll it through here and we'll have a little look. It certainly hit the bat, then the glove. Glove there. Does it get the boot there? No ultra. No ultra. No, I think it misses everything apart. Didn't even hit the boot. Just one more look in case you missed it. Definitely bat and glove and nowhere near the boot. So good decision not to review. Mir Hamza to continue. A couple of new commentators in alongside me as well. for hopefully the last stint today. How many overs left, our stats man, Mazza? 10 to go. Oh, we might be doing a little bit of overtime. Murush Mumtaz and Basid Khan.
Maybe we can just leave that to Basid Khan. More than capable to take this home. Pakistan still searching for the first wicket to break this partnership open. It's going down. Huge appeal. To the naked eye, it looked like it was sliding down with the angle. And even on impact, Babar not impressed. Dude, you just said he was a master of late referrals. 3, 2. Nope.
No, not even him. I think Safraz was straight into this. That's not even hitting another set, I don't think. You can put 6 in there. We go back to the old cricket max days, put 6 stumps in and still wouldn't hit one.
The opening partnership so far has been chanceless. And has been so good to watch. The one review that they could have taken, they didn't. But it's been good outing so far. 127. And it's the way they've handled Abrar. He was the prize talk from England. And they seem to have picked him. He didn't get as much turn as he did in against England. Well, that's that time again. Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
She doesn't need an ice block in the middle. She's cool enough.
It's a Karachi crowd. Very cool. Nicely timed once again. Pick up a couple of runs here, Latham. .130 for no loss. .438, the first inning score for Pakistan. 2 centurions, Babar and Salman. 6 wickets to the spinners, and the New Zealand captain with the 3. They've come out looking for runs, and they've looked very comfortable at the crease. 130 this opening stand. Abroad to continue. He's played that shot well, Latham. And the key has been he's picked the length and the line from outside off stump. And taking the front pad all the way across to take the impact point away from the stumps. Nicely timed. Chase is on. And the ball wins.
Conway has been really good, decisive with his footwork. We've seen him go right forward or right back. That one, he went right back, and that's why he got the power into it. We've seen better dives.
Yay!
Bazit, can you walk me through this, or talk me through this, or dive me through this? This effort by Wasim Jr.?
It's an effort where you bowl a few overs and then you think, shall I or shan't I? It's not even one for the cameras. You don't want to look at it at all.
So 15 or 20 are better than that in the World Cup.
Another lovely shot. Rocks onto the back foot. His timing has been impeccable. There's another beautiful shot from Latham.
Yeah, what Latham does so well is able to wait for the ball and then hit it. And that's why he gets the timing, that's why he gets the placement right, but it's almost past him as he hits it. There's another man to follow who does the same, Williamson, but right now it's Latham. It's either going right ahead with that sweep shot, and when he's on the back foot, he plays it right underneath his eyes. And even if it stays low, then because he's got so much control, he's able to adjust.
.140 for no loss.
They've dovetailed a little bit as well, haven't they? Tom Latham got off to quite a quick start, much quicker than Conway, and then Conway caught up and then went past him quite quickly, and now Latham's sort of turned to be outscoring Conway again in the last 15-20 minutes. So they've dovetailed nicely. So far, so good from New Zealand's point of view.
Well ahead on the over. 8 overs left in the day. Again with the angle back in. Dooley, you're talking about how they've dovetailed so nicely into each other. First time for Conway in the subcontinent. Pleased with what you're seeing?
Yeah, very. Look, it's hard not to be impressed with Devon Conway for the most part, right from the first time we saw him, even in domestic cricket. And there was huge expectation, though. I think, you know, I'm trying to think back to maybe Kane Williamson's career when he started in India, as to how much expectation there was, because he'd been just belting the runs left, right and centre at domestic level. And therefore, the expectation to come into a situation at international cricket and everybody thinks you're going to succeed because you have been and looked so much better than most players in New Zealand have looked for a long, long time. So there's an enormous amount of expectation on those shoulders, and he's owned it. He's a lovely, lovely chap. He's very humble, worked so hard at his game, and I guess the success, because it's come later in his career, is deserved.
It's another one where the debate is Pakistan, we saw a couple of players come into the national side with a lack of the first-class experience. And spoke to him, and again, one of those interviews where he said the transition has probably been so much more easier, that he's felt comfortable because of the number of games in the first-class setup. And just makes him that much more, the transition making it easier into all three formats. $121 first-class matches to his name, and he said the transition for him, it wasn't the amount of pressure that normally you'd expect, because again, with experience, grown with age, been in the situation so many number of times. Different story for England, where I feel Harry Brook is another one who's thoroughly impressed in all formats. Again, has a lot of first-class experience. Obviously not as much as Conway, but again, someone who, because he's played the first-class system for a long period of time, transition easier.
Yeah, 108 games before getting into international cricket. But the other part of this is that he went from South Africa to New Zealand. He uprooted everything and went there. So there's mental strength involved there. So he's got quite a lot of that, and that shows in the way that he plays international cricket too. 121 games in total, 108 before he made his debut.
$143 for no loss.
जल्दी नहीं, आराम से, जल्दबाजी ना कर, कंट्रोल से कर, शाबाश.
We were talking about the number of first-class games as you make your way into international cricket. Now, I'd imagine at an average, that's 100+ first-class game across the board for the New Zealand playing 11. The minimum there, 83 for Ijaz Patel. And the point of discussion being, does Pakistan have the same number of first-class experience as they move into the national side? And you'd find some of them yes, some of them no. Abdullah Shafiq 20, Mohammad Wasim just 8, Abrar just the 15. And most of those, and if you have a look, most of those players, those test games also adding up. So
the one that stands out there for me is Salman Agha. When you think about his numbers, 80 matches. Now he's only played 6 test matches, so that is a lot of experience at first class level. Hence, the reason he is succeeding straight away is because he has that knowledge. He knows his game, and therefore he has success. Understand it's not always easy. You do have to pick some talented players at 19, 20, 21 because they just are far and away above everyone else. So there will be the odd exception, but there's also that experience to call on.
Especially when it comes to fast bowling as well, and Waqar Younis and Wasim Akram both talk about this a lot, that you have to have the miles in your legs to be repeatedly bowling those longer spells, to know how to bowl in test cricket. It's a game of attrition. And that's where the Pakistan fast bowling lineup does come under scrutiny at times. 41 overs done, 143 for no loss.
Yeah, and that problem comes about in a lot of countries at the moment because of the amount of white ball cricket and 2020 cricket that's played. So you're getting selected for the wrong format or for a different format because you're so good in one format. Haris Rauf, for instance, Mohammad Wasim, for instance. Because they're good in one format, you end up getting selected in a test match format that you're just not quite used to at the moment. Light meters out, and just to flip that around, New Zealand have done that with Ish Sodhi in this match as well. So it's not just a Pakistan problem, or it does happen around the world. And I understand why, but it's not always right.
Your day was so easy, just 2 formats, so it didn't really matter. One-day cricket.
And black and white telly as well.
Yeah, so it wouldn't get
easy.
Exposed.
Yeah.
If it's swinging or not swinging.
I know, it's great.
Yeah, but just on that previous discussion you were having, news right here is that 3 high-performing teenagers have been added to the Pakistan Test squad. Arafat Minhas, Basit Ali, Mohammad Zishan. They've been added to give them an exposure to the Test side for experience. But we've seen it many times before that even when they're announced as reserves, they might just end up playing. But right now it says 3 high-performing teenagers added to the Test side.
So those 3 have been added. They sent 3 or 4 back to first class. Is that who's been left out? So they've been added to the here now to help with the fielding and just get some exposure.
Yes, to the current Test squad in Karachi. And 3 players have been released to go play in the Pakistan Cup: Shahnawaz Dahani, Sajid Khan, and Mohammad Nawaz. That makes 4 teenagers in the Pakistan squad. Then at the moment, Naseem Shah still one of them. Still nursing that shoulder of his. He's one who broke onto the Test setup and did quite well. Off the pad. And another 4 to his name. It is runs. It was off the edge.
Yeah, 2 noises. I think it was just a really faint edge and then onto the pad as well. You can see exactly what Mir Hamza is trying to do. Just angle that little bit of reverse swing. Trying to trap the left-handers in front. Trying to make sure that the ball is straight around about that off stump. Maybe nipping back towards middle. The odd one might keep low.
Yeah, and in an odd sort of way, even with that angle going down leg side and going to the boundary, I think you shouldn't mind that. Especially on a slow, low wicket, you want to attack the stumps. Yes, you might straight down leg. It's better going that way than going offside. It's almost reverse to what you'd say conventional in terms of your lines and lengths and making sure that you attack the stumps more often than not. You don't want to be outside off stump, and the one that scoots slow is outside off stump.
Another good delivery to finish off. 148 for no loss.
Yeah, totally with you there, Basit Khan, on that theory. What I don't like, though, is he's got a deep point. What's the point? What is the point, having the point? If you're going to bowl that line, I'd rather see him at square leg or just behind square on the leg side, saving that one to stop leaking runs.
That's a good point, but it's a tough point. .149 this opening stand. Just over 3.5 runs and over. New Zealand will be extremely pleased with this effort. The other thing that Conway has done is when he does come down, and this is in contrast to the Pakistan opening pair, they were caught halfway. And when you're looking to use your feet, you either want to get right to the pitch of the ball, or you go right back in your crease to allow for the ball to spin, or you negate any spin getting on right on top of the pitch of the ball. And we saw, and if you're not there, then to have that release shot, so that if you realize that you're not there, you still don't throw your wicket away. And just thought Abdullah Shafiq and Shan Masood both didn't have that release shot. 150 the partnership now. This opening stand has been a treat to watch.
And the first time that New Zealand openers have put a 150-run partnership against Pakistan in Pakistan. Yeah, and they go past 148, which was the highest for 2022. In a sense, it's almost in Pakistan that you would like to face the new ball. It comes on to the bat more. It's probably the place you'd like to bat in the top order.
Just feel buzzy with that comment. The Pakistan openers who lost their wickets will again be thinking about the missed opportunity. Anyone who's played out and spent time in the middle has gotten runs. 152 for no loss.
Just starting to get a little bit of drift. Bra. Look at this one out of the hand. It's the leg spinner. It just drifts away late. You see Conway picks up the outside edge.
The Pakistan skipper back into the attack after the 1 over that he bowled. One over before tea. The crowd love him. Whether he's batting or seldom when he's bowling. Slow, gentle off spinners here from him.
Important that the two openers don't lose their concentration here, though. He's more than capable of picking up a wicket. One might just skid through a little bit. He might get the odd one to turn. He's got 2 test match wickets. We talked about that earlier.
Our statsman Mazhar has been after me with the stat that he's produced at the start of the day. He's actually looked at me and said, why didn't you mention it at the start of the day? Because the trend has continued. Day 2, Karachi, is the day for batting. You don't lose many wickets. Recent test matches, there's one test match recently with England, Pakistan, 9 wickets. Otherwise, it's been 5, 4, 7. Today, just 5. So day 2 is the one that you want to bat in.
That's the test you're referring to, with the 5 wickets against Australia, 9 against England. England on a different level altogether. They've turned the expectations from test cricket, thoroughly entertaining to watch. And when you're looking for big runs, more often than not you lose wickets as well. And they will look for 2. Keep it to 1. 156 for no loss.
Yeah, the thing I took from those numbers is that England were almost 100 runs better than any other day. Almost 100. So, as you said, Aruj, you lose 9 wickets, yes, but 300 and almost 370 in the day. The game's progressing, it's moving on so quickly.
And what that did for England was they left themselves enough time to pick up the 20 wickets for Pakistan, which got them that 3-0 result. So the key for England was timing, and they were very early on to recognize that. They voiced that as well, that we're going to give ourselves enough timing to pick up those 20 wickets. That brave declaration as well. And there was plenty of debate around that, but that's again the brave yet strategic declaration, giving themselves enough time to bowl Pakistan out. Pakistan losing 60 wickets in that 3-0 whitewash at home.
Yeah, and no captain starts a test match not trying to win it. I'm not saying that, but what England have done on a couple of occasions is declared or put themselves in situations where they can not easily but very possibly lose, and very few captains do that. And I think that's been the key for their success. It continually saying to their men, their players in their side, we back you. We back you to win test matches. So we're giving you the opportunity to do that, which instills confidence, which is in turn instilled in them the way they play.
And they have the results to show for as well. Ever since that dynamic duo has taken over, Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum, they won 9 out of the 10 tests that they've played. So it's not just the talk or the walk, the action as well follows through. And allows players like Ben Duckett to come out and reverse sweep the first ball. Harry Brook to hit one away to mid-wicket for 6, the first ball he faces. Because they've got that backing. And England very open about the fact that they want to make Test cricket entertaining. Even if that's the cost that they end up losing. They set up games in a way where it's dangling the carrot for the opposition to win, even if the result is against them. And that just gives them the window or the opportunity for them to win. It was thoroughly entertaining, that it was for sure, that England series against Pakistan. 160 for no loss. Two overs to go. From a New Zealand point of view, they'll want to go back into the hut without losing a wicket here. And for Pakistan, what a sliver of hope into breaking this opening partnership. They'll want to create some chances. And it's the chances that New Zealand haven't given. It's been so clean. There haven't been any to talk about in terms of going outside the outside edge or beating. The odd ones obviously kept low.
It's been a good day from New Zealand's point of view. Good day for their skipper as well, Tim Southey. There he is, feet up on the balcony. A well-deserved rest. He'll be loving the sight of 161 without loss on the board, that is for sure. A little milestone for him today as well. Picking up his 350th test match wicket. That's a lot of overs in those legs, and those feet deserve a bit of a rest at times. But he's only now behind Daniel Vettori and Sir Richard Hadley in the New Zealand wicket takers list. Little Huddersfield should produce a couple. Yeah, it does. And that is Devon Conway's 1,000th run. So he has beaten the New Zealand record of Test matches played to 1,000 runs. John F. Reid, and Mark Richardson he's gone ahead of.
.164 for no loss. As confirmation of Simon, what you were saying, fewest innings to 1,000 run for New Zealand in Test cricket, 19. It's been some start to his international career. Double ton on debut at Lord's. 550s, 300s.
The interesting thing about that 1,000 runs for Devon Conway in 19 innings is that a bloke playing in this very Test match with him that only needs 59 to break his record in 18 innings, Daryl Mitchell, who's had a terrific start to his Test career as well. So Daryl Mitchell needs 59 runs, and it'll only be his 18th innings. So in all theory, Conway could hold it for a matter of a day.
I'm sure he's listening. Well, for him to come out and get runs, if any, Pakistan will have to break this open. And 3 overs, 3 balls, beg your pardon, left now.
Oh.
Last ball of the day. Day 2 here in Karachi. Conway does well to keep it out. That will be close of play here on day 2. New Zealand will be extremely happy with the way they go back on day 2. 165. And most importantly, with no wickets lost. Trail now 273. It was a hard-toiled session for Pakistan. No wickets to their name. I think New Zealand have kept up with the scoring rate as well.
Well, it's been terrific. I would have wanted Pakistan's wickets earlier today than they got them, but a brilliant 100 from Salman saw Pakistan through to 438. But New Zealand's response has been outstanding. 3.5 runs per over. I know it's not what Pakistan cricket fans have been used to with England being here from the opposition, but it's been a pretty good scoring rate. They've looked very untroubled for the most part. One opportunity for Pakistan. They didn't take a review. A little inside edge from Devon Conway's bat. And Neil Wagner was all ready to do the night watchman's duties. Not required. I'd say he'd be pleased, but he won't be, because he loves a bat. He absolutely loves a bat, but he'd be pleased with what's happened between Tom Latham and Devon Conway this afternoon.
Yeah, going back with both not out, 78 and 82 respectively to Latham and Conway. New Zealand looking very strong at 165 for no loss here on day 2. Pakistan tried and tried hard with their 5 bowlers, wicketless in that wickets column. And there was again bulk of the bowling from the spin of Abrar and Oman, 17 and 11 overs apiece. Let's have a look at the highlights of the session. It was runs galore from the minute that New Zealand came out, after they felt settled, there was a lot of reverse sweeps and sweeps. That was probably the shot of the day for me so far. They timed them well, anything that was pitched up was put away.
Yeah, it's been littered with wonderful cricket shots between the two left-handers. Untroubled by the spin. Abrar didn't find too much. Norman Ali didn't either. Another half-century for Devon Conway. That was the moment. That was the moment. There was a big appeal. They weren't sure. Decided not to go upstairs, and it was a little inside edge. Almost the back of the bat from Devon Conway. And normal service resumed after that. To be honest, there was, again, more sweep shots. Deft touches from Latham to pick up another Test match half-century for him. That was his 24th 50 to go along with his 12 centuries. And the left-handers doing the job at the top of the order for New Zealand in response to Pakistan's 438. New Zealand find themselves 165 without loss, trailing still, though, by 273 runs.
The action ends here on day 2. We will be back tomorrow for day 3. Pakistan will still try and look to break this partnership open. Tomorrow, 9:50 a.m. live from the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. Don't forget to join us.
Day 2 of this first Test match between New Zealand and Pakistan.
Oh, it's gone. Power with a loose-looking drive, an early morning drive. And it gets to the fence, so 50 for Salman Agha. He takes it on, and he's gone.
It is the coming of age for Salman Agha as he goes to glory with another boundary. It's his first century in his Test career. That's going to be a boundary.
Conway's got to his 5th 50 in Test match cricket.
Half-century for Tom Latham.
Rory, hi. Superb start to the New Zealand innings. 165 for no loss. Both Conway and Latham having brilliant 50s to their name, with 82 to Conway, 78 to Latham, and they're just not given any opportunity to Pakistan bowlers. Let's have a quick look at the match summary. Pakistan won the toss, batted first, 438. As we've seen, Babar 161, Sarfaraz 86, and down the order we had Salman scoring 103. New Zealand in reply, rock solid, 165 for no loss. They trail by 273 at the end of the day's play. Hello and welcome to Inveric Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you, and we'll have a quick chat and a good chat about day through the 3 sessions. We've got Uruj Mumtaz alongside me, and Ish Sodhi has joined us. Thank you so much.
No.
We'll start with you, Ish. First, we'll talk about your bowling, and we'll talk about how you found the conditions out there for spinners. With the new ball, there was purchased 4 wickets in the first session yesterday. You came in a little later on. You got 2 for 87. We saw some variable bounce when Pakistan started bowling. Was it the same? Because we didn't see any balls keeping that low when the spinners were operating from New Zealand side.
Yeah, I think that's probably the area we have to target in this game. You know, that variable bounce, especially towards the back end of our innings when we were bowling. A couple of googlies I bowled, one actually bounced a little bit more than what perhaps it was over the first couple of days or sessions, and we saw a couple stay low at the end there by Abrar, and I guess that's something pretty to be excited about for a spin bowler.
Have you seen that much of a drastic change when the kookaburra just loses its shine and gets softer, that nothing's available out there for the bowlers, and you have to work extra hard in just keeping that line right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think, you know, it's very different to conditions that we face, you know, back home. And so, you know, generally there's a lot more pace and bounce on those surfaces. So it's very different out here. You have to remain reasonably consistent. I think that's why Ajaz and Braces had a lot of success in that first day. And that's something to learn, I guess, for the rest of this game moving forward.
We've just seen Pakistan 165 for no loss. New Zealand and even Babar Azam bowled. They missed out on Salman. But anything different that you feel Pakistan could have done? Not to say that they would have got 4 wickets, but something, at least a prize to take back at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think they'll be disappointed because you always want to break open a partnership. Now, the one thing is that there's debate around whether Abrar should have taken the new ball, because it's a twofold discussion. It allows time for the batters to set. They get used to the surface, you get used to the pace of the surface as well, and then when you got about 15-20, you're off the mark. So he came in with not the new ball, but a relatively newer ball. But what I felt that allowed the New Zealand batters, they were in by that time, they got a measure of the surface, and then they picked up Abrar really well. The other thing was that if you've got a plan, you still need to be consistent in terms of its execution. There was points in the game where you couldn't really understand what the plan was from Pakistan in the first place. And I thought Wasim Jr. could have sort of then come over the wicket and with that angle across to the left-hander, which we say because his natural angle is away from the left-hander. Don't think there was enough things tried, and when they were tried, the bowlers probably didn't execute the plans accordingly. So a bit of a day where Pakistan will think, and they'll probably have to think a lot more harder where they do break this partnership come tomorrow.
Ish, before coming to Pakistan, you guys must have had a look at what happened in the Test series before that in England, and we saw that spinners played a big role, Leach and Abrar. Did you come here with that added responsibility given to you by the team that spinners will have a strong say?
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think, you know, we come over here and we want to, you know, give our best as a spin bowling unit, and I think especially on dry conditions, you sort of expect to play a reasonably big role. You know, personally, I haven't played red ball cricket for a long time, so it was about sort of coming in and trying to find breakthroughs for the team, and that's kind of the way that I'd like to approach this series so far. And you know, like you can see out there at the moment, it was quite hard to sort of penetrate the opening partnership there, and but I do think once you do get a wicket, new batters come to the crease, it can be a little bit tougher to, you know, assess conditions. So you've always got to keep that in the back of your mind as a spin bowler. And obviously in the last series, I think England played in a slightly different manner, you know, very aggressive. So, you know, while you're being that aggressive, it can open up opportunities to get wickets as well.
On a personal level as well, you're playing Test cricket after 4 years. You obviously play first-class cricket back home. New Zealand doesn't have the most spin-friendly conditions. How do you keep up with, your rhythm, and then how do you sort of tackle with non-spin-friendly conditions back home?
Yeah, it's probably more so the huge diet of T20 cricket that we have at the moment. You know, we've been constantly playing a lot of T20, and I was just saying to some of the boys, like, that was the longest spell over 5 overs that I've bowled in the past 10 or 9 or 12 months. So it's something that you really do have to consider these days. You play a lot more cricket and the formats are completely different. It's almost different sport playing T20 to playing red ball cricket. So it's just about assessing that as quick as you can. I think back home in New Zealand, where the wickets don't spin a hell of a lot, there's always a bit of pace and bounce to work with, and that's, I think, a huge friend of a spin bowler as well. Out here it's slightly different. We just need to figure it out.
Let's have a look at the 2 wickets that you took. 2 for 87 in your 21 overs. Uruj will guide us through.
I'm sure you'll agree, it's probably not the best ball you've bowled, but it's so often than not you end up with a wicket on something that's a half track of Wasim Jr., that gloving that one in. But special to pick up your first test wicket in 4 years' time. That I thought was really good. You want to talk us through this? I thought it landed pretty well.
Yeah, totally. Look, I think it's just nice out there. There's a little bit on offer in the rough, and so bowling around the wicket, there was perhaps a little bit more to work with. And I guess I look at the first wicket as well. Like, my job is to create something out there, and a bit of bounce, whether it's a bad ball or not. I think just making that breakthrough is really important. And so test wickets don't come very often, especially as a spin bowler from New Zealand. So when they do come, you've got to celebrate them all.
We just look at Tim Southee's first outing as a captain in the red ball cricket. How have you found him from Williamson to this? And then one question on how or what you feel went wrong where Salman was allowed to score that 100 when we thought that you got Babar in the first over of the day. It will be wrapped up pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think Timmy's done a great job out there leading the pack. He's been a T20 captain for a long time as well, so he's not foreign to the role. But I think, getting Bubba out in the first over was huge. He's one of the best players in the world on 160, on a wicket that didn't offer a hell of a lot of sideways movement. Getting that nick was a huge part of the game. And I think Salman, it's not so much that we allowed him to score 100. He was just really patient. He defended balls that weren't there to score, and then when they were, he was punished them pretty well. And so he did play a really good innings and got 100. I think out there today as a whole, I think it was about 130 runs that 120 runs that we conceded to get 5 wickets. And I think looking at that from that angle was a pretty good day.
When you look at this surface, what do you make of it second time around when you'll be coming in?
Yeah, it's interesting because, day 2 I was expecting maybe a little bit more turn. I think especially looking at it in the first session of yesterday when it did turn for our finger spinners. I thought it was going to spin a lot more, but it generally did flatten out quite a lot over the day. And hopefully over the next couple of days we see a bit more deterioration, especially in the rough to the left-hander. I think there was something to work with there, so if that can break up a little bit more, it might give us something to work with. And again, it's only day 2. Who knows what sort of day 3 and 4 offer, so hopefully it turns a little bit more.
Brilliant. We'll let you join your boys and get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. And we'll take a break over here on the show. When we come back, we'll dissect what happened in session 3 on day 2. Hello and welcome back to Inverx Solar Energy Pitchside Studio, and we've got a new guest, Simon Dole. He will tell us how to get Conway and Latham out.
No, I won't.
You won't?
No, I refuse.
Try.
No, I think they've been so good throughout this afternoon. You get Conway out by referring. That's how you get him out. You just refer the one that he hits and he nicks behind, and Sarfaraz and Baba don't come to that same conclusion. But look, I don't think the Pakistan bowlers have done a lot wrong. I just think New Zealand openers have shown how flat this surface is. I agree with what Uruj said prior to the break, that I think perhaps they could have gone spin up front with that brand new ball like New Zealand did yesterday. I don't think it was tacky or wet enough for that to play a huge effect, but the odd one might have just skidded on. The odd one might have hit the seam and turned a little bit, and that may have created some doubt. But starting with the two seamers up front for 6 overs, I think, was perhaps allowed the two New Zealanders to get into the game.
Yeah, agreed. This is a very good batting pitch, and don't take anything away from Conway and Latham. But when you talk about Pakistan, could it be these two cases? One, as he said, that maybe the new ball wasn't used as that should have, and also the time of the day Pakistan started bowling. I mean, it didn't have that early morning moisture thing, which New Zealand had, probably.
But what they did have was the new ball and when to use it. And see, you put your best bowler in the right position at the right time. You use your best resources up front. Now, the best resource for Pakistan leading into this test match was Abrar. He's the one who changed the game to a relative extent against against England. So it only made sense to put him up front. And if there was nothing, you'd still have the new ball bowlers in your seam options. And Wasim Jr. generally doesn't bowl the new ball. So what Pakistan did have in their hands, they didn't use to full effect. So it's something that they can look back on later on. But now it's about trying to manufacture a wicket. Where that's going to come from is a tough ask, because like Dooley said, the New Zealand openers look so set, and it's been so chanceless, the innings from both ends. And the one review that they could have taken went begging. So new morning, new thoughts, new plans. There's some that they can do, but they need to be consistent with the execution of those plans as well.
Okay, let's go back a little bit into the first session and second session of the day. Now, New Zealand did very well in terms of using their bowling resources, but maybe they missed out a trick, allowing Salman to score 100 when they got Babar out in the first over in the morning. Let's have a look at our top performer for his 103. Top performer, brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy.
Yeah, indeed, he was a top performer. Because not easy batting at a role that doesn't come naturally to you. Lower down the order, first bat for a lengthy period of time with Noman, who wasn't really going anywhere with his scoring. He scored 7 of 75, but every opportunity that Salman did get, whether it was short, whether it was full, whether it was using his feet, and I thought he was exceptional. He's quite a talent, and he's grabbed this opportunity by the scruff of the neck.
Could it be, if you look at his wagon wheel, Simon, he scored 50 of those 103 runs behind the square on either side, 27 on off and 23 on the other.
Yeah, look, I think he probably swept quite well. He turned the ball around the corner well. And when the seamers tried to go short, he used those angles and a little bit of space really well. I was so impressed with how he played today. I just hope he's okay, having been off the field all afternoon.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy. Okay, time for us to now look at the fall of wickets. This will be, of course, Pakistan wickets in the day. We'll get Simon to tell us what New Zealand did right with the ball, and Pakistan still yet to get the first wicket. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy.
Well, straight away they were searching this morning for an early wicket, and Tim Southee provided it. Babar Azam with that one there, just a little edge of ball that bounced just a touch more. He pitched the ball in the same area 3 times in a row, Tim Southee. Babar just followed that one a little bit, and it bounced a bit more than he expected. Wagner then around the wicket. Good catch this from Michael Bracewell. Away to the left-hand side, so a big left mitt thrust out. It was backward a square. Wasn't perfectly timed, but it was hit well enough, and Bracewell taking a comfortable catch in the end. This finding very, very hard to explain, I've got to say, from Mohammad Wasim. I don't know what he was trying to do. It was premeditated, the shot. It was a drag down ball from Ishodi. Could have hit it anywhere, could have hit it into the grandstand. Decided to just glove it straight to Tom Blundell behind the stumps. And that's a good one. Around the wicket, turning back in, given out, reviewed and remained out. Good from Ishodi on that occasion. Just enough turn, back in, creating enough doubt, and umpire's call on the wicket, so remaining out. The last one, 350 Test match wickets for Tim Southee. A milestone performance for him. Good from New Zealand skipper, swing and a miss, and absolutely, as we say in New Zealand, salmon trout out.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. You get a nice gift hamper from Inverix for that rundown in one breath. Absolutely amazing. Okay, let's talk about Babar Azam and his captaincy. And we're talking about when the surface is not assisting you at all, then what do? We discussed that in commentary. We could come into that as well. What have you noticed Babar could have done differently in terms of field positions or have a plan in a particular way for a batter?
I just feel a couple of things. Again, we saw Ish Sodhi use that rough outside the leg stump, outside the off stump off the left hand. Again, I just felt every time Noman did give the ball some air and he got that ball to turn sharply, and he just wasn't consistent enough every time. And it's okay to be hit. I mean, if they rock back and hit the late cut, it's fine. It just brings that bold option into play as well. But every now and then he would just fire them back in. It wasn't just consistent enough. The other thing I thought, Wasim Jr., he just constantly went on with around the wicket, and he sort of angled that ball in with it not reversing as much. I would have liked to see a little bit of him come over the wicket and angle the ball across the left-hander, which then brings those drive catchers into place, which he had in front of the bat. I just felt those two things could have been done, but any plan that was on wasn't consistent enough. And I again, credit to New Zealand, the way they catered to Abrar, which is probably the biggest threat, and they just played a very, very clean knock.
Mir Hamza had moments, I thought, when he was over the wicket, just swinging the ball. There was a little bit of reverse swing, but he had a deep point. And to me, that was wrong. He needed that man at square leg, and he could have continued to bowl those balls just in and around that off stump, angling back in, looking to get one of those left-handers to fall across. But the other thing about the two lefties, they are left-handed. That's about the only thing they've got in common, because everything else is so vastly different the way they play. You look at their wagon wheels, and they're vastly different in the areas that they hit the ball. So they're not easy to bowl to. It's a bit like a left-right combination almost, because they're vastly different in the areas.
Yeah. Okay, now this segment that we are bringing in now, which is hashtag Have Your Say. This is on Twitter, where people send in their questions to our guests, and then they will answer that. So let's have Your Say. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. So what I have over here, and we've chosen quite a few of them, so in a nutshell, people want to know from both of you is, what can Babar Azam do differently tomorrow, at least in the first session, to get something out for Pakistan?
Well, who are the two best bowlers from today? I think you've got to go to Mir Hamza. I think he starts up with Abrar. That would be the first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not sure whether you agree. Would we captain together, Uruj? Are we okay on that front?
I think we're all right.
We're all right.
We're having us here all right. Yeah. Absolutely all right.
That's a good start. So I think those two to start tomorrow. Slightly different fields and a little bit more pressure.
Yeah.
When you say slightly different fields, just elaborate that a little bit.
What I talked about with Mir Hamza, I think angling the ball back in, get a square leg in place, get a short mid wicket in place, have a mid on, definitely, and have a man on the boundary on the square leg, on the leg side as well. So it allows him to bowl nice and straight and target those stumps and target the LBWs with the old one that might keep low. And for the same thing, I think for Abrar, I would have almost a predominant leg side field, bowl nice and straight, maybe come around the wicket and bowl straight, and allow Latham to sweep. Allow him to try and sweep everything, but set a leg side dominant field.
Okay, so both of you agree, and I hope you guys are satisfied with the answer, and have your say. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, time for us to wrap it up for day 2 of this first test match. Thanking Simon Dole and Uruj Mumtaz once again. We'll see you in the morning. We'll see you guys in the morning. Let's have a look at this. Don't forget to join us. It's KFC presents Dafar News Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. First test, day 3. And we'll be right here at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, Pakistan time, from the National Bank Cricket Arena. Until then, it's goodbye and good night.
Day 2 of this first test match between New Zealand and Pakistan.
Oh, he's gone. Power with a loose-looking drive, an early morning drive. And it gets to the fence, so 50 for Salman Agha. He takes it on, and he's gone.
his Test career. That's going to be a boundary.
Conway's got to his 5th 50 in Test match cricket.
Half century for Tom Latham.
Hit it! Oh!